interrupt our program to bring you a special broadcast. The German news agency Transocean said today in a broadcast that the Allied invasion had begun. I repeat, the German news agency Transocean said today in a broadcast that the Allied invasion had begun. There was no Allied confirmation. The German broadcast could be one which Allied leaders have expected would be made with the purpose of upsetting Patriot plans inside the conquered countries. This bulletin has come to you from the NBC newsroom in New York. There is no Allied confirmation. The Associated Press recorded the broadcast which said the invasion had begun from the west and that the French port of Le Havre was being shelled. Le Havre lies 100 miles from the English port of Portsmouth and is 80 miles south of the English coastal town of New Haven. German naval forces off the coast are engaged in a battle with enemy landing craft, the broadcast said. The German news agency said the Allied invasion operations began with the landing of airborne troops in the area of the mouth of the Seine River. I repeat, however, that there is no Allied confirmation of this claim. We return you now to your regular scheduled broadcast. And now here's a bulletin that's just been handed me. This announcement came on the heels of a disclosure from Washington that our submarines have sunk 16 more Japanese cargo vessels. That's the score against the Japs. Now for the Germans. London says the British submarines had sunk 31 Nazi ships in the Mediterranean and Aegean. 5 of them were naval craft. 7 more were damaged. And on the debit side, as far as European operations are concerned, is the loss of a United States escort carrier in the North Atlantic. The baby flat top was the Rock Island and probably was sunk by Nazi bombers. There are no details, but the Navy says our casualties were light, and next of kin have been notified. The score again, 48 German and Japanese ships sunk, 10 have been damaged. 36 Jap planes destroyed. This against the loss of 1 American plane and 1 American escort carrier. Tired, bewildered Nazi legions are fleeing north of Rome tonight as victorious Allied troops continue their heavy assaults on the captured Italian capital. Just how far the Nazis will be smashed back at this time is not yet clear. However, observers predict that they ultimately will have to retire to a mountain line, 150 miles north of Rome. The Vichy broadcast says the Germans have abandoned the entire left bank of the Tiber River, from its mouth to Rome. Italian civilians crowded the streets today, cheering and applauding as Allied troops poured into the city. Some sidewalk cafes were thronged. but most of the business places in Rome were closed. NBC reporter Ralph Howard said in the broadcast from Rome tonight that the Allied today brought in their first food to be distributed among the hungry populace, and added that more and more food and medical supplies will reach Rome daily. And now here's a bulletin that's just been handed me. As I said when I first went on the air a few minutes ago, the Associated Press says the Berlin radio broadcast tonight that the Allied invasion has begun, that our troops are landing at Le Havre, but there is still no Allied confirmation. This may be an enemy trick. There has been no Allied confirmation, I repeat. Now, on with the news. King Victor Emmanuel has turned over his royal powers to his son, Prince Umberto. The Italian king thus kept the promise he made several months ago when he said he would step down when Rome was liberated. President Roosevelt, using the language of golf, has declared that the liberation of Rome makes it 1 up with 2 to go. In other words, the Allied job now is to take Berlin and Tokyo. The president said in this connection that a tough struggle lies ahead. He declared that the Germans had suffered some heavy blows, but not enough to knock them out of the war. RAF heavy bombers have sought out tonight to keep the Allied aerial offensive going past its 19th hour. The night targets appear to be in France or the lowlands. Mosquito bombers at the same time have been reported raiding Germany. And the Russians have thrown back more German attacks in fierce fighting at Iasi in Romania. Red Airmen also have winged 75 miles southeast of Iasi to batter Nazi supply trains and equipment. The Germans sent their electrically controlled midget tanks into the Iasi battle, but failed to gain. And here at home tonight, the House tonight deferred until tomorrow a vote on a resolution to extend to June 7th, 1945, the time limit for courts-martial of Admiral Husband Kimmel and General Walter Short. That's the news of the moment. This is the NBC newsroom in New York. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The German radio claims this morning that the Allied invasion of Europe has begun. There is no confirmation as yet from London, Washington, or any other Allied source. And if I may, at this early hour in the morning, recapitulate the invasion news as it has been transmitted to the NBC newsroom here in Washington so far by the Associated Press. The first invasion bulletin came from London, dated London, Tuesday, June 6th. A broadcast of the German Transocean Agency said today the invasion began in the first hours of this morning. That is the original bulletin received regarding the invasion. And may I interpolate here to say that the German Transocean Agency is the official German news agency and obviously a Nazi propaganda agent. The second bulletin, which was received here in Washington at 12:43 a.m. Eastern Wartime, says this. London, Tuesday, June 6th. The German radio said today that German warships are battling enemy landing ships at Le Havre. There is no confirmation from Allied sources. And then a later bulletin received says this. London, Tuesday, June 6th. The German news agency, Transocean, said today in a broadcast that the Allied invasion had begun. The German broadcast could be one which Allied leaders have expected would be made with the purpose of upsetting patriot plans inside the conquered countries. Then add to that bulletin goes on, the Associated Press recorded the German Transocean broadcast, which said that the invasion had begun from the west and that the French port of Le Havre was being shelled. Now, as you know, Le Havre lies 100 miles from the English port of Portsmouth and is 80 miles south of the English coastal town of New Haven. German naval forces off the coast are being engaged in a battle with enemy landing craft, which would be Allied landing craft, of course, since this is a German broadcast. This broadcast was recorded in London shortly after 6:30 o'clock Tuesday morning. That is 12:30 a.m. Tuesday morning, Eastern Wartime, here in the United States. And the German agency said that Allied, quote, invasion operations, unquote, began with the landing of airborne troops in the area of the mouth of the Seine River in France. The Seine River empties into the Atlantic at Le Havre after winding northwestward through France from the capital at Paris. These reported landings, if true, could be an Allied feint of which Prime Minister Churchill had warned the Allied world to expect in advance of the main Allied invasion blows. The Germans have been predicting that the Allies would strike as soon as the Allied campaign in Italy showed good progress, as it has done with the liberation of Rome only yesterday. And as we know, the Allies have been battering the French Channel coast, of which Le Havre is a part, for months now as a prelude to the invasion. So far, ladies and gentlemen, all those bulletins which I have read to you come from the Associated Press from German Nazi sources. The only Allied statement we have at this hour in the morning says this: Washington. The War Department says it has no information on reports by the German radio that invasion operations have begun on the French Channel coast. May I repeat that statement? Washington. The War Department says it has no information on reports by the German radio that invasion operations have begun on the French Channel coast. Now, so far, as I pointed out, except that last bulletin from Washington, all this news is from Nazi sources. And this means, without doubt, one of three things. It may mean, first, that the Germans are merely fishing for information. The Nazis are jittery. They want to know the very worst way when this invasion is really going to come. And by putting out bulletins such as you have heard so far this evening from German sources, they may be trying to find out. The second possibility, of course, is this. In a speech not so long ago, Prime Minister Churchill was talking about the invasion. He said that when this invasion comes, there will be feints, dress rehearsals, and false alarms. Now, if these attacks are in progress, as the Germans report, these attacks, to quote the Prime Minister, could be only feints, dress rehearsals, or false alarms in advance of the real, main, concerted Allied invasion attempt. And the third possibility, of course, is that this really is the invasion and that the Germans have sent out the first word over their propaganda facilities. But so far, the War Department here in Washington says it has no information. Ladies and gentlemen, that is the invasion news up to this moment. Keep tuned to your NBC stations, which are prepared to bring you the fullest, official, authoritative news on the invasion. I return you now to the NBC newsroom in New York.
Ladies and gentlemen, you've heard a report from NBC in Washington by Richard Harkness. We return you now to your regular program.
1 a.m. Eastern War Time this morning, BBC broadcast Allied High Command urgent instructions to people in Holland, advising them that if they are living within 35 kilometers, about 18 miles of the coast, to leave their homes immediately and also to keep off roads, railroads, and bridges. These instructions from BBC followed in less than an hour after a German broadcast announcing that Allied parachute troops had landed in France. That report is not yet confirmed by any Allied sources. These bulletins came to you from the NBC newsroom in New York.
We return you now to our regularly scheduled program.
Bulletin from Western Europe. Before I read them, let me point out that there is no Allied confirmation of these reports. Bulletin from London, Tuesday, June 6th. 3 German news agencies tonight flashed word to the world that an Allied invasion of western France had begun, with Allied parachute troops spilling out of the skies at dawn over the Normandy Peninsula. The German report said that seaborne forces had landed in the Le Havre area. There is no Allied confirmation. The Germans also said that Allied warships were furiously bombarding the big German-held French port of Le Havre at the mouth of the Seine River, 100 miles west of Paris. Berlin also said that German shock troops were hurled against Allied troops who were rushing ashore from landing barges. Le Havre, incidentally, lies 80 miles across the channel from the British coast. DNB, the German news agency, said Dunkirk and Calais, just across the channel from Britain, are now under attack by strong formations of Allied bombers. The German Transocean Agency said the long-expected invasion by the British and the Americans has begun. It began in the first hours of the morning of June 6th by the landing of parachute troops in the area of the mouth of the Seine. Allied headquarters, I repeat, remain silent. DNB agency said Le Havre is being violently bombarded at the present moment. That bulletin came out at 7 a.m. French time, 1 a.m. Eastern War Time. DNB went on to say German naval forces are engaged in fighting with enemy landing craft off the coast. Calais and Dunkirk, which Berlin said were under heavy air attack, are also important French ports along the invasion coast just 150 miles northeast of Le Havre. DNB added that no enemy landings have been made as yet at Calais and Dunkirk. That obviously is an indication that the Germans are expecting Allied assaults all along the French coast. And just a little while ago, London radio broadcast urgent instructions to the people of Holland. These instructions told the people of Holland living within 18 miles of the coast to leave their homes immediately and to keep off the roads, railroads, and bridges. Let me repeat that there is as yet no Allied confirmation of any of these Berlin reports. This is the NBC newsroom in New York.
We return you now to your regularly scheduled program. The National Broadcasting Company will continue its network service throughout the remainder of the night in view of the important, but so far unconfirmed reports from overseas. Now, for a report from NBC's observers in the nation's capital, we take you to Washington.
And this is Richard Harkness in the NBC newsroom in Washington. The Germans are proclaiming this morning, without Allied confirmation, that the Allied invasion of Europe has begun. The Germans say that Allied airborne troops are parachuting down over France and that Allied naval forces are bombarding Le Havre, the French port across the channel from Britain. So far, ladies and gentlemen, the news is this. The first word of this invasion, if it is an invasion, came from the Nazis. At 12:37 o'clock this morning, which is 6:37 a.m. in Great Britain, this word came flashing into the NBC newsroom from London. London, Tuesday, June 6th. The German news agency, Transocean, said today in a broadcast that the Allied invasion had begun. Then, a few minutes later, the Nazi radio said this, that Allied warships that German warships are battling enemy landing ships at Le Havre. That German warships are battling enemy, which would be Allied landing ships, at Le Havre. Now, this German broadcast was recorded by the Associated Press in London and dispatched to this country. The broadcast added that Allied ships were bombarding the French city, which is just across the English Channel, some 80 miles from Great Britain. Still, there was and is no Allied confirmation of these reports. Then at 12:58 o'clock this morning, this bit of news, completely negative, came from Washington. The bulletin said this. The War Department says it has no information on reports by the German radio that invasion operations have begun on the French Channel coast. And then, only a few minutes ago, Elmer Davis, director of the Office of War Information, rushed to his headquarters here in Washington this morning immediately after being notified of these German reports. Elmer Davis told the reporter, "We have no more information than you have. I'll stay here until I find out whether the story is true or not." And by 1:45 a.m. this morning, almost the entire public relations staff at the War Department had reported for duty in the big Pentagon building across the Potomac River in Virginia. Despite the fact of no Allied confirmation, only a few minutes later, there came a bulletin from London which seemed at least to indicate that activities of a military nature were underway across the channel. And coming quickly on the heels of our liberation of Rome, and so quickly, too, after President Roosevelt's address to the United States last night on our triumph in Italy. Shortly before 7 o'clock European time, the British Broadcasting Corporation, which is an official British government branch, issued urgent instructions to the citizens of Holland in the strategic lowlands. The BBC advised all Hollanders living within 18 miles of the invasion coast to leave their homes immediately, to keep off the roads, to keep off the railroad lines, and to keep away from all bridges. And then, only a few minutes ago, another BBC broadcast recorded in New York warned residents of France that a new phase of the air war against the continent had begun, and told them to stand by for further instructions that would be dropped by leaflet from American and British planes. And still later, the official German news agency, DNB, came into the picture with the German version of the news this evening. DNB said that Allied airborne troops were being landed in the vicinity of the Seine River, which is in the neighborhood of Le Havre. Presumably, the Germans said, the task of these airborne troops was to take a number of aerodromes on the continent of Europe. These troops, the Nazis went on, were parachuting down on the tip of the Normandy Peninsula. Now, that is the spot news on the invasion so far this evening. Only German claims with no confirmation whatsoever from any Allied force, either official or unofficial. And here in the studio with me in Washington this evening is my good friend and colleague, Morgan Beatty, NBC war analyst and Washington commentator. Mr. Beatty was in Britain during the preparations for the invasion, which still may be yet to come, and he is here this evening to discuss the aspects of the news as we have it so far. Here is Morgan Beatty.
Thank you, Dick. The important, tangible information the Germans give us about the invasion, local patrols backed by general support further back. Thus, the whole German problem along the Atlantic coast is to determine which attack from the Allies should be the real thing, so that their support forces can be called up to meet Allied attacks. If they fail in this piece of detective work, they'll find their main support forces wasting their time on empty coastal areas while Allied forces elsewhere make headway against very small protective garrisons. So, from the German point of view, it doesn't matter whether invasion has actually started or not. They want to fish for all they can get in the way of information. In the background, of course, they have their own information as to our preparations, information which they're careful to keep away from us. In this situation, it's only natural that the Allied High Command is not going to put out reports about Allied activity, if any, at this time. The Allied job, in case we should attack in the Le Havre area, is to prevent the Germans from knowing where to bring their support forces, their reinforcements for a coastal area, that is, a coastal area, in fact, lightly held except for guns. It's noteworthy at this point that the Germans discovered the Dieppe raiders through their naval patrols. They depend on those patrols to signal the first Allied activities that depart from the normal. It's on the report of these patrols that their support forces further back must be called up. The German army, the main army defending that part of France behind Le Havre and similar coastal areas in that area, is probably based 20 to 40 miles back of the Atlantic. It's probable that the German left flank is based on Saint-Nazaire on the Atlantic and their right flank in this zone on the Meuse River in Belgium. Between these 2 points, some 300 miles, the line runs along the Sarthe River to the Seine, north of Paris, then into Belgium along the Oise River. The Germans, by their reports to date, clearly indicate that they expect the Allies are trying to flush their defenses in this general line, that we are aiming either at Brittany or Normandy or Le Havre itself, the port for Paris. The most interesting phase of all these German bulletins we have been reporting to you is that the Allies have nothing to say anywhere, either in London or in Washington. So far as the Allied High Command is concerned, at this point, this is just another night.
You have just heard Richard Harkness and Morgan Beatty speaking from the NBC newsroom in Washington, bringing you a summary of the latest developments in the Germans' claim that invasion of Europe has started. Mr. Harkness and Mr. Beatty, along with other members of NBC's news staffs in Washington and New York, will continue throughout the night to keep our listeners informed of any later developments. We return you now to New York.
The National Broadcasting Company continues its coverage of these important but so far unconfirmed reports from overseas with Robert St. John speaking from the NBC newsroom in New York.
Here is one bulletin from London which we can all believe. Londoners were awakened in the early hours of this morning by the roar of planes. Londoners and the people on the coast of England saw the largest force of bombers and fighters ever to take the air. Fighters and bombers sailing away across the Channel. The latest Berlin broadcast is one which reveals the diabolical humor of the Nazis. It was the following brief announcement in English. This is D-Day. We shall now bring music for the Allied invasion forces. Diabolical humor. And now here's a little background to these German claims of Allied landings in France. For weeks now, the Allied Supreme Command has been warning French patriots to be on their guard, to be ready. The Patriot underground legions of France have actually been ordered to stand by for a flash which would send them against the Germans as skillful saboteurs and Allied intelligence agents. The biggest military armadas in history have been gathered in British ports for months and months. Huge stockpiles of equipment and vast concentrations of men, Americans, Britons, Canadians, Poles, Dutch, and many other nationalities, have been centered in British invasion bases. Allied broadcasts have warned for months past that the Germans might put out a false announcement of Allied invasion operations in an effort to bring Patriot French forces out into the open for annihilation. There's also the possibility that if the announcement is true, it is still only a diversion or a large-scale raid. The Allies have been planning invasion since soon after the British routed Dunkirk 4 years ago. The Tehran Conference with President Roosevelt, Mr. Churchill, and Premier Stalin also declared that the Allies would launch an invasion from the West. The Germans have picked two ace commanders, Field Marshals von Rundstedt and Field Marshal Rommel, to face the threatened Allied tide in the West. The Allies have not expected a major German counterblow to develop after any Allied invasion until several days after the initial Allied troops fight their way ashore. In an amphibious operation of such gigantic size and complexity, it's been expected that the Germans would hold their main forces in reserve until it was determined where the major Allied force would strike. The reported blow against the main Axis fortified western wall is a little more than 4 years after the British retreat from Dunkirk. Whether deception or not, the reported landing again set in motion Germany's bristling defense garrisons. This port of Le Havre, which is talked about so much in the German claims, is one of the most important ports in all of France, in fact, in all of Europe. It has great dock areas which would be suitable for an Allied invasion once they were seized. Now, just to summarize, 3 German news agencies in the early hours of this morning flashed word to the world that an Allied invasion of western France had begun, that it had begun with Allied parachute troops spilling out of the skies just about dawn over the Normandy coast. The Germans also claim that seaborne forces landed in the Le Havre area. They also said that Allied warships were furiously bombarding the big German-held French port of Le Havre, which is just 100 miles west of Paris.
From the NBC newsroom in New York and in Washington, the National Broadcasting Company has brought its listeners a commentary on the German report of Allied landings in France. The commentaries by Robert St. John, Richard Harkness, and Morgan Beatty. The National Broadcasting Company will continue its network service throughout the remainder of the night in view of the important but so far unconfirmed reports from overseas. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
London Radio has just issued a warning from the Supreme Allied Commander advising the French people to leave the entire coastline of France. And here's another bulletin, also from London, which says, the German military commentator, Captain Ludwig Sartorius, made the first comment on the reported invasion today. He said, the great contest between the Reich and the Anglo-Americans has begun, which incidentally are not confirmed by the Allies, reports that German warships are fighting Allied landing ships around the Seine estuary just 80 miles from the South England coast, and that Allied paratroopers are being landed in France. That bulletin comes from the United Press.
The National Broadcasting Company will continue its network service throughout the remainder of the night. There'll be a full 5-minute period of news, so stay tuned to your NBC station for further details. We return you now to your regularly scheduled program.
From the NBC newsroom in New York, we are bringing you coverage of tonight's announcement from German radio stations and news agencies, the announcement that the Allied forces are making landings on the continent of Europe. There have been no efforts on the part of the Allied command to confirm or to deny these reports. Because of the importance of keeping the nation informed on the developments of the night, the National Broadcasting Company will continue to give service to its nationwide network of stations for the remainder of the night. Ordinarily, this is the hour when our stations sign off for the evening. We will continue transmission over the entire network of NBC's 146 affiliated stations. And now for a summary of the news tonight, here is NBC's former overseas reporter and commentator, Robert St. John.
Before we go into the German reports, let me tell you all that London has said so far. Not long ago, London radio warned the French people to leave the coastline to a depth of 22 miles and to keep off the roads, to avoid crowds, and to keep in the country and in the woods. That broadcast followed, by just a short time, another broadcast to the people of Holland, in which they were warned that if they lived within 18 miles of the coast, they should leave their homes and keep off the roads and the railroads and bridges. And then, from London, comes a bulletin which we can believe, a bulletin that Londoners were awakened in the early hours of this morning by the roar of planes. Londoners and the people on the coast of England saw the largest force of bombers and fighters ever to take the air, saw them sailing away across the Channel to Europe. And then here's a bulletin which says that Luxembourg radio has announced that Allied planes are over Germany. And now let's review what's happened so far. Shortly after midnight, 3 German news agencies began broadcasting reports that the Allies had started the invasion of northern France this morning. But, let me repeat, there is no confirmation of this from any Allied source so far. At this hour, it's impossible to know whether the enemy report is true or not. The first German report came shortly after midnight Eastern wartime. It told of German warships battling enemy landing barges at Le Havre, the French port at the mouth of the river Seine. This was followed quickly by a second German report that the invasion had begun with operations by Allied airborne troops and Allied ships around Le Havre. A series of bulletins from German sources then gave further alleged details. They said that Allied airborne troops were landing along the coast all the way from the mouth of the river Seine, where it empties into the English Channel, to the area of the Normandy Peninsula, which is approximately the Belgian coast. One German report said that Allied landings were being made in the area of the Somme River estuary, which is about midway along the French coast from the Seine mouth to the Belgian border. But let me emphasize that all this has been coming from the Germans. From the Allied side, there has been no announcement hinting at an invasion. One broadcast by the British told the French people that leaflets would be dropped warning them of which towns were to be raided, possibly 1 hour beforehand. The French were told that they would get all the instructions they needed from these leaflets. Strangely enough, while Berlin has been doing all this talking about invasion, insisting that this is D-Day, strangely enough, Paris radio has said nothing at all about this Allied invasion. Here's a bulletin from Washington which says the executive director of overseas broadcasting for OWI says, "We don't touch a thing unless and until it is announced officially." And nothing has been announced officially so far.
This report has come to you from Robert St. John in the NBC newsroom in New York. Ladies and gentlemen, the National Broadcasting Company is announcing to its stations over the country that the entire network will be kept open beyond our usual closing hour. We will continue broadcasting throughout the night. Stay tuned to your NBC station for complete coverage. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Berlin radio has just said that combined British-American landing operations against the western coast of Europe from the sea and air are stretching over the entire area between Cherbourg and Le Havre. Now, that's a distance of about 60 miles, but remember, there is no Allied confirmation of this report. And here's another bulletin from London, United Press. The German DNB agency said today in a broadcast, which is unconfirmed from Allied sources, that 6 heavy warships and 20 destroyers are lying before the Seine estuary off the coast of France. I presume that they mean Allied warships and Allied destroyers. And now here's a bulletin, an Allied bulletin, giving us details of that broadcast made a little earlier in the morning by a spokesman for General Dwight D. Eisenhower. This spokesman told the people in the broadcast, the people living on Europe's invasion coast, that a new phase of the Allied air offensive has started, and he warned them to move inland to a depth of 35 kilometers, or about 22 miles. Now, listen to the interesting wording of this set of instructions. Quote, "A new phase of the air offensive has started. It will affect the entire coastal zone situated not less than 35 kilometers inland from the French coast. People will be advised by special announcements dropped from Allied planes. The attack will take place not less than 1 hour later. As soon as the warning has been given, the following orders are to be followed. First, leave the town at once. Second, choose such a route out of town as to avoid the main road. Third, leave on foot, only carrying essentials. Fourth, go to the country at least 2 kilometers from town. Do not assemble in groups which might appear to be troop concentrations." The broadcast then advised the people to keep as far as possible away from roads and railroad lines and to take nothing with them which they could not carry personally. The spokesman concluded this broadcast to the people of Europe living along the invasion coast with the advice that those able to leave the 35-kilometer coastal belt should do so at once, adding that those who cannot leave now must do so when the Allies give warning. This is a special bulletin brought to you from the NBC newsroom in New York. This is Robert St. John in the NBC newsroom in New York. Ladies and gentlemen, we may be approaching a fateful hour. All night long, bulletins have been pouring in from Berlin claiming that D-Day is here, claiming that the invasion of Western Europe has begun. Let me read you several of the latest bulletins. One says that a report, unconfirmed by Allied sources, of course, says that heavy fighting is taking place between the Germans and invasion forces on the Normandy Peninsula, about 31 miles southwest. Another bulletin, also from Berlin radio and unconfirmed, says that British-American landing operations against the western coast of Europe from the sea and from the air, are stretching over the entire area between Cherbourg and Le Havre, a distance of about 60 miles. I repeat, there is no confirmation. And here's another bulletin just in. DNB, the German agency, says, this is unconfirmed, that the most important aerodromes in the area of the Normandy Peninsula of France have been wiped out. Now, I presume that means wiped out by the Allies. As you may have heard on earlier broadcasts, all three German news agencies have begun broadcasting these stories that the invasion is here. But there is no Allied confirmation as yet. The first report came out shortly after midnight, and since then we've been flooded with reports from Berlin. Paris radio, strangely enough, has not confirmed any of these reports. And now we have just been informed that we can expect in a very few seconds, a very important broadcast from the British capital. And so now we take you to London.
Expeditionary Force. The text of communique number 1 will be released to the press and radio of the United Nations in 10 seconds. Repeat, 10 seconds from now. Under the command of General Eisenhower, Allied naval forces, supported by strong air forces, began landing Allied armies this morning on the northern coast of France. The communique will be repeated. Under the command of General Eisenhower, Allied naval forces, supported by strong air forces, began landing Allied armies this morning on the northern coast of France. This ends the reading of communique number 1 from Supreme Headquarters, Allied Expeditionary Force.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is New York, NBC Newsroom again. Men and women of the United States, this is a momentous hour in world history. This is the invasion of Hitler's Europe, the 0 hour of the Second Front. The men of General Dwight Eisenhower are leaving their landing barges, fighting their way up the beaches into the fortress of Nazi Europe. They are moving in from the sea to attack the enemy under a mammoth cloud of fighter planes, under a ceiling of screaming shells from Allied warships. The first news flashes do not say, but a large proportion of this assault is believed to be in the hands of American men. They are making the attack side by side with the British Tommies who were bombed and blasted out of Europe at Dunkirk. Now, at this hour, they are bombing and blasting their way back again. This is the European front, once again being established in fire and blood, not only by the Americans and British, but by many allies in the fight against Axis aggression. This is the supreme test of Allied spirit and of Allied weapons. The world's greatest military undertaking is underway. Casualties in this mammoth operation, in the subsequent drive inland, may reach a dreadful toll. The German war machine is still powerful and is still strongly entrenched. Our invasion forces are on the offensive against Nazi troops who have been ordered to die rather than retreat. However, die or retreat they must, for this attack up the shores of Europe is being made with all the strength the Allied command can throw into battle. Eisenhower, the commander, has promised that his men will bring victory in Europe in 1944. The first aim of the Americans and the British will be to secure their beachheads, and then the capture or building of airfields so that our planes from European bases can carry on the task of blasting loose the enemy from his prepared positions farther back. That task now is assigned to our planes flying out of England right now. And you have already heard the flash that came from London. The flash, the official Allied announcement that the invasion of Western Europe has begun, that D-Day is here, that H hour has struck. Air power paved the way for this mighty assault in the West. Nazi targets have been hammered day and night in an offensive which has steadily grown in destructive violence. Thousands of planes each day have flown cross-channel up from Italy and Africa to tear up German gun emplacements which have been 4 years in the making. Airfields have been knocked out of operation, and the German Air Force, with its wings very badly clipped, has been based farther and farther inland, closer and closer to the German homeland itself. And now, let me go on a little bit more. These Allied air blows were methodically driven home to prepare the way for amphibious assault.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, for a special broadcast, we take you to London, England.
Wolf. 10 seconds. Stand by. 8 seconds. 5 seconds. Stand by. 3, 2.
The following is the order of the day issued today by General Eisenhower to each individual of the Allied Expeditionary Force. Soldiers, sailors, and airmen of the Allied Expeditionary Force. You are about to embark upon the great crusade toward which we have striven these many months. The eyes of the world are upon you. The hopes and prayers of liberty-loving people everywhere march with you. In company with our brave allies and brothers in arms on other fronts, you will bring about the destruction of the German war machine, the elimination of Nazi tyranny over the oppressed peoples of Europe, and security for ourselves in a free world. Your task will not be an easy one. Your enemy is well trained, well equipped, and battle hardened. He will fight savagely. But this is the year 1944. Much has happened since the Nazi triumphs of 1940-41. The United Nations have inflicted upon the Germans great defeat in open battle, man to man. Our air offensive has seriously reduced their strength in the air and their capacity to wage war on the ground. Our home fronts have given us an overwhelming superiority in weapons and munitions of war, and placed at our disposal great reserves of trained fighting men. The tide has turned. The free men of the world are marching together to victory. I have full confidence in your courage, devotion to duty, and skill in battle. We will accept nothing less than full victory. Good luck, and let us all beseech the blessing of Almighty God upon this great and noble undertaking. This order was distributed to assault elements after their embarkation. It was read by appropriate commanders to all other troops in the Allied Expeditionary Force. I return you now to the United States.
Broadcasters, is everyone taking the official program starting at 47? This is McCall speaking. Yes.
Got a stopwatch. Click this. Stick it in front of me. Good morning, everybody. We have just had the first communique from General Eisenhower's headquarters on the invasion. Here is its text. Under the command of General Eisenhower, Allied naval forces, supported by strong air forces, began landing Allied armies this morning on the northern coast of France. And we have also had the first order of the day, the one issued by General Eisenhower, wishing Godspeed to his troops as they left the shores of Britain for the shores of northern France. He told them that they were about to embark on the great crusade. He reminded them that the eyes of the world are upon them, that the hopes and prayers of liberty-loving people everywhere in the world are with you. He warned them that the task which they confront is not easy, that the enemy will fight savagely. And he urged upon them devotion to duty, perseverance in the task, and asked the blessing of God upon the great enterprise that the liberty-loving peoples of the world have undertaken this morning. The attack is against northern France. That much we have known as a result of the German bulletins which have been pouring in upon us all morning. It is only natural that the Germans should report first, since they are the objects of our attack, since they naturally feel its force before we feel prepared to announce it to the world. But now it is official. We know that the long delay, the anxious days and weeks through which we have all passed are over. The great adventure has begun. The final chapter in the history of the Second World War is being written. Here is what the Germans have told us thus far about the invasion. Early this morning, and I am now quoting the German bulletin, numerous landing craft and light warships were observed in the area between the mouth of the Seine and the eastern coast of Normandy. That is the northern part of France. It is north of the Channel to some extent, south of the Channel for part of the way. Remember that Gravelines, Calais, Boulogne are just about halfway between
5 seconds, stand by for a full broadcast.
Here is the text of a report sent to London by Herbert M. Clark for the networks of the United States. This is Herbert M. Clark in a takeoff report from an Allied expeditionary base. I don't have to explain what the takeoff is. When you hear this, you'll know that Allied forces have leaped the gap between the bases in the United Kingdom and the coast of France. We'll be there, and we'll be there to stay as you listen. As I write this, we're in an unnamed port on an unnamed coast, one of the quirks of military security. But it's a funny thing about security. A week ago in London, I was in a state of constant irritation with security censorship. It was obvious from German radio reports that the Nazis knew things we knew but couldn't say. Since then, I've been living and eating and sleeping aboard the flagship of an Allied assault force, one of the several which are going to hit the Hun where he hurts most. And I find that Jerry knows less than he said he did. Since I've been here, we've had exactly one air alarm, and that not a raid or even a determined reconnaissance. And I also find that I don't object so much to security. My loyalty and responsibility to you back home is overridden by loyalty and responsibility to the soldiers on this boat and the sailors who are carrying them to the beachhead. That objective is also, for the moment, unidentifiable, because the place we've picked for our main landing is one Jerry hadn't figured on. And I don't want to be the one to tell him that our sector is the one where his counterattack should go. The Nazis have been badly outguessed on this whole show. He's going to be surprised by the direction of the attack, and he's going to get a shock by the timing. The master race has fallen down again. I'm treating all this in the past tense as though it had already happened. Maybe that's a mistake, but it's a reflection of the overwhelming confidence of the troops involved and the confidence I've drawn from the tremendous scale of the preparations. We haven't yet moved from our anchorage, but all morning this coastal strip has been full of movement. Ladies and gentlemen, I will digress to say that the next few sentences will be semi-English. That script has been censored. There are ships in the task forces which are striking, British, Canadian, and American. They range from big troop carriers and supply ships down to landing craft. Other vessels, landing craft, which make most of the journey, piggyback on bigger ships, are in the fleet. Now I admit that I can't conceive of a fleet of ships myself, but I do know that's as far as I can see from the bridge of this ship. Others are dotting the water thickly, and I can see about 30 square miles of water. Well, ships, I'm told, half the force. Double it, and you'll have the whole. And they're all loaded with fighting men and fighting weapons, some of them still secret. For some hours, the vanguard of our force assigned to deal with specific coastal objectives in our sector of Nazi Europe, and landing craft lumbering through a choppy sea so slowly that they must start well ahead of time to get to their assigned places at their appointed times. These ships have been moving out. I'm speaking to shore by the last available channel of communication. We'll be following those ships soon, and I hope to be back with you before long with some harder facts. This is Herbert Clark reporting from the flagship of an Allied assault invasion force for the networks of the United States. I return you now to the United States.
This is Robert St. John in the NBC newsroom in New York. An announcement has just been made by Supreme Allied Headquarters in London. It says, it is announced that General B.L. Montgomery is in command of the Army Group carrying out the assault. That is, the assault on France. This Army Group includes British, Canadian, and American forces. Many of these troops, of course, storming the first barriers on the road to Rome, to Berlin, probably are American, Yanks from the farms of the Middle West, from the plains of the cow country, and from the streets of New York, and from the deep South. One estimate was that perhaps 70% of Eisenhower's invasion force would be American, with the British and the Canadians and the men of the other United Nations furnishing the balance. This estimate was based on the fact that Britain lacked the reserves in her home islands to send an equal number of men into the assault. Because the invasion of Europe is primarily an American invasion, it is commanded by Dwight Eisenhower of Kansas, with, as I just told you, British General Montgomery in command of the Army Group carrying out the actual assault. At least 4 million Americans are on the fighting fronts overseas, and a large proportion of them have been concentrated in the British Isles. In the vast movements overseas, which began a short time after Pearl Harbor, brought us into the war. Both here at home and along the coasts of England, American troops have been trained under actual battle conditions for D-Day, H-hour, which has now actually arrived. Recently, they completed a large-scale rehearsal for invasion over there in Britain, a rehearsal during which they went ashore with naval guns thundering overhead, with aerial bombs exploding in...
And once again, ladies and gentlemen, for a special report, we take you to London.
This is the last alerting announcement. In 10 seconds, the broadcast will be made from Supreme Headquarters, Allied Expeditionary Force.
This is Supreme Headquarters, Allied Expeditionary Force. In a moment, you will hear the Supreme Commander, General Dwight D. Eisenhower. His statement will be followed by other messages to the peoples of the countries on the western coast of Europe, which are occupied by the enemy. The Supreme Commander, Allied Expeditionary Force, General Dwight D. Eisenhower.
People of Western Europe. A landing was made this morning on the coast of France by troops of the Allied Expeditionary Force. This landing is part of the concerted United Nations plan for the liberation of Europe, made in conjunction with our great Russian allies. I have this message for all of you. Although the initial assault may not have been made in your own country, the hour of your liberation is approaching. All patriots, men and women, young and old, have a part to play in the achievement of final victory. To members of resistance movements, whether led by nationals or by outside leaders, I say, follow the instructions you have received. To patriots who are not members of organized resistance groups, so continue your passive resistance, but do not needlessly endanger your lives. Wait until I give you the signal to rise and strike the enemy. The day will come when I shall need your united strength. Until that day, I call on you for the hard task of discipline and restraint. Citizens of France, I am proud to have again under my command the gallant forces of France. Fighting beside their allies, they will play a worthy part in the liberation of their homeland. Because the initial landing has been made on the soil of your country, I repeat to you with even greater emphasis my message to the peoples of other occupied countries in Western Europe. Follow the instructions of your leaders. A premature uprising of all Frenchmen may prevent you from being of maximum help to your countries in a critical hour. Be patient. Prepare. As Supreme Commander of the Allied Expeditionary Force, there is imposed on me the duty and responsibility of taking all measures necessary to the prosecution of the war. Prompt and willing obedience to the orders that I shall issue is essential. Effective civil administration of France must be provided by Frenchmen. All persons must continue in their present duties unless otherwise instructed. Those who have made common cause with the enemy and so betrayed their country will be released. When France is liberated from her oppressors, you yourselves will choose your representatives and the government under which you wish to live. In the course of this campaign for the final defeat of the enemy, we may sustain further loss and damage. Tragic though they may be, they are part of the price of victory. I assure you that I shall do all in my power to mitigate your hardship. I know that I can count on your steadfastness now, no less than in the past. To the heroic deeds of Frenchmen who have continued to struggle against the Nazis and their vicious satellites in France and throughout the French Empire have been an example and an inspiration to all of us. This landing is but the opening phase of the campaign in Western Europe. Great battles lie ahead. I call upon all who love freedom to stand with us now. Keep your faith staunch. Our arms are resolute. Together we shall achieve victory.
You have just heard the Supreme Commander, General Dwight D. Eisenhower.
It has just been announced that General de Gaulle has arrived in England. He will broadcast a message to the people of France later in the day. You will next hear the King of Norway, His Majesty King Håkon VII.
Landsmenn, som det i den store patriotiske forsamling, som har taget sigte på frigøring af Europas undertrykte folk, er krigen fra vest, der går ind i en ny fase. Denne melding har vi alle modtaget med dyb taknemmelighed og glæde, fordi den indebærer vidsheden om, at de allierede styrker nu har ført os et godt stykke længere frem på vejen mod sejren og friheden. I glæden over denne udvikling må ikke vores håb gå til nogen forhastet eller uoverlagt handling, men i tiden fremover bliver det af en endnu større betydning end før og lægge fjenden alle tænkelige hindringer i vejen. Det må ske på en slik måde, så ikke ved uforsigtighed udleverer sig selv eller andre. Medlemmerne af de organisationer, som samarbejder med de allieredes militære autoriteter, står i dertil. De har fået sine bestemte opgaver at løse, og de vil få nye ordre. De vil udføre dem i fuldstændig kald, og når de trænger skjulested, eller magt, eller lignende hjælp, vil de altid på dem. Også på den måde kan mange uskyldige komme til at yde en ny værdifuld indsats i frihedskampen. Jeg og min regering sender en varm hilsen til alle landsmænd, som står rank på sin post, og som offervilligt og tillidsfuldt ser fremme mod stadig mere krævende opgaver. De allierede styrkers overkommanderende vil på enhver tid sige fra, om hvad han venter af alle, som står under hans kommando, og gennem kringkastning eller på anden måde vil vort folk virkelig og stå i kontakt med sin konstitution.
You are listening to the voice of King Haakon of Norway.
Vi hylder de offer, zo nauw ik ooit door de kamp. Op uw vrienden, de trappen, met de dames de unsten. Die wil, dat u ikke besvikte wordt dit. Og vi lover, at vi aldrig vil svigte dem. Landsmænd, hold sammen og vær beredt. Leve de forenede nationers sejr, leve frihed.
Here is a translation of King Håkon's message to the people of Norway.
Fellow countrymen, as a link of the great strategic plan which aims at liberating the oppressed people of Europe, the war in the West has today entered a new phase. We have all received this news with a profound feeling of joy and satisfaction, as we realize that Allied forces have thereby carried us a good way further on the road to victory and liberation. Heartened by these developments, our people must not allow their enthusiasm to lead them into premature or unpremeditated acts. From now on, however, it will be of even greater importance than heretofore to hinder and impede the enemy by all subtle and covert means that do not expose yourself or others. This order does not apply to organized resistance groups who are in touch with the Allied military authorities. They have been given their special orders, and they will receive further orders. These they will carry out in the knowledge that if they are in need of a hiding place, or food, or any other help, they will always find it. In this way also, many of you will be able quietly to take an effective part in the battle for freedom. I and my government warmly salute all compatriots who stand firm at their posts and who look forward to ever more exacting tasks in a spirit of self-sacrifice and confidence. The Supreme Allied Commander will at all times keep you informed about what is expected of everyone under his command. And over the radio and by other means, our people will continue to be in close contact with their constitutional authorities. We salute the forces which have now gone into battle. Our thoughts and warmest wishes go with them. We know that they will not fail us, and we promise never to fail them. Fellow countrymen, keep together and be prepared. Long live the cause of the United Nations. Long live the cause of freedom. That ends the translation of King Håkon's statement. Communique number 1, issued by Supreme Headquarters, Allied Expeditionary Force, will now be repeated.
Under the command of General Eisenhower, Allied naval forces, supported by strong air forces, began landing Allied armies this morning on the northern coast of France.
You will now have the Prime Minister of the Netherlands, His Excellency Professor Brandy.
Mannen en vrouwen van Nederland. Nu het grote ogenblik gekomen is waarop de geallieerde strijdkrachten tot een machtige aanval zijn overgegaan vanuit het westen, heb ik enkele zeer ernstige woorden tot u te zeggen. Ik verzoek u hiernaar met de grootst mogelijke aandacht te luisteren en mijn woorden met inachtneming van alle noodzakelijke veiligheidsmaatregelen door te geven aan de betrouwbare landgenoten die niet in de gelegenheid waren naar mij te luisteren. Landgenoten, nu de geallieerde motorslag neerkomt op Hitler's Atlantic Wall, gaat door ons allen een siddering van ontroering. Onze mannen van leger, vloot, luchtmacht en koopvaardij hebben de taak te vervullen welke aan hen door de militairen opperbevelhebber is toebedeeld. In de harten van ons allen steeg de dringende bede op tot den Almachtige om hulp en bijstand in deze voor ons zo rechtvaardige strijd. In nauw overleg met de geallieerde opperbevelhebber geef ik u daarom de volgende orders, waaraan ik verwacht dat iedere Nederlander die van goede wille is, zich zal houden. Mijn orders richten zich niet tot die speciale verzetsgroepen die hun eigen orders hebben ontvangen en daaraan gevolg zullen geven. Ik richt mijn instructies tot hen die niet lid zijn van die speciale verzetsgroepen. 1. Hij zal geen daden van gewelddadig openlijk verzet plegen. Het zou den wreden vijand slechts de gelegenheid bieden represailles te nemen, veel en veel bloediger dan ooit tevoren. 2. Zij die redeneren dat ze gaarne hun leven veil hebben en zich dus niet willen laten weerhouden van iedere vorm van directe hulpverlening, zij op het hart gebonden dat de represailles zich zouden uitstrekken over vele onschuldigen. Wij kennen den Duitser. En ik herhaal dus met klem, geen gewelddadig openlijk verzet. 3. Wat daarentegen wel geschieden moet is, overal waar onzichtbaar en onherkenbaar actief verzet mogelijk is, moet het onverbiddelijk worden geboden. 4. Daarnaast dient hij alles na te laten wat een vijand van enig direct of indirect voordeel zou kunnen zijn. 5. De vijand zal geen enkel middel verzuimen om u te provoceren of te misleiden. Wees overal waar gij staat op uw hoede. Luister alleen naar de aanwijzingen die wij van hieruit geven. 6. Zodra van u een krachtiger actie wordt verwacht, zal dit op een onmiskenbare wijze van hieruit worden duidelijk gemaakt. Nederlanders, bid met ons om de zegen. Leve het vaderland.
Here is a translation of the statement just made by the Prime Minister of the Netherlands.
Men and women of the Netherlands, now that the great moment has arrived and the Allied forces have started the mighty attack from the west, I have some very solemn words to say to you. I request you to listen with the greatest possible attention and, with due observance of all necessary security measures, to pass on my words to trustworthy compatriots who have not been in a position to listen to me. Fellow countrymen, now that the Allied sledgehammer blow is falling on Hitler's Atlantic wall, we are all thrilled with emotion. Our men of the Army, the Navy, the Air Force, and the Merchant Navy have to fulfill the task allotted to them by the military commander-in-chief. In the hearts of all of us rises the urgent prayer to the Almighty for help and assistance in what is for us so righteous a struggle. In close deliberation with the Allied High Command, I therefore give you the following orders, which I expect every Dutchman of goodwill to keep. These orders do not apply to those organized resistance groups who have received their orders and who will obey them. It is to those who are not members of organized resistance groups that I address these instructions. 1. You will not perpetrate any acts of violent, open resistance. It would only offer the cruel enemy an opportunity to take far bloodier reprisals than ever before. 2. Those true reason that they are ready to sacrifice their life and therefore do not wish to refrain from any form of direct assistance, are urged to consider that the reprisals would extend to a great many innocent people. We know the Germans. And I therefore request, with emphasis, no violent open resistance. 3. This, however, must be done. Wherever invisible and unrecognizable passive resistance is possible, it must be inexorably forthcoming. 4. Apart from this, you must refrain from any act which might be of any direct or indirect advantage to the enemy. 5. The enemy will not fail to employ any means of provoking or deceiving. Wherever you go, wherever you may be, watch your own behavior. Listen, all of you, to the instructions which we give you from here. 6. As soon as more forceful action is required of you, this will be made clear from here in unmistakable fashion. Dutchmen, pray with us for victory. Long live the fatherland. That ends the translation of the statement made by the Prime Minister of the Netherlands. You will next hear the Prime Minister of Belgium, His Excellency, Monsieur Hubert Pierlot.
Mes chers compatriotes, l'heure attendue par vous est proche. Les opérations préliminaires pour la libération de l'Europe ont commencé. Cet assaut initial est l'annonce certaine de votre délivrance. Vous allez vivre des jours difficiles, dans une attente anxieuse. C'est le moment de montrer une fois de plus les qualités de discipline et de maîtrise de vous-même dont vous avez donné tant d'exemples depuis 4 ans. La première règle à suivre sera de modérer votre impatience. La seconde, de ne pas vous laisser tromper par les excitations perfides de l'ennemi et de ne pas vous laisser engager dans des actions prématurées qui ne pourraient avoir pour résultat que de terribles représailles. Les Alliés vous sont reconnaissants de la magnifique résistance que vous avez montrée sous l'oppression allemande et le gouvernement est convaincu que vous ferez tout ce qui est possible pour contribuer à détraquer la machine de guerre de l'ennemi. Le succès final de l'effort militaire aujourd'hui commencé dépend en grande partie de la force que vous conserverez pour le moment décisif. Vous souhaiteriez que nous vous demandions tout de suite tout l'effort dont vous êtes capable. Mais une résistance organisée, déjà en possession de ses consignes, et le sabotage clandestin sont maintenant plus utiles. À tous les patriotes, je dis, obéissez avec une discipline complète à tous les ordres qui vous seront donnés par le commandement suprême allié et par votre gouvernement. Mais soyez attentifs à discerner les fausses consignes qui pourraient être lancées par l'ennemi. Ne croyez pas les rumeurs non contrôlées. La seule façon de vérifier l'authenticité des nouvelles est de vous assurer qu'elles sont transmises par les stations de télégraphie sans fil des Alliés. Par-dessus tout, méfiez-vous des agents provocateurs. Le moment du suprême combat n'est pas encore venu. Lorsqu'il aura sonné, vous en serez avertis par le commandement allié et par votre gouvernement. L'on vous dira alors clairement ce que l'on attend de vous. Utilisez cette période intermédiaire pour perfectionner vos organisations afin qu'au moment voulu,
leur action soit pleinement efficace. Dans les souffrances accrues qui marqueront peut-être la dernière phase de la guerre,
while you were listening to the leaders of the refugee governments in London talking to their own people, a few hours after the start of the invasion, some important bulletins have been coming in. Let me read you several of them before we go back to London. The German news agency NBC has just said in a broadcast that Anglo-American troops were reinforced at dawn at the mouth of the River Seine in the Le Havre area. And here's another one. German radio says that fierce fighting between Nazis and Allied forces is taking place 10 miles inland from the Normandy coast. 10 miles inland. Allied progress has been rapid so far. Already, apparently, our forces have pierced Allied defenses to a depth of 10 miles. And now back to London.
This first assault is the certain signal for your deliverance. You are going to undergo difficult days in a period of anxious waiting. This is the time to show once again those qualities of discipline and self-control which for 4 years you have so often displayed. The first rule for you to follow is to moderate your impatience. The second is not to let yourselves be fooled by any of the enemy's treacherous provocations, and not to let yourselves be embroiled in any premature action which could result in terrible reprisals. The Allies are grateful to you for the magnificent resistance that you have shown under German oppression. And the government is convinced that you will do everything possible to contribute to the overthrow of the German war machine. The final success of the military undertaking which began today depends largely on the strength that you can serve for the decisive moment. You naturally want us to demand of you immediately all the effort of which you are capable. But the organized resistance, which already has its orders, and clandestine sabotage are at this moment of more use. To all patriots, I say, obey with complete discipline all the orders given you by the Supreme Allied Command and by your government. But be on the alert for false orders which might be issued by the enemy. Do not believe uncontrolled rumors. The only way to check the genuineness of any news is to make sure it is issued from Allied radio stations. Above all, trust agent provocateur. The moment of supreme combat has not yet come. When it does, you will be warned of it by the Allied command and by your government. You will then be clearly told what is expected of you. Use the period that intervenes to perfect your organizations so that at the desired moment, their action may be fully effective. In the increased suffering, which perhaps will mark the last phase of the war, all Belgians must, more than ever before, show their devotion to each other and use all resources still available to relieve the suffering of those most sorely tried. The watchwords we send you are courage, discipline, unity, and confidence. That ends the translation of the Belgian Prime Minister's statement.
Communique number 1. Issued from Supreme Headquarters, Allied Expedition Reports, will now be repeated.
Under the command of General Eisenhower, Allied naval forces, supported by strong air forces, began landing Allied armies this morning on the northern coast of France.
This concludes the broadcast from Supreme Headquarters, Allied Expedition Report.
This is the Home and Overseas Service of the BBC.
You have been listening listening to a broadcast from London. During that broadcast, leaders of the refugee governments in London have been talking to their own people in Europe, talking to them just a few hours after the start of the Allied invasion. They have been giving them instructions on how to help the Allied armies, instructions against getting panicky, against crowding the roads, instructions to get away from the beaches as soon as possible. And while that broadcast was going on, bulletins have been coming in to our NBC newsroom here in New York.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we pause briefly for station identification.
Your station is WEAF, New York.
During the course of the last hour or so, on these broadcasts that we've been hearing from London, you have heard a statement by General Dwight Eisenhower, the Supreme Commander of this great operation which has begun in the early hours of the morning. You have heard a statement in which General Eisenhower has addressed the people of Western Europe. In that statement, he said, a landing was made this morning on the coast of France by troops of the Allied Expeditionary Force. He repeated that statement several times in the course of his statement. A landing was made this morning on the coast of France, and German radio stations admit that our troops are now 10 miles inside Europe. That apparently means, as I said a minute ago, that we have broken the first German defense line. We've pierced a hole in it. We are 10 miles inside the fortress of Europe, that wall of steel and concrete which Hitler boasted could never be broken. But it apparently has already been broken. And now, here is another statement by General Eisenhower, an order of the day to his soldiers, in which he told them that they are embarking on a great crusade, a crusade which he said must and will end in victory. The commander warned his men that they are facing a very tough and a very well-prepared enemy, but he told them that victory would be theirs, the victory they've been preparing for and working for and striving for so many months over there in England.
Now, for the first eyewitness report of action along the channel by NBC's own battle reporter, Wright Bryan, we again take you overseas.
This is Wright Bryan speaking from London. In the first hour of D-Day by British double summer time, or a little more than an hour before D-Day began by Greenwich Mean Time, the first spearhead of Allied forces for the liberation of Europe landed by parachute in northern France. In the navigator's dome in the flight deck of a C-47, I rode across the English Channel with the first group of planes from Troop Carrier Command to take our fighting men into Europe. Just before we left French soil for the return trip to England, I watched from the rear door of our plane, named the Snooty, as 17 American paratroopers, led by Lieutenant Colonel, jumped with their arms, ammunition, and equipment into German-occupied France. Our group, at the head of the leading wing from the U.S. 9th Air Force's Troop Carrier Command, was met with only scattering small arms fire from the fields, which were dark and quiet as we entered enemy territory. As we headed back towards the English coast, we saw tracers arching through the air behind us and a steady parade of Allied planes moving out over the course we had just navigated to strengthen the ground forces we had left below. In the channel below us, we could see a few ships, but could not be certain whether they were part of the armada carrying Allied soldiers to the beaches for attacks which were quickly following the first landings of airborne troops which I had witnessed. For 2 days, I had been living with the Troop Carrier Squadron commanded by Major Clement G. Richardson of Salinas, California. His combat crews had been fully briefed as to their initial mission, the course they would fly, and all procedures they would follow. From the moment this briefing began, the combat crews lived apart from the ground personnel of their base, with barbed wire surrounding their quarters and guards protecting them from any contact with outside persons. All day Monday, they watched the weather, After an early supper, they broke up into small groups for volleyball games in their small recreation area. In the early evening, Major Richardson returned from a conference with Lieutenant Colonel Donaldson of Birmingham, Alabama, commanding this lead group. As Major Richardson came within the barbed wire enclosure of his own squadron, he blew a long, shrill blast on his whistle. The pilots, co-pilots, navigators, and radio men clustered around him. "Come into the briefing room," he said. There he stood in front of a large-scale map on which the course was plotted. As quickly as his men were all in the room, Major Richardson said, "Do you know your stuff?" There was no word of dissent spoken. Said Major Richardson, "Get your stuff and report to the operations room immediately. I'm going down to the colonel to get the weather report. I think this is it. Good luck." The crews began to file out of the room, but Major Richardson stopped them. "You want to get back, don't you?" he asked. There was a quick murmur of assent. "Then, damn it, get in there and fight." The crews piled in their trucks to go first to the operations office and then to the line where their planes were drawn up and ready to go. As they moved towards the airport proper, they passed long columns of airborne troops, trudging slowly under their full loads of battle equipment from the bivouac area where they had been camped awaiting this day toward the planes which would carry them into battle. General Eisenhower had visited this camp during the afternoon, quietly passing among the men and chatting with them, asking them names and their homes and their jobs. Outside the door of each C-47, the soldiers assembled and checked their equipment, while ground crews and combat crews gave the planes a final tuning up. Heavily laden transport planes began taxiing along in long procession toward the runway. As the first squadron, commanded by Lieutenant Colonel David Daniel of Birmingham, Alabama, began to take off, the planes rushing in swift succession down the runway, Lieutenant General Lewis H. Brereton, the 9th Air Force commander, moved up and down the line of planes, giving the thumbs-up sign to his crews. Meantime, the paratroopers had adjusted their packs, donned their May vests and chutes, and climbed into the planes. Each was so heavily loaded that he had to be pushed from behind and pulled from above to get up the steps into the plane. In our plane, Lieutenant Colonel Robert Cole of San Antonio, Texas, the senior officer aboard, moved quietly up and down the passenger compartment, speaking to each man and asking if he had everything he needed. As the men settled in their bucket seats, Colonel Cole said, "The doc is going to give you some pills to guard against air sickness. Make yourselves as comfortable as you can. Better try to sleep a little." Quiet settled in the planes. These men had done their talking. Now they were grim and silent. The soldier sitting farthest forward on the port side, Private Robert C. Hillman of Manchester, Connecticut, said, "I know my chute's okay because my mother checked it. She worked in the Pioneer Parachute Company in our town, and her job is giving the final once-over to all chutes they manufacture." On the flight deck of our plane, the Snooty, Lieutenant John E. Peters of Chicago, the pilot, and Lieutenant B.E. Maxwell of Clave, Michigan, muttered soft curses as their motors were slow to start after a long pause on the taxi strip. But when the engines did turn over, they droned steadily and powerfully. Almost before we knew it, we were trundling along past the operations buildings and the control tower, where all the ground personnel of the base were standing. Some held thumbs up. Some made the V sign. Some waved. It was like the takeoff of a big mission from a bomber station, only more so. This was the first combat mission for this outfit, and everyone on the base knew that this was the day. Our ship was leading the second section of the second squadron in the first group. As we picked up speed on the long runway, I stood between the pilot and co-pilot and watched formation lights of the ships ahead of us slowly, almost imperceptibly climbing, then gradually swinging into wide circles. "This thing is really loaded down," said Pilot Pete, and as we became airborne, you could almost feel the sturdy transport strengthening its muscles and shouldering its burden. Then, foot by foot, almost inch by inch, rising above the fields and trees of southern England. As our squadron fell into its formation, 3 Vs of 3 ships each in the first section and 3 Vs of 3 ships each in the second section, which we were leading, the preceding squadron was already circling the home field, now gaining altitude more rapidly. Other squadrons followed us. Soon the entire group was in the air. All about us and below us was such a glimmering fabric of lights as I had not seen in the 8 months I had been in blacked-out England. 4 times we circled the field, its runways and perimeter outlined in sparkling white lights. Through the sky, formation lights of the planes strung out almost to the limit of vision, looking for all the world like holiday decorations stretching down the length of any American main street. As the long procession straightened out on its pre-established course toward the shore of the English Channel, signal lights blinked and navigators checked their speed and direction with the pilots and began their continuous plotting of position. As we headed toward the coast, the bulky transports silhouetted against the sky as they gently undulated in the prop wash of their companions. Reaching the first point for change of course, our plane blinked its signal light, and Pete said to his co-pilot, "Want to take it now, Maxie?" And Maxie took over the controls. "Right on course, and we're 1 minute early," reported Navigator Robert E. Taylor of Altoona, Pennsylvania. At that moment, I left the glass blister in the forward roof of the fuselage, sometimes called the astral globe, sometimes called the navigating dome, from which I had been watching the formations about me, too fascinated to feel the weight of the flak suit, which, like all crew members, I was wearing, or the steel helmet which I was pressing against the ceiling. Down the long passenger cabin, I walked to see how the paratroopers were riding. More than half of them had taken their colonel's advice and were dozing with their heads back against the wall and their feet stretched out in front of them. The others were sitting silently, except for 2 or 3 who talked among themselves in whispers. By the open rear door, Colonel Cole waited and said, "It's cold back here with the wind whipping in." I had been perspiring in the crew's cabin up front, but back where the colonel sat, I was glad I wore heavy clothing. More signal lights blinked as we crossed the coast of England and pushed out across the channel. The sea was calm, its steely grayness blending in the half-light with the dingier gray of the horizon. But soon the moon brightened the water and made the ripples below us twinkle. The ship on our wing, its heavy fuselage outlined against the water, but its wings obscured from my angle of vision, looked, but for the high tail fin, like a giant whale rising and falling in the easy swells. Halfway across the channel, planes one by one switched out their formation lights. "Where's all this fighter protection we were going to have?" muttered the pilot. We had not seen a plane outside our own formations, but the fighters must have done their work well, for there was no sign of enemy aircraft about. "Tiny, tell the colonel it's 30 minutes until jump time," yelled Pilot Pete. And the fat, husky crew chief, Staff Sergeant Richard A. Eberly of Indianapolis, whose father is a major in the Air Corps, shouldered his way back to give the word to Colonel Cole. And then, turning my eyes from the occasional lights and flares which glowed on the Channel Islands, I looked straight ahead and caught my first glimpse of the coast of France. I had never visited the continent of Europe in peacetime, and I was waiting for invasion day to visit it in wartime. The pilot and the co-pilot, too, were seeing this coast for the first time. None of us spoke, but each looked at the other. The navigation had been perfect. We could see the beach ahead of us precisely at the point we had studied it on maps, on aerial photographs, and on carefully modeled relief maps. The moon was almost full. Clouds were riding occasionally in front of it, but visibility was excellent. As our strong ship Snooty crossed above the breakers into the air of France, we plunged into a bank of cloud or fog and lost sight of the planes around us. For a matter of 2 or 3 minutes, we were flying formation on instruments. Then we emerged into clear moonlight, and below the rear door of the plane, almost close enough, it seemed, to step out without a parachute. The small fields looked peaceful with their orderly hedgerows. It almost seemed you could see the furrows. Now the paratroopers were on their feet, each adjusting his packs and snapping his ripcord over the static line, a cable which ran along the center of the cabin ceiling so that each chute would open automatically as its wearer jumped through the door. "You all set?" asked the colonel. "Get this thing hooked for me," he said, as he took his own place closest to the door. The jump lights, a small bank of signal lamps, were gleaming beside the door. They blinked as the pilot threw his switch, and before I could look up, they began jumping. I wanted to know how long it would take the 18 men to jump. I tried to count 101, 102, 103 to estimate the number of seconds. Before I had counted to 10 seconds, may have been 11 or 12, but no more, our passengers had left us, all but one of them. The paratroopers shoved each other so swiftly and heavily towards the open door that they jolted against the door frame. One man among the last half dozen hit the rear of the door so heavily that he was thrown into the back of the cabin and dazed. The men behind shoved him aside and went on jumping. Before the unhappy soldier could get to his feet, our plane was well past the drop zone, and in a matter of minutes it was back over the water and setting a course for home. It was too late, and that soldier had to return with us. He was unconsolable. He thought his comrades might think him yellow. The plane crew assured him that they would think no such thing, but he sat moody and glum all the way back and appealed for lonely instructions when he returned. As soon as I had watched the jumps from the rear door, I ran back to the front of the ship and looked straight back from the glass dome. Tiny streams of tracer bullets were curving upward from the ground, but they were well behind us. One of the pilots in our squadron had unwittingly left on his formation lights, and the tracers came closest to his wingtips. But we saw nothing that looked like heavy ack-ack except in the far distance. Our course had been well plotted and navigated to avoid the known German batteries. We were over France only 11 minutes. With our ships lightened by unloading their cargo, we picked up speed and streaked for home. Behind us, we could still see the tracers and an occasional flare. Below, a few more ships, but we couldn't tell just what they were. The Battle of Europe had begun, and our squadron had delivered the first Allied foot soldiers to their scene of action. This is right, Brian. This is right, Brian, in London, returning you to New York.
You have just been listening to NBC's war correspondent, Wright Bryan, the first man to come back from the invasion and make a report to America by air. Wright Bryan is from NBC's WSB in Atlanta, Georgia. He is also managing editor of the Atlanta Journal. And now here's a bulletin from Washington. Headquarters of the European Theater of Operations reports to the U.S. War Department that Allied aircraft covering the invasion are hitting any target which has any bearing on the strength of the armies at the front.
Ladies and gentlemen, the National Broadcasting Company has brought you the news to the moment. There'll be more news of vital importance to the world tonight, so stay tuned to your NBC station. Now, while we await further transmissions from overseas, we invite you to listen to the Star-Spangled Banner. Ladies and gentlemen, our national anthem. Now we pause briefly for station identification.
WEAF, New York.
NBC further covers the news. At this time, ladies and gentlemen, we bring you the Dean of News Commentators, H.V. Kaltenborn.
We have already had a description of the first landings on French soil by American paratroopers. That tells us that the first spearhead paratroops landed approximately 15 miles from the coast of France. The plane carrying this spearhead was over France only 11 minutes, which would give them the opportunity of getting in approximately that distance. That agrees with all the other things that we have heard with regard to these early operations, for we have already had news that we are fighting the enemy some 10 miles from the French coast. That fighting, obviously, is not being carried on by troops that have landed from barges, but is carried on by the large number of paratroopers which have already been landed on the French coast, presumably in the vicinity of the mouth of the Seine, since, according to all reports from Germany that we have had thus far, some of the heaviest fighting is going on in that area. That is only natural, since our first operation would be destined to seize for the Allied forces one of the larger ports of France in order that our ships, our heavy ships, could get in to suitable landing facilities. Le Havre is the largest, best port in northern France, and it is only natural that it would be our objective, in spite of the fact that it is approximately 80 miles from the British coast instead of the shorter 20-mile distance directly across the channel. Wright Bryan from London has just given us a description of how these first paratroopers, crossing over in their aerial transports, jumped out of the plane. He gave us a dramatic description of how 17 out of the 18 men jumped, and one who struck the door as he started to make the jump was dazed, and before he had recovered, the plane had passed the appointed place of landing, and consequently he could not drop. Only scattering small arms fire met these first planes. That is an indication that the Germans were not ready with anti-aircraft fire at all points along the coast, for obviously small arms fire is not likely to be effective against planes. There was a steady parade of these planes. We know that many, many thousands of paratroopers have been ready for D-Day, and all the paratroopers are likely to be thrown into action in the early hours, since they must pave the way for the landings that are to be made from barges. They must cut the communications. They must attempt to seize an airfield, for the seizure of an airfield is one of the first operations that are undertaken by paratroops, since if we once have one airfield, we can then make direct landings of troops in large numbers with gliders. We can establish an invasion center in the interior, and we are then prepared for the rapid development of the real invasion operations. There were no German fighter planes in sight as these first paratroopers approached. That is an indication of the extent to which our men, our flyers, have succeeded in eliminating German aerial opposition. That, too, is of good omen, for at the moment we are fairly sure that German aerial might will not be equal to meeting the crisis that faces them at this particular moment. We know from the broadcast of the Prime Minister of Belgium that Belgium is probably not to be invaded immediately. He warned against resistance, said that supreme combat for the Belgians has not yet arrived. We know that because of the landings made at various points, that the invasion is on a very large scale. We will have constant developments minute by minute from now on.
Thank you, Mr. Kaltenborn. And now we hear from another of NBC's reporters overseas. Here is John Vandercook speaking from London.
Announcement has just been made that the invasion of Western Europe has begun. The feints and diversions promised by Winston Churchill and hinted at by the military experts have now been relegated to the limbo of dead words. 4 million people will say today, this is really it. This is the Queen's move, straight across the board. The astronomical numbers of planes that for weeks past have been pulverizing rod by rod and yard by yard. Every German position from literally the beginning of shallow water to far within the hinterland of France have now, with close naval support, been followed by the paratroopers, the landing boats, the infantry. Beachhead is a narrow term. By all present indications, General Eisenhower and his field commander, the great Montgomery of Egypt and North Africa, have attacked along miles of the French coast. The textbook pattern of invasion, and this, of course, is the most massive such operation in all human history, calls for the early possession by the attacker of good seaports. The purpose of that is clear. A major offensive against an enemy-held coast requires, swiftly after its commencement, the possession by the initiators of the attack of harbors capable of the unloading of far weightier materiel than can be put ashore even by the incredibly versatile and numerous amphibian landing craft. That is probably an essential part of the Allied plan, as it is now being put in practice. Be sure of it, we are moving with the weight of mountains. In his order of the day issued to each man in the Allied Expeditionary Force, General Dwight Eisenhower calls this mighty mission the Great Crusade. He adds, the eyes of the world are upon you. The hopes and prayers of liberty-loving people everywhere march with you. General Eisenhower makes this solemn promise. In company with our brave allies and brothers in arms on other fronts, you will bring about the destruction of the German war machine, the elimination of Nazi tyranny over the oppressed people of Europe, and security for ourselves in a free world. And the Supreme Commander warns, the enemy will fight savagely. He is well-trained, well-equipped, and battle-hardened. The final words of the General's orders have the lift that at this hour in England has raised every heart. I have full confidence in your courage, devotion to duty, and skill in battle. We will accept nothing less than full victory. Good luck. And let us all beseech the blessing of Almighty God upon this great and noble undertaking. American, British, and Canadian forces under the direct command of General Bernard L. Montgomery are carrying out the first gigantic phase of the attack. The skies are ahum with the ceaseless passage of great planes that shuttle smoothly back and forth from the countless airfields of England to the scene of battle almost within eyesight of the British shore. The English ports are pouring cornucopias of the long-garnered riches of men and war machines that have been assembled through these many, many months for this long-awaited hour. I return you now to New York.
The National Broadcasting Company continues its coverage of this first step in the Allied liberation of Europe with a report from the Pentagon building in Washington.
We're speaking from the NBC broadcasting booth in the Pentagon building, the War Department's headquarters in Washington. NBC will broadcast from this nerve center of the Army of the United States in the days to come, prepared to give you day-by-day invasion news. Just a short while ago, the War Department issued a statement by General John J. Pershing, Commander-in-Chief of the American Expeditionary Force in the last war. General Pershing's statement says, and I quote, "American troops have landed in Western Europe. As the overmastering military might of the Allies advances, it will be joined by the men of the occupied countries, whose land has been overrun by the enemy, but whose spirit remains unconquered. 26 years ago, American soldiers, in cooperation with their allies, were locked in mortal combat with the German enemy. Their march of victory was never halted until the enemy laid down his arms in defeat. The American soldier of 1917 and 1918, fighting in a war of liberation, wrote by his deeds one of the most glorious pages of military history. Today, the sons of American soldiers of 1917 and 1918 are engaged in a like war of liberation. It is their task to bring freedom to peoples who have been enslaved. I have every confidence that they, together with their gallant brothers in arms, will win through to victory." And that's the text of a statement by General John J. Pershing, Commander-in-Chief of the 1st AEF. This is the Pentagon building, the massive structure across the Potomac River from Washington, which is the headquarters of the Army of the United States. Here is where the invasion was born. Here, and at a plain white building on the Washington side of the river, a heavily guarded building in which sit the Joint Chiefs of Staff. The Pentagon is the largest office building in the world, only 3 stories tall, but its floor space is greater than the Empire State Building in New York, and rightly so. Here in the Pentagon are the offices of Secretary of War Stimson and Army Chief of Staff General George Marshall, and 35,000 other persons, Army officers and civilians. For years now, they've been working on invasion plans, not directly, but in their routine paperwork. In the midst of all the paraphernalia of a great military machine, the directives, the channels, and yes, even the red tape, the plans for D-Day were taking form. The invasion story broke at the Pentagon early this morning, while most of Washington was asleep across the Potomac. It was brought by newspaper and radio reporters who had been routed out of the bed by their offices. They descended on the Army Bureau of Public Relations like a flock of locusts. All they had to go on were German radio reports. A few, very few, Army officers sat around and said nothing. They answered all inquiries politely, but by the time you'd call your office to relay the word, you realized you'd learned nothing. It was calm in this gigantic 5-sided building throughout the night. There were a few lights burning in the Public Relations office and some others which had been burning all night in offices where unauthorized persons can't enter. Well, we sat and waited. The Germans did all the talking. And then came H hour, the moment of history. Army officers appeared with a flock of mimeographed sheets. There was a brief scramble as the reporters fought for a copy of the official communique, and then a mad race to telephones and broadcasting studios. It was official. In a few hours, the 35,000 workers at the Pentagon will come back to their jobs, and the daily routine will begin all over again. The official-looking forms, the long rows of filing cabinets, the thousands of clicking typewriters. For the Pentagon, it'll be another day as usual. D-Day is past. Now the long uphill drive begins. From the Pentagon building, we take you now to the NBC newsroom in Washington.
This is Richard Harkness in the NBC newsroom in Washington. The War Department, ladies and gentlemen, has just issued a bulletin. The War Department says that specially trained, picked assault teams of the United States Army made that initial attack on Fortress Europe, knocking out pillboxes and other fortifications of the vaunted Atlantic Wall. And then the War Department, in an official dispatch straight from a front-line town on the coast of England, tells us this story. The jump-off of Allied troops for the invasion of Europe began in a small way from that front-line town in England, which is yet unnamed. And the War Department report says that first, several advance parties of the assault troops marched into the landing stages of this port in England. They clambered aboard the blunt-nosed assault craft, and, a little later, climbed on the larger craft swinging at anchor farther out in the harbor.
We interrupt this program to take you to the NBC newsroom in New York.
For another overseas broadcast, the National Broadcasting Company takes you now to London.
Supreme Headquarters, I have just seen the first American troops preparing to storm ashore onto the continent of Europe. They were about to land on the north coast of France at 6:30 British summer time this morning. At 6:23, the Marauder bomber in which I was riding dropped the last load of bombs to be launched onto the coastal targets before H hour a few minutes later, when our landing barges would strike the shore. All night and from dawn onwards, thousands of Allied planes have been softening up a strip of coast. Already, several thousand paratroopers are waiting further inland to join forces with the landing parties. These airborne troops were flown in last night. I could see evidence of the landings in a number of parachutes lying in the little fields. But I must say at once, the amazing feature of my flight this morning was the almost unbelievable quietness of the scene below, where in the next few days, maybe in the next few hours, decisive battles for the reconquest of Europe will be fought. For with the exception of German tanks, which are moving up the roads towards the beachhead or hiding in hedges, we saw no signs of enemy resistance. As our flight of 54 Marauders made their bomb run along the enemy coast, we were met by only a few puffs of inaccurate flak, and by machine gun fire, machine guns firing from 40 to 50 German tanks.
I'd like to record here that Sergeant Paul Scott of Cedartown, Georgia, the waist gunner beside whom I was riding, promptly turned his machine guns on the one German tank by a crossroads and claims to have set it on fire. I saw the tank burning. Apart from those tanks, a few bursts of flak, and one report of a coastal battery, I saw no signs of the enemy. Everything that flew in the air or sailed on the sea was definitely and overwhelmingly ours. You'll have to forgive the superlatives, but they're an accurate description of the facts in this case. The air and sea armadas I saw this morning were the biggest nations at war have ever launched at one time. At briefing, before we took off at dawn, the pilots were told to stay below 6,000 feet over England, because that was the level assigned them. Higher up and lower down, the air was full of other planes, fortresses, Liberators, Lightnings, Thunderbolts, Spitfires, all forming up before flying south to the same target we were headed for. I could see hundreds of planes crossing and crisscrossing below us, and the pilots of our ship called out over the intercom telephone, "There are planes strung out ahead and behind us like strings of sausages." Even more incredible was what we could see on the water, 3,000 feet below us. Ships were moving from the coast of England in immense convoys. In some convoys, the ships were sailing in single file. In others, they were in various patterns. From above, they looked like water beetles scuttling backwards and forwards over a pond. The sea was calm with occasional white caps. We left these vast convoys and passed over them for a long time. There were literally ships as far as the eye could reach, and it can reach a long way from 5,000 feet up. We crossed enemy territory at 6:18 and began our bomb run down the coast. Off to our left, it was the north, I could see the dim shapes of ships, some of them close to shore. There were warships among them. The country 3,000 feet below us was flat and marshy. Further inland, it was crisscrossed with neat green and brown fields, all divided by low hedges. Farms, roads, hamlets, and enemy tanks were all plain to the naked eye. As the weather was clear, the sun was shining on Brittany, and visibility was good. Then things began to happen fast. First, our 18 250-pound bombs were away. I watched these and the other bombs cascading down from our formation. When they hit the earth, they seemed to draw out plumes of dirty, oily yellow smoke, which grew and joined together until the whole invasion strip of coast was covered in a great pall of smoke. Through this, I could see the flashes of our naval guns. There was no answering fire from coastal batteries. From the amount of high explosive we were pouring on that strip of land down there, it seemed impossible for anything, however small and however deeply hidden, to survive. From time to time, word would come over the intercom phones to keep an eye out on some plane at 2 o'clock or 9 o'clock, which is an air crew's way of giving compass bearings. But though our gunners trained their guns several times, not a single enemy fighter or plane of any kind was sighted. In fact, the only time our guns were fired was when the boys cut loose at those German tanks. It was the same all the way out and all the way back to England. Apart from machine gun fire from the German tanks moving up to counterattack our forces as they landed, our flight was as peaceful as a sky ride between New York and Chicago. This is James Wellard in London. I return you now to the United States.
And from the NBC newsroom in New York, ladies and gentlemen, we continue our report of the coverage of the invasion with Robert St. John.
Here's a bulletin from London which says Allied invasion troops opened the Battle of Europe today with a deep penetration by American and British parachute forces far behind the coast of northern France. It says that landings were made in overwhelming strength along the beaches between the Seine River and Cherbourg. German broadcasts admit that heavy fighting is going on 10 miles inland from the Normandy coast. The German reports describe the invasion as a gigantic operation which they say included powerful air forces and heavy warships. One version is that battleships covered the landing with their fire. From Supreme Headquarters has just come an announcement that the fleet taking part in the invasion does include several battleships, which the Germans say set the whole Seine area ablaze with their fire. And the Germans have just announced that American reinforcements landing at dawn were aided by artificial fire. And the Nazis say that dummy parachutists were dropped in some places just to confuse the defense. Guns of Allied naval forces are operating in a stunning long-range bombing of Germany's defensive positions all along the entire French coastline, says another bulletin. The Germans say Allied bombers ranged as far north as Dunkirk, that unhappy port from which the beaten British army escaped exactly 4 years ago. All of England resounded with the thunder of their coming and going, says one dispatch. An Associated Press correspondent flying over the French coast in a B-26 Marauder reports seeing fields in France strewn with hundreds of parachutes and also dotted with gliders. And here's a story from a UP correspondent in London who says thousands of Allied planes and the guns of warships, which were drawn from the mightiest fleets in history, laid down an earth-shaking bombardment of the French coast in order to cover landings of shock troops by both parachute and ship. As the invasion got underway, Air Force headquarters announced that the U.S. 9th Air Force is now flying more fighter-bomber missions with more aircraft than any other Air Force in history.
NBC continues its coverage of the invasion news with a report now from the NBC newsroom in Washington.
And this is Richard Harkness in Washington. Only a few minutes ago, the War Department issued an official communique, an official description of our invasion forces operating from a front-line town in the coast of England. Now, this, of course, was an unnamed jump-off point for Allied troops for the invasion of Europe. And the report describes it this way. First, several advance parties of the assault troops marched into the landing stages of this port. They clambered aboard the little blunt-nosed assault craft, and a little later, they climbed on the larger craft swinging at anchor farther out in the harbor. Then, second, gangs of service troops began loading the rations that will sustain the American and English task force while seaborne between England and the European continent. An officer said that there were enough rations put aboard the landing craft to last 8 days, plus 1 day of emergency combat rations. Now, none of the food loaded by the service troops was intended for use on the beaches after the assault troops land. For the first day of land operations, each soldier has been issued 1 day's emergency rations. And after that time, of course, field kitchens will be in operation and hot food served. Now, these final preparations in England were carried out very quietly and without tension by the Army and Navy. They were carried out, too, almost under the noses of the civilian population of this little town in England without attracting the slightest bit of attention. The War Department report said that the assembly areas along the British coastline were changed into marshalling areas beginning on Sunday, and troops were briefed as to their exact missions and reshuffled from battalions into craft loads ready to move at a moment's notice. During this time, the marshalling point was attacked by German aircraft. The result of the enemy action was comparatively minor. And for a week before the jump-off, the troops were billeted in the town, and they were closely restricted to quarters. They were ordered not to talk to civilians and not to talk to any unbriefed soldiers. That is the War Department description of Preparedness Day in a little town on the coast of England. And here is another bulletin from London. Elmer Davis, the director of our Office of War Information, has a warning for the American public. He tells us that the German radio, which broke this historic invasion story, may be trying to build up a reputation for accuracy in their news reports of the invasion so they can put one over on the Allies later. Elmer Davis is asking Americans to remember that Mr. Goebbels is in business for his health and not for yours. Davis makes this statement. The enemy radio is broadcasting reports in their own interests and not in ours. What they have said thus far may be entirely true. I don't know, Davis goes on, because I haven't been following it. But the only information on the development of the invasion that can be relied on will be issued by Allied headquarters.
7:30 a.m. GRUEN Gruen Precision Watch Time. Gruen Very Thin Watchmaking Miracle. WEAF, New York.
Which marks the launching of the invasion of the European continent, the thoughts of all of us turn to our loved ones who are fighting the big battle over there. The National Broadcasting Company has invited distinguished church leaders to help its listeners in concentrating their thoughts on prayer so that our men and women in the armed forces be given divine protection in their momentous undertaking. The first speaker in this special series this morning will be Dr. Norman Vincent Peale, pastor of Marble Collegiate Church in New York, the oldest Protestant church in America, who is frequently heard over most of these stations. Dr. Peale.
Let us bow in a moment of prayer. Almighty God, God of our fathers, we, thy people, bow humbly before thee on this fateful day of human history. As thou hast guided us and blessed us in the past, so give us now, we beseech thee, thy blessing. Bless the forces of freedom in the mighty assault begun this morning. Overshadow them with thy presence and undergird them by thy strength. March with them, O God, that the forces of evil may not stand before them. In thy might and power, let us prevail. This favor we ask in the name of humanity and for the sake of the oppressed people who suffer under the yoke of Nazi tyranny. Bless thy servant, the President of the United States. Bless our allies. Bless the generals and admirals in command, that they may have a wisdom greater than human to lead this mighty invasion. Bestow upon them the insight of thy mind, and may the mystery of thy guiding spirit, as in times past, brood over the battlefields to give us victory. Bless the men whose lives are offered for freedom this day. Protect, preserve, and defend them, we beseech thee. Especially do we ask thee to draw near to those who must give their lives for God and country this day. In the hour of death, may Jesus Christ, our Lord and Savior, be close to them, to give them comfort and solace, and receive them to himself. Help them to know in their hearts that they die in the great tradition of American free men, and give them everlasting peace. Give thy comfort to all parents and loved ones in this crisis. Strengthen and undergird them. Thy mercy on thy people, Lord, and may victory come and a better world result from this historic day. This we ask humbly and sincerely through Jesus Christ, our Lord. Amen.
Thank you, Dr. Peale. Ladies and gentlemen, NBC has brought you this special message of prayer on D-Day by Dr. Norman Vincent Peale, pastor of Marble Collegiate Church in New York. Other distinguished clergymen will be heard later in the day.
Tuesday morning, June 6, 1944, and this is Don Goddard with your morning news on this day we will never forget. For this is D-Day, the day of invasion, and these last 8 or so hours have been amongst the most important in the history of mankind. Within the last 8 hours, the soldiers of the Allies have landed on continental Europe in at least 2 waves, perhaps more. The air fleets of the Allies have been shuttling death from the airfields of Britain to the armies of Hitler, and the navies of the Allies have been steaming in the waters of the Channel and hurling a great river of steel into the German defenses. And landing barges like scurrying water bugs have churned moonlit waters with ceaseless motion. Yes, the invasion is on. We learned about it first from an unconfirmed report over the German radio beamed to countries outside Germany. That was Eastern War Time, 12:37 this morning. It could have been the invasion, or it could have been just another commando landing. But 3 hours later, Eastern Wartime, 3:32 a.m., the official announcement from General Eisenhower, communique number 1, they'll call it in the history books, confirmed that the invasion indeed had been launched. Here are the facts as we know them to this hour. The details are lacking, as you will see, as they must be. No precaution is being overlooked to protect our lads now fighting desperately for a foothold within the very walls of the fortress that Hitler has prepared with such care. In good time, we shall have all the facts, of course. Meanwhile, let's be patient. Historic communique number 1 said simply this. Under the command of General Eisenhower, Allied naval forces, supported by strong air forces, began landing Allied armies this morning on the northern coast of France. The Germans say, for whatever it's worth, and it may be sheer propaganda intended to spread confusion, that we have effected those landings on a 75-mile section of the Normandy coast, between the mouth of the Seine River westward to the port of Cherbourg. The Germans tell of a sea battle raging off Le Havre, there at the Seine's mouth. And later, German bulletins add that we had already landed reinforcements near Le Havre and were pushing inland. The Germans, again, also say that much of our strength is concentrated at the city of Caen, which lies 8.5 miles inland from the Normandy shores. Whether that action is by our parachutists who've been landing in swarms behind German defenses all morning, or whether it's actually a penetration from the sea itself, is not clear at this moment. But this is the first action, and others will follow wave on wave. The people of Holland and all along the French coast were warned to evacuate a strip of coastline 22 miles wide to make way for this invasion. That was early this morning. That warning went out with the official invasion announcement and the publication of General Eisenhower's order of the day. This first strip of French soil chosen for our assault lies exactly across the channel from historic English soil, across from the great naval base at Portsmouth, the great port of Southampton, the ports of Dover, Brighton, Hastings, yes, Hastings, where William the Conqueror landed in 1066 in that other invasion, the invasion of England. The port of Le Havre, a great base in the last war and one of France's leading bases now, at one end of this invasion strip, and Cherbourg at the other, will give our armies excellent facilities for pouring supplies and reinforcements into the continent for the battles to come, once we have gained the foothold. This is not the easiest coast in the world to storm. High hills fringe the waters of the estuary, and German guns and fortifications frown from these heights upon the beaches. And how does the battle go? That's difficult to say from this distance at this moment. Several of the eyewitness accounts from reporters who first saw the landing barges nudge the beaches and saw our men scatter ashore under a roaring canopy of fighting airplanes and bombers, who saw them in the dim light of a bomber's moon as they followed the screaming rain of shells that came from the big battle wagons standing in the darkness out there on the channel. They all remarked at the ease with which most of those landings were made, and the general lightness of German opposition. They remarked, too, that the Luftwaffe was notable by its absence. The Germans, of course, are telling of wiping out bridgeheads and of savage fighting and making Americans prisoners, but a late NBC dispatch admits that Allied attacks are taking place rather deep inland now, and they tell of glider attack and numerous paratroopers, and they make one estimate that we've landed at least 4 divisions of airborne soldiers to this hour. That's German talk, of course. The Germans also speak of the great armada that stands in Channel waters. In that, they are as right as rain. It is the greatest assemblage of ships ever to sail together. Prime Minister Churchill has just told us how many in his first statement since D-Day began. Says Churchill, 4,000 fighting ships and many thousand landing crafts and other vessels. 4,000 acres and acres of ships. Nothing like it has ever been seen before. 4 times as many ships in this initial assault on France as were used in the invasion of northern Africa. And overhead, Churchill tells us, roared 11,000 airplanes. Words are not adequate to describe this greatest operation of all time. We have one quote from a soldier who was there and came back, Lieutenant Colonel Frank Perigo of New York, who went over in support of the landing troops. He describes it this way. It's as black as hell on the beachhead areas. It's a scene you can't describe. You can see the flashes of those guns as soon as you leave the English coast. Troops are piling out on the beaches thick as seaweed. The Navy is banging away with broadsides. Our planes are all over the place, but I didn't see any Jerrys. Another soldier, unnamed, an American sergeant packing dynamite and destruction, looked grimly out into the darkness as his barge approached the landing. He set his jaw, and he exclaimed, "They can't stop us." And that, says the correspondent who went along and who stood by his side, is the way they all feel today as they face that biggest job that any army ever tackled. A bulletin from London. Swedish newspapermen in Germany have wired Stockholm that the Allies landed at 12 different places on the French coast. 12 different invasion points between the rivers Orne and Bière. At this point on the French coast, their spearheads are pointed directly toward Paris. And as the northern coast of France resound to the heavy boots of liberating troops, Allied leaders are speaking to their own peoples today, to the peoples of the occupied countries and to the world, heralding this greatest military operation in history. A few hours before the landings actually got underway, President Roosevelt spoke to the American people last night, referring to the Allied troops who were poised to strike, and doubtless the President knew that D-Day was at hand. Mr. Roosevelt said, speaking of that Allied victory at Rome, Germany has not yet been driven to surrender. Germany has not yet been driven to a point where she'll be unable to recommence world conquest a generation hence. Therefore, the victory still lies some distance ahead. That distance will be covered in due time. Have no fear of that. But it will be tough, and it will be costly. Those are the words of the President of the United States, uttered on the eve of the liberation of Europe. His broadcast was prompted by the fall of Rome, of course, but it was timed to coincide, we believe, with this later and greater operation. And here are two of the latest flood of bulletins that are pouring in here at NBC. The first from London says that the air war against Hitler's cities continues, even though we have 11,000 frontline planes blasting at the Atlantic Wall at this moment. The Royal Air Force struck deep into Germany last night, hit the railway city of Osnabrück. All of the British planes returned safely. And another bulletin from a photo reconnaissance base of the American 8th Air Force. Allied landing forces on the coast of France have established their beachheads, and they're slashing their way inland. The fact is plainly shown in photographs already brought back and developed by our photo reconnaissance men of the 8th Air Force. Leaders of 3 enslaved countries, Belgium, Norway, and Holland, went on the air in London to speak to their peoples at home today. King Haakon of Norway warned his people against premature uprising. In a broadcast heard here at NBC by our monitors, King Haakon said in effect, "Do not rise against the Nazis unless you're a member of the underground forces. And of course, if you are a member of the Norwegian underground armed forces, you have already been given your orders. But if you're just a patriot, keep under cover, ready at all times to aid when the need arises." The Premier of the Netherlands and Premier Pierlo of Belgium had similar messages. They urged their people to resist where resistance is possible, but they warned Belgians and Dutchmen against exposing themselves unnecessarily to Nazi vengeance. "The enemy will try to do everything to provoke you," they said, and General de Gaulle is also scheduled to speak to the French during the day. And from the commanding generals, General Eisenhower and Montgomery, we have some famous quotes, too, quotations that'll go down on that page in the history books. General Montgomery said as he embarked, "It will be a rough show, but it will succeed." And General Eisenhower, the Supreme Commander-in-Chief, issued an order of the day to his soldiers and sailors. "Soldiers and sailors, airmen," he said, "you are about to embark on a great crusade. The eyes of the world are upon you, and the hopes and prayers of all liberty-loving peoples go with you. Your task will not be an easy one. Your enemy is well-trained, well-equipped, battle-hardened. He will fight savagely. But I have full confidence in your courage, your devotion to duty, and skill in battle. We will accept nothing less than full victory." In Italy this morning, Fifth Army troops pressed ahead against the weakening German resistance north of Rome, and those Allied troops were heartened by their comrades in arms, by the knowledge that they already were fighting in the fields of France. And news of the Allied invasion of Europe echoed and re-echoed on the Eastern Front, too, along with that Russian frontier that the Red Army is expected to begin pushing to the west at any moment. The latest official word, however, does not tell of any Russian drive. And another bulletin, this one from Naples. Naples headquarters says that Allied troops, French troops, have captured a town 30 miles northeast of Rome, the town of Tivoli. British radio passes the announcement along to our monitors here at NBC. And today, all over the nation, special prayer and church services will be held. And here in New York City, one of the largest will be held this afternoon at 5:30 o'clock in Madison Square Garden. Madison Square, where burns the eternal light as a memorial to the soldiers of the First World War. Mayor LaGuardia has called for a mass ceremony. Said the mayor, "We can only wait for bulletins and pray for success." Said Mayor LaGuardia, "This is the most exciting moment of our lives." And in all American hearts this morning will re-echo the words which Supreme Commander Eisenhower closed his message to his soldiers and sailors. "Good luck, and let us all beseech the blessing of Almighty God upon this great and noble undertaking." This is Don Goddard speaking from the NBC newsroom in New York.
Ladies and gentlemen, earlier this morning, over most of these stations, a distinguished spokesman of the Protestant Churches of America, Dr. Norman Vincent Peale, pastor of Marble Collegiate Church in New York, was heard offering a special prayer imploring divine protection for our armed forces on this day of the invasion of Europe. We are now pleased to present another leading clergyman who will lead us all in turning our thoughts to God in this hour of destiny. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. David de Sola Poole, rabbi of the Spanish and Portuguese Synagogue in New York, the oldest Jewish congregation in America.
And in this hour of awe and terribleness, but not in fear, not in doubt, for we know that this dreaded D-Day is the dawning hour of doom for the demonic destroyers, the dawn of the day of destruction for those who have wrought devastation on millions of pitiful men and women and little children. Physically armed as are our sons and brothers, flocking to the invasion, and fighting as they are, men who are desperate, yet we know that their strongest armor is the rightness of their cause of liberation, justice, and brotherhood. And therefore, we turn to thee as the God of battles, certain of the outcome of this gigantic and bitter conflict. Strengthen thou our beloved warriors with clear conscience and with a high sense of dedication, so that, with unshakable faith in the justice of their cause, they may go forward, consecrated not to hatred of men, but to the love of mankind, and to the triumph of liberty over tyranny. Give them the strength to wage to utter victory this final battle against the blasphemers of thy name. May they rapidly and utterly overcome the ruthless oppressor, and thereby bring freedom and life to lands that have been crushed, to peoples that have been robbed, unspeakably outraged, and tortured. And make us, O Lord, in this land that smiles in peace, make us worthy of their heroism, their hardship, their sacrifice, so that when with thy blessing they come back to us in life, uninjured in body and soul, we and they may work together to build in peace, abiding peace for all thy children.
Thank you, Rabbi Poole. Ladies and gentlemen, this was the second special prayer broadcast offered by NBC on this day of the European invasion. You have just heard Rabbi David de Sola Poole of the Spanish and Portuguese Synagogue in New York. Earlier this morning, prayers were offered over most of these stations by Dr. Norman Vincent Peale, pastor of Marble Collegiate Church in New York, the oldest Protestant church in America.
Ladies and gentlemen, as a part of NBC's worldwide coverage, we take you now to Washington and Morgan Beatty.
First of all, here's another quick news summary in the 8th hour of invasion news coverage. Prime Minister Churchill, speaking to Commons today, gave us the first detailed invasion information we've had from official sources. So far, he said, the invasion is proceeding according to plan. And he adds, what a plan. And a bulletin just in from London says Allied soldiers have seized 12 beachheads on the French coast, beachheads which threaten to isolate the entire Normandy Peninsula, and they're also threatening a railroad pointed straight at Paris. To get back to the Prime Minister, he says fire from the German shore batteries has been stopped. And he tells us, too, there are hopes that our landings came as a tactical surprise to the Germans. In terms of statistics, he told Commons and the world that 4,000 ships, in addition to several thousand smaller craft, crossed the channel. And overhead, there were thousands of planes supporting the landing forces. And now I have a part of the story behind those 4,000 ships and the rest of invasion paraphernalia. A few weeks before the signal for invasion, the late Colonel Frank Knox sat in his office in the Navy Department here in Washington at a regular press radio conference. Before anybody could ask a question, he said he had an announcement to make that the United States today has the greatest seagoing battle force in the history of the world. We have more than 900 warships of the major type, which means somewhere between 5 and 10 million tons of fighting ships are plying the ocean ways of the world. Our Navy has the greatest air striking force ever known at sea, with some 25,000 planes ready to hit the enemy in any ocean at any time. When you realize that, we had only 17 battleships in 1941 and lost temporarily about half of those at Pearl Harbor. We had only 7 aircraft carriers and lost 2 of those in fairly rapid order. We had a pitiful 5,000 naval airplanes, many of which were on the way to obsolescence. And as for our Army, then, the growth of that force in 2 short years has been little short of a miracle. From 12,000 planes, only 500 out of them first-rate fighting equipment, we have gone close to 175,000. Before the outbreak of the war in Europe, we had an army of some 300,000 men. By the time of Pearl Harbor Day, we had managed to create an army of nearly 2 million. But today, we have close to 10 million men under arms, most of them fully equipped for battle, nearly 4 million of them not only equipped, but fully trained, ready for the command, attack. In Britain, the story is the same, only more so. How did all this happen? How was it that democracies organized the strength under a 10-year handicap to assault the fortress of Europe by sea today? Our kind of organization, built for peacetime manufacture of baby buggies, bathtubs, and washing machines, and so on, could never have switched over to war machines if the people behind the manufacturing industry and did business, if laboring people and housewives had not buckled down, if scientists, men and women, had not found ways to increase our output quickly. Much of this rapid turnover was a natural product of war. Radio and press played a part in telling us why we had to make sacrifices. So did the movies and lectures and libraries. Some of the turnover was long years of study and planning, such as General Louis B. Hershey put into the law that now selects men for military service, the draft. But in the end, it all boiled down to just people. People who had to carry through. I have people in mind whom I regard as typical ones in the war effort of both nations, Britain and America. I don't know exactly why I think they're typical, but I'd like you to know one of them at any rate, possibly more. I think you'll understand why they're so important to invasion. One of them's a young American, Ben Marcelonis by name, a fellow whose father and mother came over here from one of the Baltic states about 25 years ago. 10 years ago, just after Hitler rode to power, although this is sheer coincidence, young Ben was busy in his father's workshop in Dearborn, Michigan. He was working on another one of those gadgets that exasperated his parents, because Ben's father never knew what would be missing off the family automobile next. On that spring day 10 years ago, Ben was working on a diving helmet. He had found an old hot water tank. He had, shall we say, borrowed the air compressor hose from his father's filling station, and his uncle had given him a hand pump. He completed his project on that spring day 10 years ago and reached the height of his gadgeteering triumph. He became the first youngster to walk underwater at his school swimming pool with the aid of his hot water tank diving helmet. Later on, thanks to the welding he had learned and the amateur excursions, Ben Marcelonis became an arc welder. All of this might have meant nothing at all to so important a project as a world war if it hadn't been that the war came along and they drafted Ben Marcelonis. That was okay with Ben, and ultimately he found himself where I discovered him last year at a bomber station in Britain. And one day last spring, Ben was busy musing over some gadget when up stepped Sergeant Green, a combat crewman. Green had been talking over a design for a gun mount in the nose of the flying fortress. The engineers had said it was impossible to beat the vibration in the nose, and as a result, the ME-109s were coming into the fortress blind spots too often for comfort. Well, Marcelonis didn't have any special materials to work with, so he went to the junk pile in the corner of his bomber station workshop. He found steel plates and some old steel piping, a lot of odds and ends. He cut out the plates for a base and welded the piping on, as he explained to me, at the right places. He spent a week of odd moments taking the gadgets to the bomber for a fitting. He'd bend a leg here and straighten another one there, and finally he got her in, and his bomber crew took her out. They made a killing of ME-109s that day that will long be remembered, because the news got back to the United States in no time at all, and the result was a gun mount in the nose of the fortress that today is blasting a path toward Berlin. Ben, the gadgeteer of Dearborn, a mere private, first class, at the time, received the Legion of Merit Award from Uncle Sam. Not just the regular award, but the officer class. Ben Marcelonis makes war possible.
You have been listening to Morgan Beatty speaking from Washington. We return you now to the NBC newsroom in New York.
The National Broadcasting Company has brought you Morgan Beatty from Washington. Now, for additional comment, we bring you Larry Smith in the NBC newsroom in San Francisco. One moment, please.
Abreast of both the American and Chinese people of San Francisco, and you hope that soon the entire might of the Allied nations could be turned against our other mutual enemy, the Japanese. There was discussion, too, of the effect on the Russian bear, which sits on his haunches at the northern frontier of China, as well as on the boundaries of Japan's satellite, the Hirohito-spawned puppet state of Manchukuo. The first news caught the late street crowds, the sailors and soldiers, Marines, as well as the theater-goers, and the young couples, the men almost invariably in uniform. There was a sudden grimness in the air, a feeling that now the end of the European war was a matter of minutes almost. Victory in 1944, and that we could get along with our other job in the Pacific. Certainly not the true picture, but then these men in uniforms on the streets of San Francisco are bound for the jungles of New Guinea, for the Philippines, perhaps to Burma or India. To them, the war is in the Pacific. It seems the consensus of opinion out here on the Pacific coast that with the defeat of Hitler, the Russian might will be swung into the balance against Japan. I cannot help from recalling the toast of Vladivostok, where every drink of hot rum or vodka is toasted to Dairen, that modern all-year port on the Port Arthur Peninsula, which was handed to Japan in the peace conferences at Portsmouth in 1904, a gift to the Japanese militarism from Theodore Roosevelt. Russia wants the year-round ice-clear port as a Pacific outlet, and for the past 10 years, Russia, or at least Siberia, and Japan have been literally at each other's throats. I recall a Japanese war correspondent returning from Tokyo from the Kwangtung country, boasting that the unit to which he was attached had shot down 24 Russian planes along the Amur River. I have been sitting here listening to Tokyo's broadcasting station so far. We have not heard one word where the Japanese government have told the people of the invasion. But it is easy to picture the activities around the Gaima show in Tokyo tonight at the offices of the Foreign Minute, so closely tied to the military overlordship of Tojo, the military premier. It carries me back to that September night in 1940 when the three members of the Axis got together in a political, economic, and military dictatorship. So that's the picture tonight.
We return you now to the NBC newsroom in New York.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are privileged at this time to present the Reverend Francis X. Shea, Secretary to Archbishop Spellman, who will offer on this day of the European liberation a special prayer composed by the Archbishop. This will be the third broadcast this morning arranged by NBC in cooperation with the major religious bodies of America. Dr. Norman Vincent Peale of Marble Collegiate Church in New York and Rabbi David de Sola Poole of the Spanish-Portuguese Synagogue in New York were heard earlier in the day. Father Shea will now speak for the Catholic Church. Father Shea.
O God, Father of America, thou hast formed this union of states, sealing it with high destiny, that our nation be light to all peoples in their dark despair, light to all peoples in their fear of death, love to all peoples under their yoke of hate. For this destiny thou dost teach us to fly as the eagle, girding us with lightning and thunder, enriching us with treasures in field and fold. O God, bless America with thy shielding graces, lest we become a nation without light, our eyes turned from thee. A nation without light, our souls sundered from thee. A nation without love, our hearts forgetting thee. O God, give us victory that is just, merciful, and wise. For thou hast chosen America to be the soul of thy justice, the medium of thy mercy, the instrument of thy wisdom. Let all nations know that our justice comes from thy spirit, our mercy from thy heart, our wisdom from thy mind, our victory from thy strength. Bless us, O God, with manifold graces to give freely of what we have, to give fully of what we are, in victory to give ourselves alone to thee. O God, the Father of all nations, hear our prayer for our united peoples. Grant guidance to our leaders, protection to our sons, and teach all of us thy way of life in goodwill and peace.
Thank you, Father Terry. Ladies and gentlemen, in recognition of the fact that the thoughts of all Americans today, more than ever, are turning to God, imploring divine help and protection for all our loved ones now engaged in the supreme struggle for freedom, NBC has offered this special broadcast as a contribution to the religious life of the nation.
This is station SBT in Sweden, calling PBS in New York. Hello, New York. Hello, New York. Stockholm calling. At 12:10 to
reveal that the invading forces had not found the German underwater obstacles as difficult as we had feared, and that the landings on the beaches are still going on. Which means that within 6 hours of the commencement of seaborne operations, the invasion of Europe has cleared the first hurdle. Not only that, but the progress has been so satisfactory in this initial phase that Mr. Churchill felt able to say, "We may have had tactical surprise." This is excellent news, but it's well to remember that the critical period of an operation on this scale is expected to last at least a week. The men are on the beach now, but until enough heavy equipment is ashore to deal with German counterattacks, we are not out of danger. We must expect those counterattacks momentarily. We may be cautious here in London this morning, but don't get the impression we're gloomy. Far from it. The strength that's been thrown into this operation is staggering. Mr. Churchill said that more than 4,000 ships and several thousand smaller craft have already crossed the channel. He told of the mass airborne landings behind the enemy lines. The Germans say we landed 4 divisions by parachute and glider, which may be somewhat exaggerated, but there were at least 20,000. And the Prime Minister gave another example of how many chips we have in this game by announcing that the Allied Expeditionary Force is sustained by 11,000 first-line aircraft, which can be called upon as needed. This is another fact of considerable significance. It's another way of saying that the Royal Air Force is prepared to put its night bombers into the sky by daylight if the need should arise. With the RAF ready to bomb by day in an emergency, we could carry out in any threatened area a bombing offensive without equal or precedent. The British Prime Minister wound up his short resume in the House of Commons by saying that as the battle grows in size and intensity for many weeks, we will give the enemy many more surprises. The remarkably swift development of this first day is pointed up by the fact that Mr. Churchill felt it possible to make the statement he did only 2 hours after the Supreme Command here issued a cautious and vague communique. This communique said only that landing operations in Europe had begun. We're allowed now to release some more details on the action. In the first phase, before the landing, the weather was unfavorable. There were rain squalls and the channel was rough. But by each hour, the weather had changed for the better. And we're also able now to hand a bouquet to the men of the minesweepers who did a magnificent job in clearing the landing areas of thousands of mines under the noses of the German coastal batteries. The news of the invasion was originally broken by the Germans at 6:30 this morning, midnight Eastern wartime. There was no official word from London until 3 hours later. When the news did get around here, there was no dancing in the streets. Nobody blew his top, nor is anyone likely to until the outcome is finally assured. We now take you to a point on the English coast for the first eyewitness account of the naval action. Stanley Richardson reporting.
Scale military invasion operation in history.
Ladies and gentlemen, there must have been a momentary failure. We ask your indulgence. In just a moment, we'll try to establish contact with Stanley Richardson. One moment, please.
Not a recognizable enemy plane appeared overhead. At least no bombs were dropped at or on any of the ships in our area. No low-flying fighters came over to strafe us with machine gun fire. And no enemy vessel, not even one of their vaunted E-boats, came out to the attack. The officers and men with whom I rode wondered searchingly about this. They had been keyed up with some real German opposition, both from the air and the sea. Their trigger fingers were itching for a scrap. And they were a very disappointed lot at not getting it. If the Germans weren't just too timid to come out, the only other ready explanation that could be advanced was that they were too busily engaged in coping with the Allied air attacks made on their shore establishments as a prelude to the actual landing of troops. In the area we covered, we could see hundreds of bombers and fighters shuttling back and forth, dropping their bomb loads and returning to England for more explosives to blast the enemy. We could see the big two-engined American transport planes, also in the hundreds, returning to their bases in the United Kingdom after dropping their airborne troops in France. Yes, Jerry had a lot to keep him busy last night and early today, but as far as the naval phase of our activity was concerned, not a shot was exchanged with the enemy while I was on the scene. For that preliminary phase of the show, at any rate, it was all too incredibly easy. We left our patrol torpedo boat based in daylight to accompany the slower-moving light advance guard of ships, which had to pave the way for the actual landing. One of our missions was to protect the Allied minesweepers, which cleared a wide channel straight to the enemy shore while troop transports and supply ships. Long lines of ships of every description were discernible on the skyline. Literally miles of craft in even columns converging upon the area in the channel marked for the concentration point for the actual invasion. Huge transports, tank landing ships, smaller troop landing craft, tankers and supply vessels of every kind, plodded doggedly along under lowering skies, wavering over heavy seas. You people at home would have been thrilled to the bone to have seen all these American men, American ships, and American supplies sailing calmly into the action for which they had been prepared and trained for so many months. It was estimated that there were more than 4,000 ships of all kinds in the channel for this combined operation. By nightfall, we were nearing the French coast, and our watch tightened. But nothing happened. even when a full near moon, appearing fitfully from behind the clouds, gave our position away clearly to any enemy who may have been lying in wait for us. Then the fast and heavy combat ships moved up into position. All aligned themselves in the bombardment area to loose a hail of high explosives to protect the troops moving into the beaches on their landing craft. The warships started laying their smoke screens preparatory to shooting their guns. It was within only a few minutes of each hour of the long-awaited D-Day. And right there was where I got the biggest disappointment of my life. We turned around and headed back at high speed for the English coast. Our CP squadron was under orders to return to base and refuel for another mission as soon as its first operation was completed. So I didn't even hear the bombardment begin. But I can tell you that if things are going as well now as they looked to be going at the time I left the scene, it won't be long before our troops have a firm foothold. And now here is Merrill Muller at the advanced command post of the Allied forces.
Hello, New York. 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 Hello, New York.
Just one moment, please, and we'll bring you Merrill Muller.
Hello, New York. They've got that.
Go ahead, Muller.
Hello, New York.
The others in yet?
No. Hello. We've got some technical difficulty here. Cut this off the network for the time being if you're calling on this channel. Hello, New York. Hello, New York.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're sorry because of technical difficulties we could not bring you Merrill Muller at his outpost there. Here in New York in the NBC newsroom, we bring you Elmer Peterson.
As you've heard from our reporters in London before interception was cut off, the invasion is moving ahead according to plan. We are finding the full fruition now of these patient months of preparation. The Germans are resisting. It was expected that they would. But our plans are going ahead. From neutral sources, we're getting steady reports of German claims of where the attack is directed. The Berlin correspondent of the Swedish paper Aftonbladet now asserts that the Allied invasion attack seems directed against the most heavily defended section of the French coast and aimed directly at Paris. This dispatch declares that warships of all kinds, including battleships, have thrown tons of shell at the coast, covering the landings. Other Stockholm dispatches from Berlin say that the Allies have landed at 12 points between the mouths of the Orne and Viry rivers on the Normandy coast, with a central assault directed at Caen. Large forces of parachutists, some of which were described as dummies, were dropped simultaneously in areas about 10 kilometers west of Boulogne and Cherbourg, the dispatches added. And here we have evidence that a great deal of deception undoubtedly will be used as this attack proceeds. The German High Command, in its first invasion communique today, said that Allied forces suffered particularly heavy reverses in the Caen area of northern France, and claimed that an entire regiment of paratroopers were destroyed in that sector. While an earlier German DNB, Deutsche Nachrichtenbüro news agency report told of new Allied landings on the Normandy Peninsula this afternoon, with tanks being put ashore in one sector. It's now apparent that our aim must be that of capturing large ports on the French coast in order to put ashore heavy equipment as soon as possible. There's another report that Allied troops, this report also comes from the German news agencies, that Allied troops have landed on the Channel Islands of Guernsey and Jersey. Meanwhile, of course, we wait for the full results of what must be described as the psychological effect of the invasion on Europe, especially on the Balkan satellite countries and on the neutral countries. The very fact that the invasion has been started is significant. Much depends now, of course, on how fast the invasion proceeds. But the effect is bound to have a startling influence on the satellite countries, which at this time are seeing their final hopes
of German victory dissipated. And here's a resume of the invasion so far. It's gone well in the first few hours. We've had Prime Minister Churchill's word that it's going according to plan. Our forces have been storming ashore during these early morning hours behind a terrific air and sea bombardment. American, Canadian, and British troops have seized beachheads, which threaten to isolate the Normandy Peninsula, also to capture a railroad pointed straight toward Paris. It's now known that American troops have knocked out enemy pillboxes and other fortifications along the Atlantic Wall, using the intense striking power which has been assembled during these past weeks and months, if not years. In addition, the German news agency says that Allied forces have battled their way 10 miles inland from the coast of Normandy. And the Germans add that the most important airfields in the Normandy area have been wiped out. This time, those airfields are being wiped out for the last time. The air attacks on those fields may have been remedied, but this time ground forces, heavily equipped, are taking over those airfields. Prime Minister Churchill reported on the progress of the invasion just 6 hours after the first waves of shock troops left from their landing craft, and after the first waves of paratroopers poured out of their great planes. Churchill told the House of Commons that upwards of 4,000 ships and thousands of smaller boats crossed the English Channel to begin the attack on the enemy's fortress Europe. One can only imagine the scenes on the English Channel as those thousands of ships, large and small, streamed across those waters towards the enemy shore. We've already had reports that thousands of planes are in operation. Churchill said the Allies can draw on the amazing total of 11,000 first-line planes if need be. One need only recall our first bombing efforts from Britain, utilizing no more than a few hundred planes, to visualize what this must mean, to visualize what it must mean in terms of tonnage of bombs now being dropped upon the enemy. It's doubtful, it would seem, that the German resistance can stand up against this form of attack. Turning to today's operations, Churchill said, and we quote, "Obstacles which were constructed in the sea have not proved as difficult as was expected." One reason for this, of course, is that the Allies sent out a great flotilla of minesweepers, those small vessels which have the difficult task of clearing away mines. The Germans had mined the waters heavily, but these men of the minesweepers did their task efficiently and effectively. It's also clear now that the fire of shore batteries in the invasion areas has been largely silenced. Many of these Nazi shore batteries, as you know, were cleverly concealed. Germans have been working on them for months. But it does seem, and largely no doubt because of the use of our great battleships, with their heavy guns pouring forth a steady rain of shells, largely because of this form of attack, we at last seem to have managed to silence some of these shore batteries at least. Prime Minister Churchill continued, as has been earlier reported, that massed airborne landings have been successfully effected behind the enemy lines, and that landings on the beaches are proceeding at various points at the present time. It's not surprising, of course, that we are seeing this extensive use of airborne troops. It's been known for a long time that we would employ this ultimate of modern warfare, and we have assembled in Britain great numbers of these paratroopers using the most modern of weapons. Their task, of course, is to get behind the German lines if possible, to wreck communications, to destroy German fortifications wherever possible. And it does seem from these reports that the paratroopers are doing their job. Churchill also said, and we're still quoting, "There already are hopes that tactical surprise has been achieved." If true, this undoubtedly will prove to be one of the most significant parts of the invasion, for the Germans have had plenty of time during these past months to anticipate the aim and direction of Allied strategy. They have boasted that they knew exactly what we were going to do. They have claimed to be fully prepared. But in Churchill's words, it does seem that some tactical surprise has been achieved. So far, Churchill went on to say, the commanders who are engaged have reported that everything is proceeding according to plan. Here's another bulletin which has just come in. More than 640 naval guns, ranging from 4 to 16 inches in size, are bombarding the beaches and enemy strong points in support of landing forces. This is a remarkable indication of the extent to which sea power now is ranging alongside air and land power in this final assault, this greatest military adventure in history. It's been known for a long time that our Navy has been assembled for this task. But here, and I repeat the figures, more than 640 naval guns, ranging from 4 to 16 inches in size, now are steadily shelling the beaches and the enemy strong points along that 100-mile stretch of Normandy coast where the Allied forces have landed. And here's a report just in. The Paris radio said today that the battle on the continent, that is on the Normandy Peninsula, seems to be gaining depth. In other words, here is an admission from the enemy side that we are going ahead. Here's an interesting report from London. A few hours after the Allied invasion was announced, long queues of blood donors appeared outside transfusion depots in cities throughout England. The donors presented themselves in accordance with a prearranged plan to begin supplying a stipulated number of bottles of blood for the invasion forces in addition to their normal supply. It calls attention to one apparent fact, that is, that the invasion is going to cost us heavily, of course, in casualties, depending in the long run on how much resistance the Germans manage to offer. And now for a recapitulation. Churchill. I repeat, here is a recapitulation of Churchill's talk. Prime Minister Churchill told a cheering House of Commons today that the Allied liberating assault upon Hitler's European stronghold was proceeding according to plan. And he added, what a plan. Churchill was confident. He reported that the Allied forces had been transported across the Channel to the shores of France by an immense armada of 4,000 ships with several thousand smaller craft, probably, said Churchill, the greatest fleet ever assembled. Churchill's also called attention to the fact that mass airborne landings have been successfully effected behind the enemy's lines. There are already hopes, he said, that actual tactical surprise has been attained. And, he said, we hope to furnish the enemy with a succession of surprises during the course of the fighting. The battle which is now beginning, Churchill warned, will grow constantly in scale and in intensity for many weeks to come, and I shall not attempt to speculate upon its course. Every report now coming in indicates that the actual air attacks upon the continent have hit a new high peak, with constant streams of bombers of every description dumping their loads on this chosen coastal area where our troops are attacking. French patriots have been warned by Allied radios to withdraw to a depth of at least 22 miles from the coast.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the National Broadcasting Company. We want to speak to you a moment about the program that was scheduled at 8 o'clock, the overseas broadcast in which we're to hear Stanley Richardson, the Navy, and Merrill Muller, our reporter at Eisenhower's headquarters. This broadcast failed because of technical difficulties, but we have been advised that the broadcast will take place in just 2.5 minutes at 8:25. So we suggest that you stay tuned here to NBC when we bring you this special broadcast of Stanley Richardson and Merrill Muller. And now again, Mr. Peterson.
In just a matter of seconds, as you've heard, we'll return to London for further direct details of the invasion. Meantime, here is some news from the other fighting fronts. In Italy, Fifth Army troops are driving steadily beyond liberated Rome. Some units have advanced as much as 5 miles from the River Tiber. They're meeting what's officially described as only weak resistance. French troops have captured Tivoli on the Avezzano Highway 30 miles northeast of Rome. And so, with the news of the invasion electrifying the entire world, there's new attention also to what the Russian armies now will do. The Germans are still attacking north of Iasi in Romania, trying to block a Red Army offensive in that area. We have had no reaction from Japan as yet, but it's clear that the Japanese now will intensify their campaign to break up the Chinese war effort. Gradually, the results of the invasion will have their effect around the entire world. The Germans have already admitted the loss of some of their airdromes, and others, as we've already reported, have been knocked out by our air attacks and also by our land forces. German news dispatches claim that at least 4 Allied airborne divisions landed between Le Havre and Cherbourg, and that heavy fighting is underway around Caen, some 8.5 to 10 miles inland. The Nazis also declare that Allied glider formations have been observed, which seems like understatement considering the announcement in London that up to 4 divisions already are in active operation.
The National Broadcasting Company, through its own reporters where the news is made, through its monitoring of enemy and neutral broadcasts, through the worldwide facilities of the great news-gathering agencies, will bring you all the invasion stories first and as they happen. For a special broadcast now, we take you to London.
This is London. We now take you to a point on the English coast for the first eyewitness of the naval action. It is by Stanley Richardson. Hello, New York. We're having slight technical difficulties. We will try it again.
As you heard, ladies and gentlemen, we're having slight technical difficulties in establishing...
Hello, New York. We're encountering slight technical difficulties. We will hope to go ahead in just a moment or two.
Stand by, if you will, ladies and gentlemen. We're waiting for them to establish contact.
We regret that we are unable to establish contact with our remote point, so we must conclude this portion of the broadcast from London. We will call in the New York broadcasters again when we are prepared to go forward with this broadcast. We return you now to the United States.
And here again is Elmer Peterson with a roundup of the news.
Our own reports so far indicate that German naval activity has been negligible in the English Channel. The Germans, however, say that a furious sea battle has developed off Le Havre between Nazi motor torpedo boats and the invasion fleet. The Germans also claim to have scored numerous hits on warships, Allied warships, and Allied transports at sea. All these claims, so far, are without confirmation. It is to be expected, of course, that the Germans will use whatever navy they have left, especially their motor patrol boats and probably small submarines, in their efforts to block the invasion. Their only chance is to cripple the supply line across the English Channel. It also remains to be seen whether the Germans, as has been predicted, may attempt some sort of airborne landing of their own in Britain, some sort of desperate suicidal action in a final effort to break British railway communications directly from the fountainhead of the invasion supplies and the source of invasion manpower. There's new attention, of course, to the American paratroopers. These men have been trained for a long time in Britain now, and the forces now being engaged on the continent are studded with battle-hardened veterans of the Sicilian and Italian campaigns. These are the men who have landed behind Hitler's Atlantic Wall now to strike the first blow of the long-awaited Western Front squarely at the very vital parts of the enemy defenses. These paratroopers are the toughest and wiriest men of the war. The actual sight, the actual scene of their assault almost beggars description as they cascaded from faintly moonlit skies in what must have been an awesome operation to watch. Large numbers of twin-engine C-47s, the sisters of America's standard airline flagships, carried the human cargo across the skies, simultaneously towing troop-laden CG-4A gliders. And all of this merged finally
into a single sledgehammer blow, paving the way for the frontal assault troops. The paratroopers and our glider-borne infantry are armed with weapons ranging from the most primitive to the most modern. The paratroopers' mission, as I've said, is to disrupt and demoralize the German communications inside the Nazis' own lines. There is no immediate indication that their dynamite, their flashing steel, and their well-aimed fire was not succeeding in the execution of plans rehearsed for months in preparation for the liberation of occupied Europe.
This is the National Broadcasting Company in New York, and we are going to attempt once again to establish contact with Stanley Richardson and Merrill Muller. The special broadcast will come to you from London.
This is London. This is London.
Jan, we shall attempt to take you to a point on the English coast for the first eyewitness of the naval action. It is by Stanley Richardson.
We ask you to stand by, ladies and gentlemen. We are trying to establish contact, as you heard them say in London. Go ahead, London. Go ahead, Stanley Richardson.
Hello, New York. We are still encountering difficulties with this transmission and must again abandon it, at least for the time being. We return you now to the United States.
This is Charles F. McCarthy in the NBC newsroom in New York. The hour is at hand. The news the world has been waiting for is being made. Allied forces are moving inland, driving into the outer rim of Hitler's fortress Europe from landings made earlier this morning on the coast of northern France. American, British, and Canadian troops, airborne and seaborne contingents, were successfully landed in a series of operations starting at midnight Eastern wartime and continuing for 2.5 hours. 4,000 ships and several thousand smaller craft took the main body of the Allied armies in. Earlier, deep penetrations had been made by parachute and glider forces. And a report from Prime Minister Churchill in London a short time ago says this, and I quote, "So far, the commanders who are engaged report that everything is proceeding according to plan. Allied leaders have not yet announced the locations of our landings. They want to use to the fullest extent whatever element of tactical surprise the Allies may have gained. But German broadcasts declare that our landings were made in Normandy, along a stretch of more than 100 miles of beaches that extends from Le Havre to Cherbourg. The Nazis say that the Allied aim is to seize the big ports of Le Havre and Cherbourg, as well as the airdromes of the Normandy Peninsula for a gigantic offensive. There's no denying the indication of gigantic operations, and NBC monitors picked up a British radio report a short time ago saying that our troops have moved at least 10 miles inland. We do know that the beachheads have been secured. That's an official bulletin just in from an 8th Air Force reconnaissance base, and the flyers have the pictures to prove those beachheads. They report that our men are slashing their way inland, but there's no official word yet on the extent of the advance. In addition to the support of warships for the Allied landings, 11,000 airplanes backed up the operation. Our Allied landing troops got their orders from the Supreme Allied Commander, General Dwight Eisenhower. The American leader issued his formal order in these words: "You are about to embark on a great crusade. The eyes of the world are upon you, and the hopes and prayers of all liberty-loving peoples go with you. We will accept nothing less than full victory." NBC listeners heard the first official announcement of the invasion at 3:32 o'clock. It was followed by the first communique and General Eisenhower's order of the day. Earlier, the German radio had filled the air with invasion flashes. The Nazi broadcasts emphasized the size and scope of the landing operations and indicated that Allied paratroops were holding positions nearly 9 miles inland. The first Allied fighter pilots to return from flying over the beachheads report that our infantrymen were scrambling up the shores of France at 7 a.m. British time, 1 a.m. Eastern War time. Apparently, they met no heavy opposition, at least in the early stage of the assault. In charge of the landing operations was the British leader, General Sir Bernard Montgomery. The Allied units leaped onto the shores that Hitler's leaders have spent nearly 4 years in fortifying. Our men struck out as Allied planes and ships hurled terrific barrages into those vaunted Nazi defenses. The forces thrown into the operation were by far the greatest ever used in an amphibious assault. All night long, London and other English cities resounded to the roars of thousands of airplanes, some carrying bombs, others carrying men. Returning RAF bombers met big fleets of flying fortresses on their way out. During the 48 hours previous to the landings, RAF and American bomber fleets dropped a staggering and devastating tonnage of bombs on the West Wall's defenses. One of the most difficult things on this D-Day is for us at home to grasp some idea of the immensity of the operations. Certainly, it is the greatest battle, the greatest military feat of all time. Prime Minister Churchill, in his report to the House of Commons, says as much, describes the mighty armada that sailed against the coast of France as the greatest assemblage of ships ever to sail together. 4,000 fighting ships, ships of war, and many thousands of landing craft besides. And to sustain the operations, 11,000 aircraft. 11,000. Certainly a number that staggers the imagination. And then the Prime Minister utters these significant comments. Says he, "The battle which has now begun will grow constantly in scale and in intensity for many weeks to come. I shall not speculate on its course, but this I may say. Complete unity prevails among the Allied armies. There is a brotherhood in arms between us and our friends of the United States." And then the Prime Minister makes the first report on the overall progress of the battle. There are already hopes that actual technical surprises has been attained. Churchill says, "And we hope to furnish the enemy with a succession of surprises during the course of the fighting." And as the eyewitness accounts come back from the front, we get this picture of the Allied soldier.
This is the National Broadcasting Company. We take you now to London.
This is the Advanced Allied Command Post. American war correspondent Stanley Richardson has just returned from the second front beachhead with the first naval eyewitness of the operation. Mr. Richardson.
I've just returned from the Channel approaches to the coast of France, where I was privileged to watch the opening phases of the largest scale military invasion operation in history. My ringside seat was the heaving deck of a United States Naval Patrol torpedo boat, on which I traveled across the Channel with the first contingent of a naval task force. This force was composed mostly of American units. From the time we left the British coast until we were within a short 2 or 3 miles of the French shore, our naval units encountered no enemy opposition whatsoever. That, perhaps, is the outstanding fact that I brought back with me. Altogether, my squadron of PT boats was in the Channel for about 20 hours. We covered scores of square miles of rolling, choppy sea. We were patrolling and acting as escort for literally hundreds of slower-moving vessels of all descriptions. Many of them had been at sea longer than we had, but the Germans either were taken completely by surprise or just were afraid to come out and challenge us. Not a recognizable enemy plane appeared overhead. At least no bombs were dropped at or on any of the ships in our area. No low-flying fighters came over to strafe us with machine gun fire. And no enemy vessels, not even one of their vaunted E-boats, came out to the attack. The officers and men with whom I rode wondered searchingly about this. They had been keyed up for some real German opposition, both from the air and the sea. Their trigger fingers were itching for a scrap, and they were a very disappointed lot at not getting it. If the Germans weren't just too timid to come out, the only other ready explanation that could be advanced was that they were too busily engaged in coping with the Allied air attacks made on their shore establishments as a prelude to the actual landing of troops. In the area we covered, we could see hundreds of bombers and fighters shuttling back and forth
dropping their bomb loads and returning to England for more explosives to blast the enemy. And we could see the big two-engined American transport planes, also in the hundreds, returning to their bases in the United Kingdom after dropping their airborne troops in France. Yes, Jerry had a lot to keep him busy last night and early today. But as far as the naval phase of our activity was concerned, not a shot was exchanged with the enemy while I was on the scene. For that preliminary phase of the show, at any rate, it was all too incredibly easy. We left our patrol torpedo boat base in daylight to accompany the slow-moving light advance guard of ships which had to pave the way for the actual landing. One of our missions was to protect the Allied minesweepers, which cleared a wide channel straight to the enemy shore for our troop transports and supply ships. Long lines of ships of every description were discernible on the skyline. Literally miles of craft in even column converging upon the area in the channel marked for the concentration point for the actual invasion. Huge transports, tank landing ships, smaller troop landing craft, tankers and supply vessels of every kind, plodded doggedly along under lowering skies and laboring over heavy seas. You people at home would have been thrilled to the bone to have seen all these American men, American ships, and American supplies sailing calmly into the action for which they had been prepared and trained for so many months. It was estimated that there were more than 4,000 ships of all kinds in the channel for this combined operation. By nightfall, we were nearing the French coast, and our watch tightened. But nothing happened. Even when a full near moon, appearing fitfully from behind the clouds, gave our position away clearly to any enemy who may have been lying in wait for us. Then the fast and heavy combat ships moved up into position. All aligned themselves in the bombardment area to loose a hail of high explosives to protect the troops moving into the beaches on their landing craft. The warships started laying their smoke screen preparatory to shooting their guns. It was within only a few minutes of H hour of the long-awaited D-Day. And right there was where I got the biggest disappointment of my life. We turned around and headed back at high speed for the English coast. Our PT squadron was under orders to return to base and refuel for another mission as soon as its first operation was completed. So I didn't even hear the bombardment begin. But I can tell you that if things are going as well now as they looked to be going at the time I left the scene, it won't be long before our troops have a firm foothold. And now here is Merrill Muller at the advanced command post of the Allied forces. This is Merrill Muller reporting from the advanced Allied command post of the invasion forces. Operations toward the liberation of Europe commenced just a few hours ago. Thousands of ships, both in the air and on the sea, and armies of men are in motion fighting the greatest military amphibious undertaking in history. The whole thing started moving when one man pressed a theoretical button some hours ago. That man was the Supreme Allied Commander, General Dwight D. Eisenhower, who thinks of himself modestly as a Kansas foreman. Every evening, General Eisenhower gathered his staff around him in his secret headquarters, studied their faces, and asked their opinions. A gale had already roughened the channel, but the staff was confident on the winds, tide, and weather of today, suiting an amphibious assault upon Europe. That was it. General Eisenhower wished his commanders luck, and the great undertaking then and there began to unfold. The finest collection of military minds in the United Nations had created a plan they considered complete. Every possible contingency had been thought of. A tremendous mass of the greatest military equipment ever devised had been pooled by the Allied attacking forces. A bombardment, the likes of which the world has never seen, was ready to open. Everything that could humanly be done had been done up to the point when General Ike pushed the button. The campaign thus passed to the direction of God and the hands of the common soldier. Early Monday morning, as the huge invasion force made last-minute preparations, General Eisenhower checked his decision again with his staff. The word was still go. Good weather was the prediction for H-hour D-Day. The dominating air support depends on good weather even more than the Allied navies. While landing craft of all types swung in and out of convoys to check their loadings and replace used fuel, General Eisenhower was busy doing the things he wanted to do, the only things he could do, visit his troops. As H-hour D-Day approaches, there is nothing more tactically useless than a supreme commander, except as an inspiration. General Ike is certainly that. I have never seen him more popular with his troops. I have never seen any commander receive greater acclaim or buoy his men more than does General Eisenhower. One British battalion cheered him as they clanked aboard their fast landing barge. He waved a friendly hello, and that broad grin lit up his face, a face that showed nothing but confidence in his men, a face in which fatigue is miraculously erased whenever it mirrors the Allied esprit de corps and the fighting spirit of the little men with rifle and bayonet. He came back from the port full of a sense of victory. No finer force ever went into battle with a better spirit or with greater courage than this one that General Eisenhower heads. In visiting with Royal and American Navy landing craft and with the Allied troops they will carry, the general had been given a lift. Some of his own nervous tension had been relieved. So he arrived at our hidden camp to meet the 4 correspondents attached to his staff. If I never attend another press conference in my life, I shall certainly remember this one. Perhaps because its outstanding factor was that it was more like a staff conference than a general's talk to newspapermen. Here's the picture. Remember that all around us, hundreds and hundreds of thousands of men were readying themselves for the outbreak of the battle that all the world had waited for 4 long, dark years.
Ladies and gentlemen, the prayer of the President of the United States. Almighty God, our sons, pride of our nation, this day have set upon a mighty endeavor, a struggle to preserve our republic, our religion, and our civilization, and to set free a suffering humanity. Lead them straight and true. Give strength to their arms, stoutness to their hearts, steadfastness to their faith. They will need thy blessings. Their road will be long and hard. The enemy is strong. He may hurl back our forces. Success may not come with rushing speed. But we shall return again and again. And we know that by thy grace, and by the righteousness of our cause, our sons will triumph. They will be sore tried by night and by day, without rest, till the victory is won. The darkness will be rent by noise and flame. Men's souls will be shaken with the violences of war. These are men lately drawn from the ways of peace. They fight not for the lust of conquest. They fight to end conquest. They fight to liberate. They fight to let justice arise, and tolerance and goodwill among all thy people. They yearn but for the end of battle, for their return to the haven of home. Some will never return. Embrace these, Father, and receive them, thy heroic servants, into thy kingdom. And for us at home, fathers, mothers, children, wives, sisters, and brothers of brave men overseas, whose thoughts and prayers are ever with them, help us, Almighty God, to rededicate ourselves in renewed faith in Thee in this hour of great sacrifice. Many people have urged that I call the nation into a single day of special prayer. But because the road is long and the desire is great, I ask that our people devote themselves in continuance of prayer. As we rise to each new day, and again, when each day is spent, let words of prayer be on our lips, invoking thy help to our efforts. Give us strength, too, strength in our daily tasks, to redouble the contributions we make in the physical and material support of our armed forces. And let our hearts be stout to wait out the long travail, to bear sorrows that may come, to impart our courage unto our sons, wheresoever they may be. And, O Lord, give us faith. Give us faith in Thee, faith in our sons, faith in each other, faith in our united crusade. Let not the keenness of our spirit ever be dulled. Let not the impacts of temporary events, of temporal matters, of but fleeting moment, let not these deter us in our unconquerable purpose. With thy blessing, we shall prevail over the unholy forces of our enemies. Help us to conquer the apostles of greed and racial arrogances. lead us to the saving of our country. And with our sister nations, into a world unity that will spell sure peace. A peace invulnerable to the schemings of unworthy men. And a peace that will let all men live in freedom, reaping the just rewards of their honest toil. Thy will be done, Almighty God. Amen. That is the prayer in which the President of the United States has asked us to join him as he leads us at 10 o'clock this evening over the radio. And now a few news bulletins that have just come in. A bulletin from London. The Nazi-operated Vichy radio reported tonight that compact masses, that's in quotation marks, compact masses of Allied planes are bombing the Calais and Dunkirk regions of the French invasion coast. That's some 125 miles to the east of the landings made at Le Havre this morning. It means that our beachheads are expanding, that we are going to different portions of the coast. Dunkirk, of course, and Calais are nearest to the English coast. The German radio reports that Allied paratroopers have landed just across the channel from England, there in the Boulogne-Calais area, that those paratroopers have occupied an enemy airdrome there. If that is true, and there is no reason to believe the Germans would put out a false report of that nature, it means an Allied invasion thrust directly across the Strait of Dover, 100 miles or more above that Allied beachhead area on the Norman coast. We have no confirmation of any invasion activity in this area from Allied headquarters as yet. But already we are expanding our beachhead there in Normandy. And in Stockholm they're saying that Denmark has said today that German troops in the protectorate there have been ordered on an invasion alert since early this morning. And General Sir Bernard Montgomery says he is pleased with the initial phases of the invasion operations. General Montgomery heads the Allied armies taking part in the landings, as you know. Montgomery was quite happy as he told newsmen today that he'd given his officers a 5-point recipe for victory just before the invasion began. The 5-point recipe for victory, Montgomery said, was this: 1, Allied solidarity; 2, offensive eagerness; 3, enthusiasm; 4, confidence; and 5, all-out effort. That's General Montgomery's 5-point recipe for victory. And in Washington, Secretary of War Stimson, with smiles on his face, told the newsmen that first reports of the Allied landings in France indicated the long-awaited invasion was going very nicely. He's the second Washington official today to say that. Admiral King, Chief of our Navies, and a member of President Roosevelt's Strategic Board said that when he left the President this morning. And we learn now that the Nazis are suppressing news of the progress of the invasion and withholding the facts from the German people. Radio Atlantic, which is a German secret transmitter, charged in a broadcast monitored this afternoon by NBC that the German propaganda machine was letting only a trickle of news out to the German people. What scant news is put out by the German home radio is very confused and depressing, and the people of Berlin have gathered in the streets in whispering knots, wondering where the next blow will fall. They know that by nightfall and the hours of darkness now ensuing will mean more landings. Where, they ask. Their prime question is where. The clandestine transmitter, located somewhere in Germany, states all this today. It is significant, says this radio station, which is called Anti-Nazi, that though broadcasts beamed to Germany from England repeat the German claims of successes in naval engagements in the Channel, the Reich radio has made no such statements. It has not claimed that Allied ships were sunk in the Channel. The German radio people know only too well the deplorable state of their fleet. They recall the sober statement of a high Nazi naval official that they are up against the strongest fleets in the world. And in Washington, Henri Opinot, the delegate of the French Committee of National Liberation, says that French divisions soon will participate in the Battle of France and that French shock troops will help to open the road to Paris, the road from Le Havre, we suppose. Side by side with American and British divisions, French divisions armed with the magnificent material given to them by the United States soon will participate in the battle. French soldiers will fight tomorrow, as they have fought in Africa and in Italy, where by the side of the Allies they opened the road to Rome. Tomorrow they will open the road to Paris. And Prime Minister Winston Churchill received today this congratulatory message from Premier Stalin of Russia of the Allied liberation of Rome. He said, "I congratulate you on the great victory of the Allied Anglo-American forces in the taking of Rome." This news has been greeted in the Soviet Union with great satisfaction. Those are the words of Premier Stalin. And the Berlin radio reports tonight that big air battles have developed over Romania today between Nazi fighters and bombers of the Allied Mediterranean Air Force. Soon we may expect the Russians to be on the push there. This news is brought to you from the NBC newsroom in New York by your commentator, Don Goddard.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
I was at this RAF tactical station a few hours ago. These pilots covered not only the actual invasion coast, but roads and railroads far behind what may be termed the front line. Except for one railroad train and scattered motor cars and trucks, there was no road transport to be seen in this entire region. I'm not basing my opinion merely on the strength of what a second party said. I actually talked to and sat in on the interrogations of each and every light bomber crew that returned. There's also a sneaking suspicion in my mind that the Germans were prepared for something entirely different. One, they may have expected the invasion in the Pas-de-Calais area. After all, that is the closest to the British Channel coast, and we've repeatedly bombed this area in recent weeks. I had an interesting talk with the group captain of this RAF tactical air base. He said that, costly though these diversionary raids may have been, they served their purpose in steering the Germans far wide of the true objective to be hit. In all this diversionary tactic, don't forget the complete disruption of bridge communications across the River Seine. Secondly, there is also a certain amount of substantiation for the belief that the Germans felt we were not quite prepared to attack at the present time. There is incontrovertible proof that the Germans have moved 600,000 motor vehicles to the Russian front in recent weeks. That doesn't sound much like they were contemplating an invasion in the strength of the present one. Figures may be misleading in an operation of this dimension, but let me give you a few which are reliable. We used between 3,000 to 5,000 landing craft and ships in this operation. The figure closer to 5,000 may be the more accurate. In the hours before H hour, the British, using an estimated 1,200 aircraft, dropped between 6,000 to 8,000 tons of bombs on the invasion coast. This means that each and every aircraft carried a maximum load. If I can judge by the bombing, briefing, which I attended in the hours just prior to H hour, I would hazard the guess that not one of these bombs was wasted. Not only was our offensive weapon keyed to its highest pitch, but similarly, our defensive weapons were no less formidable. For instance, you have undoubtedly heard of the Allied planes shot down by Allied ships and anti-aircraft in the invasion of Italy. General Eisenhower was quick to realize this potential danger. So, in the hours just before takeoff time, the wings and the bellies of all Allied craft, British as well as American, were painted with alternative black and white stripes. They were so visible even in darkness that many pilots from the RAF wing which I visited gave a start every time they turned their head sufficiently to see this new type of identification mark. But the heroes in this invasion are not only numbered among the airmen, nor are they solely the GI boys who had to go in and face everything which the Jerry had. GI Joe and all his buddies had to be landed at an exact spot on the Cherbourg coast in order to make the initial opening a successful one. So midget submarines, the type that went into the coast of Norway to plaster the German battleship Tirpitz, were called on to supply markers for the invasion barges. They left these friendly shores 3 days ago, creeping in by inches at times to gain admittance to what the Germans preferred to hold as verboten territory. But the submarines got through. Their markers were up, and the landing craft went in. One only needs talk with an initiated person to gain complete confidence in the operations just begun. I've done so. I know of the tremendous strength involved. I also know something of the potential strength of the Germans in the invasion territory. Since I have complete confidence in the authenticity of the picture painted for me, I also have complete confidence in the success of these operations. A glance into the London sky early this morning would have given each and every one of you that same confidence. We're on the march. We can only hope that the Germans are on the march backward.
You've just heard David Anderson. And now, this is Ed Harker, just back from a flight over part of the battle area with the 9th Air Force. The invasion of continental Europe from the west, and we now know it's in full swing this morning, was undoubtedly the most closely guarded secret of this war. Part of the story can now be told from the correspondent's point of view. We all know how General Eisenhower, before the invasion of Sicily, took the war correspondents into his confidence, told them of his plans, even went so far as to give them a pretty good idea of when it would take place. Not so this time. If any correspondent was taken into the general's confidence, it would be a surprise indeed to some who have enjoyed this privilege in the past. During the last few weeks, as the world was forewarned, there have been feints. Correspondents, some of the best, were called by phone, told to report at a certain place, were then escorted to points far removed from London, were wined and dined in a manner of speaking, and then just as abruptly sent back to London. One group was kept out of circulation for 10 days. My own call came on Friday. It so happened I'd gone to the 9th Bomber Command to interview General Sam Anderson and one of his colonels. I'd had it as the RAF flyers express it. A call from London instructed the 9th Bomber Command to keep me. On Saturday to transfer me to a 9th Bomber Command station. But even then, I thought it was part of another feint. Or I should say I didn't till yesterday. Beginning in the early morning, command cars started to appear at the station, more than usual. The MPs, who usually ride around the station in a jeep, suddenly took to walking, and they were curious as to where I was going. In addition, the personnel, even including the correspondents, were told to remain. No moving off base at night for a few quick mild and bitters in the nearby pub. We were under lock and key, and it suddenly began to dawn on us that great events were in the offing. Our first official word that D-Day finally had arrived was given us at about 10 o'clock last night, British time. I sat in a small Nissen hut at the bomber station, just talking about friends back home, our families and children. The door opened and the base commander, Lieutenant Colonel Thomas Seymour, came in. Be ready to fly in the morning, he said. Be ready to be briefed at such and such a time. That meant D-Day, of course. We had planned no operational flight other than the one for D-Day. Within a few hours, we'd washed and shaved, for what reason I don't know. We had had our snack at the officers' mess. Then to the briefing room, where Colonel Seymour stood waiting for his flyers to seat themselves. A large, brightly lighted Nissen hut covered with maps and charts of Hitler's Europe. Like the men who bomb and have been bombing Europe day after day, Seymour rarely puts on any display of dramatics. He said, "Now, fellows, this is what you've been waiting for." And his voice was no more dramatic than that. This, he said, is Invasion Day. And then he and his intelligence officers gave us the information we had been waiting to hear, where it was going to take place. For an hour and a half he briefed us, repeated time and time again the words that today's bombing had to be good, that men crossing the channel at that very moment were depending on it. He closed the briefing with 3 messages, one from General Anderson, one from Air Marshal Sir Trafford Lee Mallory, one finally from General Eisenhower. So it was at all the stations of the 9th Bomber Command early this morning, and in each case, it was followed by crews of men filing out into the moonlit night, each crew to its own marauder, parked in the diversion area. The name of the plane that took me to see the opening of this great invasion is Hoots Zooch Shooter. We took off before dawn, The rendezvous was about an hour off, someplace along the channel, possibly out in the channel. It doesn't matter. As we approached, so did many other planes, their silhouettes outlined by the full moon. And then as the dawn of a new day spread out over occupied Europe, the marauders pointed their noses toward the east, headed for their target on the French coast. Below, as my eyes got used to the light, I counted upwards of 60 invasion boats. There were more later, hundreds. Above, the skies were filled with an infinity of planes of all descriptions. Beyond, closer to the French coast, Allied ships of war were blasting the targets along the invasion beaches. That was the picture as France loomed through the sunbeamed haze and clouds. And then shortly, too shortly in fact, we were over the coast, heading toward our target, only 3 minutes away. It was an effective bombing, I saw it. The smoke, flame, and dust testified to that. And then, sitting in the waist of that B-26, I saw the flak, light but strong, rise out around our formation. I had a sudden sensation of fear, and only after crossing the coast, headed back toward England, did I again regain my composure. Off to my left, the young bombardier sitting in the plexiglass office sat reading a newspaper. That helps, too. As for the battle itself, I certainly can't picture the turn of events from an eyewitness story from the waist of a B-26. But one thing for sure. While I saw some German planes go over Europe today, the mastery of the skies is ours. Your guess is as good as mine as to where the Luftwaffe is. But Prime Minister Churchill today, as it's already been pointed out, said 11,000 Allied planes are available. It's estimated 7,000 of these were used this morning, 5,000 bombers of all types and 2,000 fighters, or in fighter strength alone, equal to all those available to Germany.
You just heard the eyewitness reports of NBC's own staff correspondents, Wright Bryan, David Anderson, and Ed Hawker, all of whom have just returned from the front-line invasion area. This is John W. Vandercook returning you to the NBC newsroom in New York.
Thank you, Stanley Richardson, Merrill Muller, John Vandercook, David Anderson, Wright Bryan, and Ed Hawker for your on-the-spot reports of this great day. You have given us a well-rounded picture in these last 40 minutes of the diverse operations that we call invasion. And while you have been speaking, we have received a recording from Ralph Howard in Rome, the captured Italian capital. And we now bring you that recording.
This is Ralph Howard speaking from Rome. The opening of the second front on the northern coast of France is being announced to the people of Rome. And for the second day, the town is cheering and shouting in wild ecstasy. The first official announcement here in Rome was made over army loudspeakers in the Piazza Venezia, where thousands of persons were gathered. A tremendous cheer went up when the announcement was made in Italian, and American, British, and French soldiers in the vicinity were grabbed around the neck and kissed and hugged. Everyone wants to shake your hand, and it took me 10 minutes this morning to walk 4 blocks because of the many interruptions. Like yesterday, the main streets of Rome are packed with people. They don't seem to be going in any particular direction. They just want to be out and watch the long lines of jeeps and military vehicles move slowly through the streets. The feeling is electric, and the word of the Western invasion is spreading like wildfire. Small groups of people call to one another, spreading the news, and those first hearing of it immediately break into smiles and want to shake the hand of the nearest person. I've been able to talk with only a few American boys this morning about the Western invasion, but I believe their reaction is typical. Private Lionel Lear of Manchester, New Hampshire said, "When our boys know that someone is pushing from the other side, it will help their morale 100%. There won't be any lag in the attending campaign now as far as the boys are concerned if they know that we really have the Jerry's on the run." Sergeant Belmont Fisher of New York City told me, "We've been talking about the second front now for months. Everybody had bets down on when it would come, but even now it's a surprise, but a swell one. Now the boys will start betting on when the war will be over." One captain said that when his men heard the news this morning, A lot of them wanted to start an invasion of their own from the Rome area to the southern France. With Allied forces starting to bet on the date of the final victory, German troops are being pushed off to the Tiber River, and military commanders say that in many places the enemy is in general state of confusion. Official Nazi papers have been found recording the fact that desertions and self-inflicted wounds are increasing tremendously among the German troops. Excessive drinking has also increased. Complaints and disputed statements will be punished to prevent the degeneration of all forces the Nazi orders reach. It will be very interesting to watch the reaction of German forces here in Italy when they hear news of the western invasion. From Rome, I return you now to the NBC newsroom in New York.
That was a recording by Ralph Howard from the newly captured city of Rome. Let me now summarize the invasion situation as it stands at this time, some 6 hours after we had the first news that it was underway. We have landed on 2 points of the Normandy coast between Cherbourg and Le Havre, and we have established ourselves on those beachheads successfully. From those 2 points, our troops have succeeded in marching inland. That is the test of a successful beachhead. The fact that the troops that have landed there can proceed from their original landing point and make their way inland. You will remember at Dieppe, we never succeeded in getting inland at all. We landed, but were forced to go back. Here, we have landed successfully. We have made landings at other points also, but so far as we know, we are marching inland from 2 points only. We have word that we have taken 2 Channel Islands, Guernsey and Jersey. They are important for later operations. The chances are that we will establish airfields there for further development of the operation. Marshal Pétain has just broadcast over the Nazi-controlled Paris radio appealing to the French people not to aggravate our misfortunes by acts which would bring upon you tragic reprisals. The Marshal's voice has long ceased to have any power with the French people. The voice to which they listen today was that of General Eisenhower, telling them what lay ahead. We know that there has been a naval battle in the estuary of the Seine River. That naval battle, according to German reports, we have won. The Germans also tell us that there is heavy fighting at Caen. That is a matter of 20-odd miles inland in Normandy. It is an important railroad center where our paratroops landed and where they are now defending the points which they seized. London tells us that German destroyers and E-boats, that's motor torpedo boats, were reported to be entering the Allied operational area off the coast of France. That means that we are following up this initial success in the Seine estuary. There was a heavy bombardment of the British Channel coast across the Straits of Dover. That bombardment lasted for 45 minutes. Immediately after it began, Allied bombers escorted by fighters took off from British bases and winged their way across. And within a few minutes after their arrival over French soil, the bombardment ceased. There is every indication that everywhere along the French coast we met less opposition than we had expected. The obstacles encountered were less severe than we had supposed. The initial landings have been successfully completed. We have landed at least 60,000 paratroopers, British and American, at various points in Normandy. Undoubtedly, according to what we have heard so far, they are holding their positions. The initial phase of the invasion has been successful. That, of course, is the initial stage. The Germans will now bring up reinforcements, and the real struggle will begin. But every Allied leader is satisfied with the progress made so far.
The National Broadcasting Company, continuing our complete coverage of the invasion news, takes you now to the NBC newsroom in Washington.
And this is Richard Harkness in our nation's capital. If I had only one word to describe Washington this historic D-Day morning, that word would be that our nation's capital is confident. There is a feeling here that now the invasion is underway, it will succeed. But before the day is out, we undoubtedly will have some word direct from President Roosevelt. The President is scheduled to hold his regular press and radio conference this afternoon at 4 o'clock, and, of course, Mr. Roosevelt will undoubtedly comment on the progress of the invasion. Well, certainly that word confident describes the mood of President Roosevelt last night, only a few hours before our invasion of Hitler's fortress Europe was formally announced. As you know, Mr. Roosevelt broadcast last night on the liberation of Rome. Well, as Commander-in-Chief, the President certainly knew what was coming in Europe before the night was over. But as he sat in the White House waiting to broadcast, he gave no hint to the little personal crowd which jammed into his broadcasting room. Mr. Roosevelt was surrounded by his family. Mrs. Roosevelt is in Washington, and so are the President's two grandchildren, Sisty and Buzzy, his daughter, Mrs. Anna Bodiger, and his son-in-law, Major John Bodiger. Well, the President was in an unusually good humor. He joked with the network announcers and engineers. The President drew a big laugh when he threatened to mention Tony Muto, a newsreel man of Italian descent, along with Christopher Columbus, Marconi, and other prominent Italians who have contributed to world progress. So the President, obviously, was confident of the outcome of this mighty Allied invasion. He even slept through the early hours of the attack. Well, another person who knew what was coming was General George C. Marshall, the Chief of Staff. Well, General Marshall was the honored guest last evening at the Russian Embassy, where he received one of the highest military decorations the Soviet can give. Well, it can be told now that the General puzzled an imposing list of dignitaries when he declined to wait for the customary buffet supper, which incidentally is very good at the Russian Embassy. But the answer came within a few hours when General Eisenhower's headquarters announced the invasion, and now everyone knows why General Marshall went home early last night. Well, then Secretary of War Henry L. Stimson set an example of confidence. He stayed at home during the small hours of the morning when the news was being flashed all over the world. As you recall, Mr. Stimson had told a news conference days ago that we won't start the invasion until we are sure of its success. Well, meanwhile, the House will meet at 11 o'clock Eastern Wartime this morning to consider the Price Control Extension Bill, and the Senate will meet at noon to work on the same subject. But it is quite likely that most of our representatives, and our senators too, will spend their time in the cloakrooms with their ears glued to the radio for the latest invasion bulletins. Well, Washington, of course, is an international city. There is a little bit of England here at the British Embassy. There's a little bit of France, for instance, at the French legation. The British ambassador, the tall, gaunt Lord Halifax, is the first diplomat to make a direct statement on the invasion. Lord Halifax says that he has no doubt that we will have very tough fighting on the continent of Europe. But Lord Halifax goes on to say that we all have complete confidence in General Eisenhower, complete confidence in his deputy commanders, and complete confidence in all our Allied troops. Well, that statement of Lord Halifax seems to summarize, perhaps better than any other statement, the way Washington feels about this invasion. Complete confidence in the men who are doing the fighting, and complete confidence in the men who are in our high command. Well, as a city, Washington is taking the invasion calmly. The nightclubs and cocktail lounges still were packed when the German radio proclaimed the invasion at 12:37 Eastern Wartime this morning. But the city had been fooled by that Associated Press flash for 2 brief minutes last Saturday, so this time Washington was a little blasé about it. Then, of course, when Allied confirmation came at 3:32 a.m., most of the people were in bed. However, a list of Washington dignitaries had asked the NBC newsroom some weeks ago to call them at any hour when the invasion comes. So about 4 o'clock this morning, we of NBC here routed out, for instance, Dr. Alexander Loudon, the ambassador from the Netherlands. And we awakened Senator Barkley, the majority leader of the Senate from Kentucky. We routed out Speaker Sam Rayburn of Texas, and then Representative Joe Martin, who is the minority leader. And then when the Capitol awakened this morning, there was little evidence of real excitement. People jammed their way onto Washington's overcrowded streetcars and buses and went to work as usual. So far here in Washington, there have been no whistles or no ringing of bells. It's just another workaday Tuesday in this world's biggest business, which is the United States government. However, news dealers on the downtown corners report that their sale of newspapers has been fairly brisk so far. And I noticed that people having their orange juice, toast, and coffee in downtown restaurants this morning all had their noses buried in the newspapers or were cocking an ear for radios, which do seem to be going full blast all over town. Well, among the street crowds here in Washington, reaction is slow. A streetcar motorman, alluding to the Associated Press's false invasion announcement Saturday, said, "I heard another announcement a couple of days ago, and I want to wait and see on this one." However, there is an air of grimness here. A large group gathered at St. John's, the Church of the Presidents, and special D-Day prayers were read this morning. Well, as this business goes on as usual here in Washington, it is all connected, of course, with the war. For instance, Leo T. Crowley, our Foreign Economic Administrator, says that he is leaving soon for Italy to make a personal inspection of the relief problems brought up by our liberation of Rome. Then on Capitol Hill, reaction to the invasion is one of prayer for the success of our American and our British soldiers. Meanwhile, referring to another phase of the war, Senator Homer Ferguson, a Republican from Michigan, announces that he will demand a congressional investigation into the Pearl Harbor tragedy. The House is scheduled to vote on a resolution extending the time for trial of the Pearl Harbor commander. And then another story here, which on a normal day would be a front page, top headline story. The Special House Committee is planning to hear this morning Montgomery Ward Chairman Sewell Avery testify in its probe of seizure of the mail order firm by the United States Army. Well, one of the civilians largely responsible for the success of this invasion mounted today is Mr. Donald M. Nelson, the chairman of the War Production Board. Well, the invasion itself found Nelson outside of Washington and typically found him at work spurring the country to new production records. Nelson is in Detroit, and in this big war center, his schedule today calls for conferences to try to iron out some of Detroit's strike troubles. Nelson was informed of the invasion during the early morning hours, but he had no comment to offer. Yesterday, you'll remember, the War Production Board chairman delivered a rather scathing rebuke to both management and labor for industrial unrest as the invasion hour approached. And today, it's expected that Mr. Nelson will undoubtedly elaborate on his statement. So, if I may summarize, Washington is taking the invasion in its stride with an air of calm confidence.
You have just heard Richard Harkness speaking from Washington. Now, NBC continues its coverage of the invasion as we return you to the NBC newsroom in New York.
Here we are back in the NBC newsroom in New York, and coming toward the microphone at this time to give you more of the last-minute flashes as they're coming over the wire is Robert St. John.
Here's one from London, which quotes the German DNB agency as broadcasting a report that Allied tanks have penetrated several kilometers into France. That looks as if we are deepening our bridgehead, as if we have begun to go places in France. And here's one that quotes the German Transocean Agency as broadcasting the claim that almost 80 medium-sized warships are approaching our beachhead in France. Now, that bulletin doesn't say what kind of warships they are. I assume they are Allied warships. And here's another bulletin from a U.S. fighter base in England, which says that Thunderbolt pilots returning from the invasion area today reported that Allied troops are piling onto the shore of France virtually with no opposition, and that the skies are practically clear of German planes. And now here's another bulletin. Just a second, here's one more bulletin. Here we are. Another bulletin that says big guns on the French coast opened fire across the Strait of Dover shortly after midday today. A salvo of 4 shells was seen to explode. And here's another one. The German Transocean News Agency says that Allied paratroopers have landed on the islands of Jersey and Guernsey west of the Norman Peninsula. And here's another one. The German High Command, in its first invasion communique, today said Allied forces suffered very heavy reverses in the Caen area of northern France, and it claimed that an entire regiment of paratroopers was destroyed in that sector. Our own communiques have reported only light casualties, and we mustn't put too much stock in these German claims of wiping out whole regiments. That's the usual Nazi trick. Here's another bulletin. It says that the Nazi-operated Paris radio today said that it has become clear that General Eisenhower, the Supreme Commander of the Allied armies, is concentrating his efforts on the capture of Cherbourg. Cherbourg, as you know, is one of the principal French ports on the English Channel. And now that is the latest word just over the wire on this mammoth military operation. Bulletin by bulletin, report by report, the big story is being built up. For many months, we've been perfecting our plans here at NBC for covering this biggest of all war stories. NBC reporters at this moment are gathering last-minute details at the official news sources of Allied headquarters in Washington, all over the world, in fact. We have been putting these bulletins onto the air just as fast as they've come in, and we will continue to do so. Now, right now, I'm looking at a clock in front of me with a second hand, and right now it is exactly 9:32:09. It is exactly 6 hours since we received, at 3:32:09, a bulletin from London. I want to read that bulletin to you again. That was called Communique Number 1 of Allied Supreme Expeditionary Force Headquarters, the first bulletin of the greatest invasion in the history of the world, and this is the way it read. Under the command of General Eisenhower, Allied naval forces, supported by strong air forces, began landing Allied armies this morning on the northern coast of France. That is a communique which will echo down through the corridors of time. That is communique number 1 announcing the Allied invasion of Western Europe, of Hitler's fortified continent. Now, for those 6 hours since that bulletin came out, NBC has been giving you, without interruption, news, bulletins, interviews, eyewitness accounts, every conceivable kind of coverage of this, as we newsmen believe it to be, the greatest news story in the history of warfare. For 6 hours, we have been going on here without interruption. Some of us have made 20 and 30 broadcasts to you already. We're going to continue to give you that coverage without any interruption, without any commercial announcements, without anything but perhaps a little music later in the day occasionally, but nothing but news. We feel this is what you want because millions of American boys are over there taking part in this operation. Your neighbor's boy, maybe your own boy, your husband, is over there. And so we know how vitally interested all of America is, and the National Broadcasting Company is determined to give you every word of news that we can get from that front. And we have a dozen or more men stationed in London. Some of them are flying over France right now in planes. Others are on British ships and American ships. Others are in landing craft. They are covering every possible phase of this invasion for you, and over the radio to which you are now listening, you will receive news broadcast over this microphone into which I am now talking, constantly and continuously all day long today, and without interruption of any kind. And now, for a little musical interlude, we take you to the NBC Orchestra.
On this, the morning of D-Day, the National Broadcasting Company presents a program of martial music attuned to the tempo of the day.
Mr. H.V. Kaltenborn.
A bulletin. Radio Berlin, monitored by NBC, has just admitted that bridgeheads between Le Havre and Boulogne are now firmly in Allied hands. This extends the fighting from Normandy in the direction of the Belgian coast for some distance. It means that we have probably established bridgeheads not only on the Normandy coast, but on the coast of northern France, beyond Le Havre, in the direction of Boulogne. There is a dispatch that German forces launching a counterattack knocked out 35 heavy Allied tanks at Anel in the Seine Bay area. The significance of that is that so many tanks have already been landed that they are pushing to the interior, that a heavy tank battle has already taken place.
We return you now to our program of music.
National Broadcasting Company, continuing its complete coverage of all the invasion news, returns now to the NBC newsroom in New York, where we have Elmer Peterson.
The Germans have now made a significant admission regarding the extent of the Allied attack in France. The Berlin radio, monitored by NBC, today broadcast that the extent of the attack in the areas employed is a large-scale operation, and that the Allied Supreme Command, say the Germans, wants to use the river estuaries of the Seine and Orne rivers to land our heavy armor. That's an indication from the Germans themselves that the invasion is going ahead according to plan and on a very large scale. And here's another bulletin. The German Day and Bay News Agency has broadcast today that the 28th and 101st American Parachute Divisions had been dropped in the Normandy Peninsula area of France. The Nazis claim that many have been taken prisoner. Here is the first report in any detail, and it comes, we remind you, from an enemy source regarding these paratroopers and airborne troops which have been dropped behind the German lines in France. One question which now is going to cause a great deal of attention is the part which the French underground, the French patriots, may do to help these paratroopers, these airborne infantrymen. The French people have been warned to get back from the coast, but the plans of the French underground can now be realized. We have yet to get anything like a detailed report from Allied sources on what's happened to our parachute troops, how much resistance they've encountered, to what extent they've been able to consolidate the positions they've already gained. One thing is certain. The Germans will make every effort to encircle these paratroopers and airborne infantrymen, for they are a real threat to German communications. However, these airborne Allied troops are going to have the assistance of the French underground. In fact, some of the most carefully made plans of this invasion are going to be involved in the cooperation, the very close and direct cooperation between the French patriots and the Allied soldiers who are fighting behind the German lines. For Allied strategy is taking a form which the German commanders fear greatly. Not only must they consider frontal attack, not only must they consider the steady mounting impact of Allied air bombing, they also must consider the fact that their lines may be turned. They must also consider the fact that a threat from the rear can at any time cause them to be encircled. They must consider the fact that as their communications are destroyed, one field commander will have very little idea of what another field commander to his right or his left is engaged in his fundamental strategy. The German Transocean News Agency has another report. It is that about 80 medium-sized Allied warships are approaching the town of Ouistreham in the estuary of the Orne River. Here's another indication of the extent to which our naval forces now are being utilized in this great final attack on the German continent. Another German news agency broadcast said today that Allied landing barges have penetrated into the estuaries of the Orne and Viry rivers in Normandy in the rear of the Atlantic Wall. Meantime, there's bound to be new attention to the great organization involved behind the actual fighting troops. There is more than frontline troops involved here. Streaming across the channel by this time are the engineers, the quartermaster units, the signal corps, all of that intense and widespread organization which is necessary in order to carry the invasion through to its final fulfillment. And a last report, this from the Berlin radio, monitored by NBC. It quotes International Information Service. It says that the Allies plan to land troops in the Balkans, but when they do, they'll be met by twice as many Serbians. International Information Service is believed to be one of the phony press associations set up by the Nazis. However, this report does call attention to the fact that now that the final attack on Europe has started from the west, we must be prepared to see other diversionary operations. Our offensive in Italy is still going forward. Allied troops, Allied navies are waiting in other parts for other attacks, all designed to gradually exert more and more pressure upon the Germans, all designed to more and more force the Germans to use up their strategic reserves. So far, it must be noted that most of the details of the invasion itself are coming from German
and from neutral sources. Our own Allied officials are being cautious. We merely have the bare facts in essence that we have landed on the continent, that we are going ahead. We have been told that things are going according to plan. But that, fundamentally, is all we have as yet. However, the Germans are revealing more and more of their version of the plan, probably because they have no other choice. We also must expect to get a great deal of news now from the neutral capitals.
Thank you, Elmer Peterson. We're standing by in the NBC newsroom, ladies and gentlemen, and as the bulletins come over the wire, we're going to send them out to you immediately. But at 10 o'clock, we're going to have a complete story from our NBC reporters in the newsroom in Washington. Right now, more music.
this invasion morning, the National Broadcasting Company has presented a program of martial music, brought to you by an NBC orchestra playing from our Radio City studios in New York. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
WEAF, New York.
The National Broadcasting Company continues its invasion coverage with a special program from Washington. We present the wives of our invasion leaders, who will be interviewed by Nancy Osgood of the NBC Washington staff. And now, Miss Osgood.
There probably isn't a person in the country today who wouldn't like to broadcast his own personal good luck message to our invasion chiefs and their troops. Well, that, of course, is impossible. So NBC has arranged the next best thing. We have asked the wives of our invasion leaders to do it for us. Mrs. Dwight Eisenhower, Mrs. Harold Stark, Mrs. Carl Spots, Mrs. Allen Kirk, and Mrs. James Doolittle. Their husbands are not only leaders, they're also fighters, men who will share with their troops all of the hardships and dangers of war. Because we know these things, we feel that the wives of these men, the women who know them so well, can speak for all of us in wishing the men their husbands command a quick trip to Berlin. We had hoped to present as our first guest today Mrs. Dwight Eisenhower, wife of the commander of our invasion forces, but she has found it impossible to be with us. This is more than D-Day to the Eisenhowers because today, at the graduation exercises at West Point Academy, their son, John Eisenhower, becomes Second Lieutenant John Eisenhower, United States Army. Mrs. Eisenhower cannot be with us this morning, but she's given a personal message to us to broadcast for her, and these are her words. This period of waiting for the invasion has been a great strain for all of us. We have been waiting and watching for the word which finally reached us officially at 3:32 this morning. We know now that our men are attacking our enemies. We know that they will be victorious. But we also know that they have many trying hours ahead, hours in which we shall find it difficult not to be restless and unnerved. We're eager to help in some big way, and yet if we could ask our fighting men what they would have us do, they would tell us, ours is the job to fight, yours to help, by remaining as cheerful and as busy as possible. So let's have faith, cheerfully wish them luck, and work a little harder than ever before, even if only to roll bandages for an extra hour each week. It will all count, all help to bring our men home sooner. This has been a personal message from Mrs. Dwight Eisenhower, wife of the commander of our invasion forces. And now let's hear from Mrs. Harold Stark. Her husband, Admiral Stark, is in command of all our naval forces in the European theater. And what is your wish for the Admiral and his men today, Mrs. Stark?
My wish is the same as that of everyone else. May the troops have all the luck in the world so that victory will come quicker. But I want to add something more. In fact, I think we all have the same idea in the back of our minds, that it's going to take more than just plain luck.
Yes, indeed, we do need more than an ordinary share of luck, but at least we know that we have the best of everything else. Leaders, men, and equipment.
But we need more than that. Our troops are launching the biggest military operation in history. Naturally, their success is our biggest concern, but we aren't helping by just thinking about it. Our own spirits will remain higher, and the war be shortened if each one of us keeps just as busy as possible.
Well, I understand that you yourself are a very good example of keeping busy, Mrs. Stark. But speaking of advice, tell us, have you ever given the Admiral any instructions as to how he should take care of himself?
Yes, indeed, I have sent him plenty of instructions, but carrying out those instructions is another matter. In fact, he has slept through several air raids.
Well, that sounds as if the Admiral isn't afraid of the Luftwaffe. And judging from recent operations, it doesn't look as if any of our high command is. However, the German Air Force is something to be reckoned with in the invasion. Mrs. Spots, who is the wife of Lieutenant General Spots, commanding the strategic air forces in Great Britain, should be able to tell us something about that. Mrs. Spots?
Actually, Miss Osgood, I would rather talk about our own air forces than the Luftwaffe. As an air wife, I am tremendously proud of our air forces, especially the magnificent pre-invasion job they have done. That great softening up job will be responsible for saving the lives of thousands of American soldiers and sailors.
Well, that is true, Mrs. Spots. And that thought, I should think, must be very reassuring to the families of those infantrymen and artillerymen and all the others who are today battling their way into Hitler's Europe.
Yes, it must help to know that air power has made it easier for the others. And it should also be the greatest comfort and pride to the families of Air Force men, especially to those families whose men are missing or have been killed in action. You'll remember Prime Minister Churchill's famous phrase, "Never have so many owed so much to so few." That's as true today as it was in 1940. For the aerial supremacy, which we so surely have, will cut invasion casualties to an absolute minimum.
We may have what will seem like very high casualties these first few days, Mrs. Spots, but we know there'll be nothing like we might have had without air superiority.
That's very true. And you can be sure that we do have that air superiority. For the invasion would not have been launched without it. Never in history has a great military undertaking been so carefully planned. I hope all you wives and mothers understand that. Everything has been thought of and done to give that man of yours the best chance possible of coming through this terrific action. You can be sure of that, and you can take comfort in it.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Spots. As we send our good luck greetings to your husband and his airmen today, we can also add our thanks for making it safer and easier. Now, the Navy, too, has a big job in this invasion. Everything, from our biggest warship to the smallest landing boat, has a specific job to do. The man who is in charge of the United States Naval Invasion Task Forces, Admiral Alan G. Kirk, once summed up the Navy's responsibility very well. Just how did he put it, Mrs. Kirk?
My husband has said that when American soldiers are to be landed on foreign soil, it is the duty and the privilege of the American Navy to put those troops and their equipment ashore, to keep them supplied and to protect the landings as long as may be necessary.
That's it. And that's what Admiral Kirk and his men are really doing right now.
You see, Admiral Kirk and his staff have been in England many months planning and preparing for this very thing. As you know, we've undertaken tremendous amphibious operations before, in Africa, in Sicily, in Italy, and in the Pacific. We've learned valuable lessons from all of these landings, sometimes at great cost. But every one of those lessons is being put to advantage at this moment. Consequently, we can be certain that this, the biggest landing of all, will be the most successful. Here at home, we can believe in success as well as wish for it, and I hope that every one of you will put your confidence in our Navy. Theirs is a splendid and terrible responsibility, but it's one they will surely fulfill.
And we do sincerely know that, and we believe, of course, in success, Mrs. Kirk. For we know your famous husband meant it when he said it was up to his Navy to land our troops on foreign shores and keep them supplied afterwards. Thank you so very much, Mrs. Kirk, for representing the thousands of Navy families all over the country in wishing their sons good luck and successful landings. And we have another mother here in the studio today, Mrs. James Doolittle, who has a double family interest in this invasion. Her husband, General James Doolittle, who led the first aerial invasion of Japan, the famed Tokyo raid, is commanding the 8th Air Force. And Mrs. Doolittle's son, Captain James Doolittle, Jr., is flying with the 9th Air Force. Mrs. Doolittle, this is a very important day for you.
It is indeed, Miss Osgood. But then, it is for everyone. It's the moment for which we've all been waiting. And now that it's come, it's still a long march ahead to ultimate victory. The boys know that we have complete confidence in their success. However, there's even a greater job to be done than has taken place before, not only on the invasion front, but on the home front as well. We'll need teamwork here as well as there.
Well, we certainly all agree with you on that, Mrs. Doolittle.
Our troops expect even more than our confidence. We need more than ever before, to show our courage. They expect us to keep our chins up. We know that this invasion will be costly, but as Mrs. Stark has said, there's nothing like work to take our minds off of that. And 2, it makes our men happier. I've talked to so many of them when they've come home from the fronts, and they are much more contented when they know that their women are actually doing something, anything to hurry victory.
I'm glad you mentioned that, Mrs. Doolittle, for I'm sure that all those women who are doing some kind of war work feel a very special contentment and pride today. They know that they helped make this invasion possible.
That's right. And that's why I'd like to say, especially to those mothers who have given so much toward victory, your sons are fighting to make that victory possible. General Doolittle has said to me very often, my boys are tops. They never stop to think what may happen to them. They just do their job.
Thank you, Mrs. Doolittle. I think you've summed it up very well, for that is what thousands of Americans are doing today. Our soldiers, sailors, and airmen are all fighting with all their might to clear the road to Berlin. They aren't thinking of what may happen to them. They're just doing their job. And behind them is a nation not only wishing them luck, but pushing them along that road with everything it has. The wives of our invasion leaders have put it better than anyone else could possibly have done. The men have our prayers, our confidence, and our support.
You have just heard good luck messages to our invasion troops from the wives of their leaders, Mrs. Harold Stark, Mrs. Carl Spots, Mrs. Ellen Kirk, Mrs. James Doolittle, and a personal message from Mrs. Dwight Eisenhower, who was unable to be here in person, with Nancy Osgood of the NBC Washington staff as commentator.
And now here's a special announcement just handed to me. Tonight, at 10 o'clock Eastern Wartime, the President of the United States will speak over the NBC network.
Here's a bulletin from the NBC newsroom in Washington. London. The DNB agency reported this afternoon that at one point, the Allied troops driving onto the beaches of France have penetrated several miles to the south. Meanwhile, our invasion forces have taken beachheads in French Normandy and are fighting their way inland. A German broadcast claims that Nazi forces are counterattacking at Arnel. Marshal Pétain has asked Frenchmen not to take steps which will bring reprisals. 11,000 Allied aircraft are taking part in the invasion. The Allies, according to the Germans, are using balloons along the channel as artillery observation posts. And Russians in Moscow are literally dancing with glee over the invasion news. This bulletin came to you from the NBC newsroom in Washington. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
This is Don Goddard in the NBC newsroom in New York. Well, how did your hometown react to the great and solemn news this morning? In the dispatches from every city and hamlet throughout the world of these United Nations comes the same story. They're piled up here on our news desk today. A story of relief and joy, tempered by the knowledge that these are tense hours when hundreds and thousands of American lives hang in the balance for humanity. Yes, people seem to say the waiting is over. And Americans looked at each other this morning and said, this is it. In many a quiet hamlet, the church bells pealed to announce the news and also to summon America to her knees in prayer. There was an impulse, I think, that we all had in common. Christian and Jews and every kind of sect. And even men and women who might have forgotten how to pray knelt once more with their eyes toward God. In Rome, the holy city, our Ralph Howard described a great celebration when the news broke. The second celebration since Rome was freed from the Nazi yoke. And here are the other places. Take them at random, everywhere you look. In Sydney, Australia, crowds swarm from business buildings into the streets today with the news of an Allied landing in France. Men in uniform were grabbed up and carried shoulder high through the streets. Traffic was blocked. And in Helena, Montana, troops who train army sled and pack dogs at Camp Rimini set in the rugged mountains 9 miles west of Helena and came out of their beds when the invasion news broke. And they called the Associated Press Bureau out there continuously. We'll stay up and see, they said. And they stayed up and saw. And in San Francisco, this June 6th will go down at least twice as momentous a day in World War II in 1942 and 1944. Exactly 2 years ago, you remember, it marked the finale of the Battle of Midway, now recognized as Japan's greatest thrust at the Western Hemisphere. And out in Columbus, Ohio, special church services were held throughout Columbus, and Governor John W. Brecker said the invasion marked the beginning of the end of the forces of evil and destruction. And in Stockholm, the news caused comparatively little excitement there today in Stockholm. And here's a bulletin just in from London. The stock exchange opened steady today, but on the bond market, continental bonds, particularly French and Polish issues, gained sharply. And here in New York, the New York Racing Associations have announced that racing today, the program at Aqueduct, will be canceled. This is Don Goddard in the NBC newsroom in New York.
We pause now for station identification.
WEAF, New York. An analysis of the latest reports from the invasion front brought to you by the Dean of American Commentators, NBC's H.B. Kaltenborn.
The most encouraging fact about this invasion from the Allied point of view is that we had 4,000 ships and 11,000 planes with which to cover it. That means two great things: control of the sea and control of the air. And through control of the sea and control of the air, the powers that have gathered in the British Isles the mighty invasion force that has now begun to land, through that control, they will be able to establish control of the land. Everything that has happened so far indicates that that control has already begun, has moved more rapidly than even those of us who were most sanguine have dared to hope. For we all had in mind the experience of Dieppe. We had in mind some of the difficulties that we had experienced in Africa, in Sicily, in Italy. And yet, here in France, so far as we now know, many of those difficulties were either eliminated or overcome. For it is certain, on the basis of German admissions, that we have penetrated the estuaries of two important rivers in Normandy, that we have landed tanks in large numbers behind the so-called Hitler Atlantic Wall, that our paratroopers landed successfully at key points in Normandy and elsewhere, and that, so far, the invasion, as Mr. Churchill told Commons this morning, is going according to plan, and what a plan. In other words, we've made a magnificent start. Obviously, the Germans are only now beginning to recover from their first surprise, for it evidently was a surprise. They had obviously counted on our taking advantage of that short 20-mile distance between Dover and Calais. They had not counted that we would risk the 80-mile crossing from southern England over to Normandy, and they were evidently not as well prepared there as they were presumably prepared across the Channel. Certainly, that helped us in our opening moves. All the German admissions are significant, for obviously they would not make them unless they felt they had to. We penetrated into the estuaries of the Seine and the Orne rivers. The Seine, tremendously important, because once we control that estuary, we are in a position to fight for the possession of the tremendously important port of Le Havre, which the French only in recent years developed to the point where it is their most important transatlantic port, with every possible equipment for the landing of every type of ship. And the control of the estuary of the Orne River means control of the important town of Caen, a great railroad center in Normandy, and undoubtedly also a center of airfields, which in the flat country surrounding that particular area could readily be established in considerable numbers. And of course, it is our purpose in landing on this particular part of Normandy to secure for our use some of those airfields. And while we have no precise indication that our paratroopers who have landed in large numbers are landing there for the purpose of seizing airfields, we know that that undoubtedly is the plan which they would follow. For once we control the airfield, our control of the air can then be transferred from the coast of Britain to the coast and to the inland points of France. And if we begin with airfields in that flat country in the neighborhood of Caen, get control of those, then we are in a position from there to move steadily forward from one airfield to another in cooperation with our landing forces at various points on the French coast. And according to the reports that have come to us, our landings are not confined to Normandy. They extend much farther to the north and to the east along the Channel coast. They go as far as Boulogne, and some have been made even east and north of Boulogne, which means that we are alerting the Germans at a dozen different places along something like 250 miles of coast, so that already their railroad problem is a difficult one, because they are unable to concentrate their forces at any given point. They must be prepared to meet what might be a major thrust anywhere along 250 miles of coast, and it is a 250 miles of coast where for the past 2 years we have been bombing the railroads, bombing every possible type of construction that could aid those who would resist invasion. We have landed heavy armor. That, too, comes from the Germans. They tell us of one tank battle in which they claim to have knocked out 35 tanks. Well, perhaps they did knock out a score or even more of tanks, but how many more were left? For obviously, if we have penetrated the estuaries of those rivers, if, thanks to this huge invasion fleet of 4,000 ships and other smaller ships, we have managed to get up into those rivers with these landing barges, which again and again at various fronts I have seen discharging their tanks by rolling right up on the shore, why, it's quite possible that we have landed hundreds of tanks at several points. And once we have succeeded in doing that, then we are in a position to carry on, to move over the excellent French roads, to follow up with armor, with mechanized material, so that we can move with speed, move with precision, move with firepower. And here, that vast accumulation of military material which we have been building in the United States, which we have transferred to the British Isles, and which today has begun to land in France, will stand us in good stead. A bulletin from an Allied air base in England tells us that many Allied assault troops are now already beyond the initial danger zone of total exposure in France. That means that they have established themselves, that possibly they have made connection with the landings on the coast, that they are no longer isolated units defending themselves alone against superior forces of Germans, but that already contact has been established between those forces that were landed 10, 15 miles, 20 miles inland, and those that are landing barges inland, and those that are landing barges deposited on the shore where they established their beach positions. The Germans tell us that we have definitely established ourselves in at least 2 places firmly, so that we have been able to not only to hold the beachheads, but to penetrate beyond them, to force our way inland, which of course is the test of any successful invasion. Within the last few hours, British heavy bombers dropped 5,000 tons of bombs on the Channel coast batteries. That happened last night and early today. That's a new record of bombing. That climaxes 2 years of bombing. That reminds us how magnificently our great air power has paved the way successfully for today's events. The Germans tell us that landings have been made on 2 Channel Islands of Jersey and Guernsey. Those Channel Islands are some 80-odd miles from the coast of England, but they're only a few miles from the coast of Normandy. And from those islands, once we have established air bases on them, and that will not take long, we can strike either towards Brittany or towards Normandy. We will have comparatively secure air bases again because of our control of the sea, from which we can strike in to the help of any particular detachment that may be in difficulties somewhere in the interior of Normandy. And the seizure of those islands is an important factor in the development of our offensive. A cross-channel bombardment began this morning from the area of Calais in the direction of Dover. You have heard of those tremendous long-range German guns that have been firing at intervals. They fired this morning for only 45 minutes, and then the Air Force that started from the British Isles and that went over the position of the guns and that soon located them, by dropping their loads of bombs, promptly silenced them. Here, as elsewhere, what we had thought of as secret German devices, as particular German ingenious mechanisms to prevent invasion, failed to come off. No secret weapon on the part of the Germans has so far been developed, at least none that we've had any inkling of. And we were surprised at the comparative lack of underwater obstructions when our barges approached the invasion coast. We managed to reach the coast with comparative ease and, so far as we are aware, with comparatively little loss. Our own secret weapon, the little one-man submarine, helped us tremendously because those little craft went across the channel last night and established markers so that every invasion barge, as it approached the French coast this morning, knew exactly where it was intended to land. The weather was with us. The moon was out. Conditions, so far as we know, were particularly favorable for our landing operations. The first German defenses, then, established along the coast, have evidently failed. The shore batteries, on which they counted so much, failed to stop our invasion barges. Why? Because those barges were covered by fighter planes to such an extent that those batteries, as soon as they opened up and revealed their positions, were promptly knocked out. That is, those that have not already been knocked out by that particularly heavy bombardment which has been concentrated on that Channel coast now for several weeks past. Our experiences in Africa and Sicily and Italy have proved invaluable in organizing today's invasion. Many bitter lessons had to be learned. Fortunately, we have learned them. We have found ways to overcome the difficulties that developed during those early invasions when we were inexperienced and when our mechanized invasion material was not as good as it is today. You may have wondered why it took us so long to develop this invasion. The reason is the determination on the part of the Allied command to make it as inexpensive as possible in human life. A bulletin has just come from Washington that tells us that President Roosevelt has called the High Command to the White House for a D-Day conference. He called into consultation the highest-ranking military and naval officials. That means Admiral King, General Marshall, General Arnold, among others. He will confer with them, and perhaps on the basis of what they tell him, he will give the nation some message, perhaps at his regular press conference today. This is not the only invasion. Remember that this is but a beginning. Yes, the Germans say we landed 3 paratroop divisions, but we have more than 3 paratroop divisions. We have only made a beginning. The great mass of the accumulated human and mechanized material that we have been piling up in the British Isles for the past year, all that has not yet begun to be landed. We have huge forces that are available for a landing in southern France, something that the King of Norway said this morning in speaking to his people, suggested to me the possibility of an invasion of Norway. And so, on this great day, let us recognize that invasion has begun, but only one invasion, not the only one. Thanks to our patience, thanks to the long delay, thanks to the determination to save human life, we can now make invasion after invasion until they bring victory. Good morning.
You have just heard an analysis of the latest reports from the invasion front brought to you by the Dean of American Commentators, NBC's H.B. Kaltenborn. The National Broadcasting Company will continue to bring you complete and full reports on the invasion as they come to us at the NBC newsroom here in New York. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
11:15 a.m. Eastern Wartime, WEAF, New York. The National Broadcasting Company brings you a program of songs by Tommy Taylor. It had to be you. It had to be you. I wandered around, finally found somebody who could make me be true, could make me be blue, even be glad just to be sad thinking of you. Some others I've seen might never be me, might never be.
This is the National Broadcasting Company in New York. Ladies and gentlemen, we will bring you bulletins just as soon as they are made available. In the meantime, we invite you to listen to music by the NBC Orchestra. We suggest you stay tuned for later developments.
For nobody else gave me a thrill. With all your faults, I love you still. It had to be you, wonderful you, had to be you. Sighs are so like mine. Your eyes mustn't glow like mine. People will say we're in love. Don't start collecting things. Give me my rose and my glove. Sweetheart, they're suspecting things. People will say
NBC Newsroom in New York, and here is Mr. H.V. Kaltenborn.
A bulletin from London. Military observers said today that a general Russian offensive, coordinated with the Anglo-American attack from the west, may be launched within the next 48 hours and almost certainly will begin before the weekend. That is exactly what the Germans have been expecting. That is why they launched their counteroffensive north of Jassy in Romania. That is why they have concentrated every possible military effort of which they were capable into developing that offensive into a major attack. In that attempt, they have failed. The Russians have now had some 4 weeks in which to marshal their forces, develop their transportation, prepare their troops for the next great effort on the Eastern Front. And in accordance with the decisions reached by the Allied chiefs of state at their meetings in Moscow and Tehran, that offensive was sure to be coordinated with the launching of our offensive in Western Europe. And so, before the week is out, the nutcracker driving against Hitler's forces from east and west will be in effect.
Thank you, Mr. Kaltenborn. We now return you to our regularly scheduled program by Tommy Taylor.
If they asked me, I could write a book about the way you walk and whisper and look. I could write a preface on how we met, so the world would never forget. And the simple secret of the plot is just to tell them that I love you a lot. Then the world discovers how my book ends, how to make two lovers of friends. Could write a preface on how we met, so the world would never forget. And the simple secret of the plot is just to tell them that I love you a lot. When the world discovers, as my book ends, how to make two lovers of tropic wind, sing a song through the trees. Sigh to me, soon my love I will see. Poinciana, your branches speak to me of love. Pale moon is casting shadows from above. Poinciana, somehow I feel the jungle heat within me. There grows a rhythmic savage beat. Love is everywhere, its magic perfume fills the air. To and fro you sway, my heart's in time. You've learned to care, Poinciana, from now until the dawning day. I'll learn to love forever, come what may. Low tropic wind, sing a song through the trees. Sigh to me, soon my love I will The sky huddles up in a gray shawl and skulls. Trees stamp their feet, and the birds all have calls. All at once there seems to be a change. Am I right, or is it all a strange illusion? Why is my heart dancing? Imagine dancing. You look at me and suddenly it's spring. Why do I keep sighing? Not sad, just sighing. I'm young and free, and suddenly it's spring. High on a hilltop, love is calling. Someone should wish me happy falling. No more being lonely. Can I be lonely? You look at me and suddenly it's spring. High on a hilltop, top. Love is calling. Someone should wish me happy falling. No more being lonely. Can I be lonely? You look at me and suddenly it's spring.
This is the NBC newsroom in New York, and here again is NBC's Elmer Peterson.
In a special invasion extra, the Army newspaper Stars and Stripes at Naples reported today that 30,000 Allied paratroopers have landed in France to spearhead the massive operations now underway along the Normandy coast and inland from the Normandy coast. It's a good indication of how extensive this attack on France is. On the other hand, as we have indicated before, there's good reason to believe that this will by no means be the only point of attack. In fact, we are waiting momentarily now for announcement of new invasion thrusts on the continent. The Germans are afraid of this. The Berlin radio expresses fear that subsequent landings, later today perhaps, from point of weight, will make the initial landings minute by comparison. Up to this moment, Allied headquarters, and for tactical reasons, has been silent concerning the location of the assault, except for disclosing that Normandy was the general area. The Allied seaborne troops were led by the British commander, General Montgomery, and the men surged across the channel by 4,000 regular ships and by additional thousands of smaller craft. 11,000 planes supported the attack, and the latest report is that they have dropped no less than 5,000 tons of bombs against the German fortifications along the coast. Reports direct from the beachhead, although meager, make one specific pronouncement, namely that the invasion so far can be termed a success, that the Allied command has made good in its greatest gamble of the war so far. And it was nothing less than a gamble, for the landings were made against the strongest fortified section of the French coast. They were made against defenses on which the Nazis have worked with their best engineers for several years. They were made against everything the Germans could put up in the way of defense. Allied reconnaissance pilots now report encouragingly that the invasion troops have secured the beachheads and are cutting steadily inland. And if any confirmation is needed, Vichy radio admits the drive inland is going right ahead. An Allied reconnaissance flyer says that our forces have pushed beyond the coastal danger area. It calls attention to what may be our far-reaching strategy. It may be that we intend to cut straight across southwestward through France in a wide encircling movement in which will be joined by attacks in southern France. And a late broadcast by the Berlin radio says that Allied tanks have penetrated several miles now between the towns of Caen and Isigny on the Norman Peninsula. NBC's reporter Ed Hocker flew over 20 miles of the invasion coast this morning, and he reports that not a single German coastal gun was firing in the entire invasion zone, which would indicate that our forces have completely knocked out the enemy's initial line of defenses. It may be that the Atlantic Wall will not in the end prove as formidable as had been feared. It must be remembered, however, that the Germans' own strategy undoubtedly will be to withdraw and then bring powerful counterattacks to bear. And to our powerful Navy guns go credit for smashing the Germans' first line of defense. More than 640 guns, as we've reported before, hurled thousands of shells into the German fortifications, many of them 16-inch shells. Explosive tore through those fortifications on which the Germans rested their hopes of blocking the first landings on the continent. 2 American parachute divisions, the 28th and the 101st, have been dropped behind German lines and presumably are attending to the business of ripping up enemy communication lines, seizing airfields, and strategic rail lines. And one development, of course, as the invasion progresses, will be that we will make use of captured airfields. The Germans will have left these airfields cut up, destroyed as best they could do it. But our engineers will go to work, as they have done in Italy, to repair airfields quickly, and thus give us advanced air bases for further attacks against the Germans. President Roosevelt will go on the air at 10 o'clock tonight and lead the nation in a prayer for victory. After his talk last night on the fall of Rome, he retired to his room to start writing the prayer. Mr. Roosevelt expresses hope that the entire nation will join with him in voicing the prayer at 10 o'clock tonight, Eastern War Time. As we've said before, the attack along the Normandy coast of France, this invasion, calls attention to the part which Russia may soon play in bringing to bear against the German a great encircling movement from all sides. In fact, in Russia, they've received the news with great joy. The Russian people are elated. Their 3 years of waiting for the blow from the West has now become a reality. And the attack has a special significance for the armies of Premier Joseph Stalin, for there are new reports coming in by the hour now which indicate that the Russians, who have been preparing for a long time for new offensives, soon may take this attack on France as a signal for contributing a further share towards the eventual defeat of the Nazis. The Russian troops are ready to perform their part in this final offensive to crush all that Nazism stands for. In fact, in London at this moment, there are predictions that a new Russian offensive may be launched at any moment. Berlin would have us believe that the German people are taking the invasion calmly, with no excitement, no extra editions, no special radio announcements. An early morning broadcast from Berlin tried to minimize the magnitude of the cross-channel thrust. It said that the Allied intentions are not clear. But in a subsequent announcement, the Berlin radio was forced to change its tune to this, that the Allied landings mean this is the great invasion. And what the effect will be on the German people, we can only imagine. They have had their hopes of a split between Russia and Britain and America. They have had their hopes, carefully built up by Nazi propagandists, that somehow the Atlantic Wall would hold back the invasion of France. These hopes are now being dissipated. Gradually, it will dawn upon the German people more and more that an overwhelming power is being put against them, and that eventually they must face final and inevitable defeat. All of Europe, all of the conquered peoples, knew at the very inception that the invasion had started. They were told by radio. They were told by their own underground means of communications. Huge Allied cargo planes barraged the continent with tons and tons of paper. Messages written in every language saying that this is the hour to strike. This is the hour that marks the beginning of liberation for you people of the occupied countries. And so all of those fine preparations over a period of months and years in the occupied countries now will find their realization. In fact, the underground patriots in France at this moment, no doubt, are proving a great assistance to Allied troops, especially those parachute troops, those airborne infantrymen, who, fighting behind the German lines, need every help they can get, and who, if they can hold on, if they can gain advantage and hold it, will provide a real breach in German defenses. For the time will come when our forces working inland will join up with those parachute troops, and we then will have achieved the first real break in German communications in the German defenses. As a matter of fact, the people of Europe were the first to know that D-Day had arrived. So intense was the barrage of paper bullets which began falling upon them even before the real bullets began falling on the enemy. A late claim by Berlin that the Nazis have launched a counterattack at Osnell near the mouth of the Seine River and knocked out 35 Allied tanks has no confirmation as yet from Allied headquarters. And the enemy asserts further that his counter-thrust east of Cherbourg also are making headway. But the supreme German counterattack is not expected possibly for a week, by which time they will have been able to bring up all their reserve strength for perhaps an area 500 miles around. However, this lays the enemy open to attacks from other points, new amphibious landings, and we shall strike wherever they weaken themselves most. In fact, the German High Command, as we've said before, now faces a moment of great decision. If they withdraw their troops from one point, they weaken themselves and expose themselves to new attacks. They must keep their troops in readiness all along the Atlantic Wall, while we, in turn, exert heavy pressure at one and more points. And here's a report just come in. General Charles de Gaulle, leader of the French Provisional Government, has just arrived in London. And one of his first acts was to make an address to the people of France. His speech in French now is being sent by beam from London. We will bring you the general words to his people as soon as they are available here. Certainly it calls new attention to the great moment which has arrived for the French people. This moment when, finally, after years, they see Allied armies again striking back on French soil, this time far more effectively. This time, we have reason to hope, with no repetition of Dunkirk.
Thank you, Elmer Peterson. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated stations will bring you all the news of the invasion as rapidly as it is received. Stand by just a moment, please. Now for a special broadcast, a message of General Eisenhower. We take you to London.
National or by outside leaders, I say, follow the instructions you have received. To patriots who are not members of organized resistance groups, I say, continue your passive resistance, but do not needlessly endanger your lives. Wait until I give you the signal to rise and strike the enemy. The day will come when I shall need your united strength. Until that day, I call on you for the hard task of discipline and restraint. Citizens of France, I am proud to have again under my command the gallant forces of France. Fighting beside their allies, they will play a worthy part in the liberation of their homeland. Because the initial landing has been made on the soil of your country, I repeat to you with even greater emphasis my message to the peoples of other occupied countries in Western Europe. Follow the instructions of your leaders. A premature uprising of all Frenchmen may prevent you from being of maximum help to your country in the critical hour. Be patient. Prepare. As Supreme Commander of the Allied Expeditionary Force, there is imposed on me the duty and responsibility of taking all measures necessary to the prosecution of the war. Prompt and willing obedience to the orders that I shall issue is essential. Effective civil administration of France must be provided by Frenchmen. All persons must continue in their present duties unless otherwise instructed. Those who have made common cause with the enemy and so betrayed their country will be removed. When France is liberated from her oppressors, you yourselves will choose your representatives and the government under which you wish to live. In the course of this campaign for the final defeat of the enemy, you may sustain further loss and damage. Tragic though they may be, they are part of the price of victory. I assure you that I shall do all in my power to mitigate your hardships. I know that I can count on your steadfastness now, no less than in the past. For the heroic deeds of Frenchmen who have continued to struggle against the Nazis and their vicious satellites in France and throughout the French Empire have been an example and an inspiration to all of us. This landing is but the opening phase of the campaign in Western Europe. Great battles lie ahead. I call upon all who love freedom to stand with us now. Keep your faith staunch. Our arms are resolute. Together we shall achieve victory.
That, ladies and gentlemen, was a rebroadcast of General Eisenhower's statement that he gave to the world at 4 o'clock this morning and which was carried by NBC just 8 hours ago. We'd like to call your attention to a broadcast, 1 full hour of news beginning at 12 o'clock, in which we'll bring you pickup from various portions of the country, including our nation's capital in Washington. We now bring you a program of music.
We continue now with Don Reed and an NBC orchestra.
Blue sky smiling at me, nothing but blue skies do I see. Bluebirds singing a song, nothing but bluebirds from now on. Never saw the sun shining so bright, never saw things going so right. Noticing the days hurrying by when you're in love, nothing but blue skies from now on. Noticing the days hurrying by when you're in love, my, how they fly. Blue days, all of them gone, nothing but blue skies from
Ladies and gentlemen, we ask that you stay tuned to the station to which you are listening for a full hour news broadcast beginning at 12 o'clock Eastern Wartime. That is exactly 4 minutes from now. 1 full hour of the latest invasion news.
So sweet that I repeat means I adore you. Amor, my love. Would you deny this heart that I have placed before you? I can't find another word with meaning so clear. My lips try to whisper sweeter words in your ear, but somehow or other nothing seems quite so dear as this soft caressing word of love. Amor, amor, amor. When you're away, there is no day, nights are lonely. Amor, amor, my love. Say you'll be mine, make life divine, and be mine always.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, the National Broadcasting Company is pleased to present another prayer in the busy schedule of this historic day. We are pleased to introduce Mr. DeWitt A. Davidson, past first reader of the Second Church Christ Scientist in New York. Mr. Davidson.
Pray for the prosperity of our country and for her victory under arms, that justice, mercy, and peace continue to characterize her government, and that they shall rule all nations. Pray that the divine presence may still guide and bless our chief magistrate, those associated with his executive trust, and our national judiciary. Give to our Congress wisdom, and uphold our nation with the right arm of his righteousness. In your peaceful homes, remember our brave soldiers, whether in camp or in battle. Oh, may their love of country and their faithful service thereof be unto them life preservers. May our Father, Mother God, who in times past hath spread for us a table in the wilderness and in the midst of our enemies, establish us in the most holy faith, plant our feet firmly on truth, the rock of Christ, the substance of things hoped for, and fill us with the life and understanding of God and goodwill towards men.
Ladies and gentlemen, you have just heard a prayer read by Mr. DeWitt A. Davidson, past first reader of Second Church Christ Scientist in New York.
This is Don Goddard in the NBC newsroom in New York with the latest summary of the invasion news. At this hour, there is every evidence that the armies of General Eisenhower, with the support of the Allied fleets and air forces, actually are expanding their beachheads on the coasts of France. From present descriptions, that beachhead, or that series of beachheads, is roughly a crescent of land swinging from the port of Cherbourg eastward to the port of Le Havre, around the estuary of the River Seine, where it joins the waters of the Channel. At last reports, this beachhead was about 10 miles wide at its widest place at the spot of greatest attack, the city of Caen. There are German reports that the Allies also have landed on the Channel Islands of Jersey and Guernsey, but those reports are unconfirmed at this hour. An earlier Swedish report said that our points of landing numbered about 12. This has not been confirmed either. The Germans, just heard by our monitors at NBC, also say that they expect new landings on the island of St. Malo, another of the Channel Islands. And the latest report from our reconnaissance flyers, who already are piecing together several thousand pictures of the beachheads and producing evidence that our armies have secured their positions, are now in. And a bulletin at an Allied air base in England says that many Allied assault troops are now beyond the initial danger zone of total exposure in France. That also is a report from our reconnaissance flyers. The soldiers of the Allied nations have been on the shores of Europe for 12 hours and more now, and the Germans are beginning to come back with counter-assault at our beachheads. Just how heavy or how effective those counter-blows are is not clear. The Germans, in one breath, speak of meeting our armies along the whole 70 miles of French coastline, where we've secured ourselves. They speak of dealing effectively with our parachutists, and they say they've taken many of them prisoner. They also say their big coastal guns have come into play, and their fleets of fast E-boats and destroyers are in the Seine estuaries battling our navies. They claim they have sunk a cruiser and several landing barges. They are claiming no air successes to this point, however. They make these claims when at last they announced, after 9 hours of double talk on their domestic radio programs to the German people, that this really looked like the invasion the Allies had been talking about. And then they began to explain how many ships and planes and men we'd thrown into the fray. They even admitted that we'd penetrated rather far inland, and a distance of 10 or 12 miles, they said. The Nazis undoubtedly are readying their counterattacks. They may actually have launched some, but thus far, considering the magnitude of their operations, the number of men and the 4,000 ships and 11,000 Allied planes involved, our casualties have been comparatively light. That is an official statement, and in most places our men came ashore against little opposition, and the German Air Force was practically absent. In fact, our reconnaissance flyers report that we not only have secured our beachheads, but that some of our advanced spearheads are now penetrating southward, and they say, on the run. If they are, they're headed in the general direction of Paris, which lies only 125 miles to the south. A bulletin from London. German fighter planes have begun offering opposition now to Allied invasion forces. That's just in. Returning Allied pilots report numerous dogfights between Allied Typhoons and German Messerschmitts and Focke-Wulfs in the southeast battle area of the invasion coast. One of the contributing factors in our initial successes there on the northern shores of France undoubtedly is our overwhelming superiority in air power. Air power to the smothering point. 11,000 planes in action today as our troops swept ashore. So Prime Minister Churchill told the House of Commons this morning. And add that to the accumulated death and destruction from thousands upon thousands of sorties of our air blitz to date. Also, that concentrated attack, the heaviest yet in a limited area that the RAF laid on the path to invasion that our armies were to take a few hours after last night. Add another 1,000-plane attack by American heavy bombers along that coast this morning, and then add the hundreds to come. A bulletin from Stockholm, a Berlin dispatch of the Scandinavian Telegraph Bureau, reports heavy fighting on both sides of Caen today, and says additional Allied invasion forces have been seen off Caen and off Cherbourg, undoubtedly reinforcements now being brought up. Yes, the Germans will react militarily as they did at Anzio, bitterly and with strength. Few observers doubt that at this hour. But we're ashore on the continent of Europe, and we shall stay there. There seems little doubt of that either. One German reaction is that of Hitler himself. He was reported to be rushing to France today to try his intuition against the masterly planning of General Eisenhower and his commanders. Another bulletin from Washington. Admiral Royal E. Ingersoll has just now officially revealed that U.S. battleships, cruisers, and destroyers of the United States Navy are participating in the invasion of Western Europe. The news of the invasion in Western Europe gave an added impetus to our armies in Italy. Rome went wild with jubilation. A dispatch just received from Rome says that Allied troops have smashed 5 miles north of the Tiber River now. 16 miles east of Rome, Allied troops have captured a spot known as Tivoli Junction. To the west of the Holy City, near the mouth of the Tiber, American forces have cut off and captured a force of 2,000 Germans. And there are more reports that the enemy is bewildered, demoralized in their mad scramble northward. The armies of General Alexander are sweeping ahead along a front of 70 miles there in Italy, and well north of Rome now. A late report from Washington, Soviet Ambassador Andrei A. Gromyko hails the opening of what he calls the second front, which Russia has so long demanded, and he predicts a speedy and a complete victory. In the first official Soviet reaction to the invasion news, the ambassador declares that he is confident that the combined blows of the powerful Allied coalition will ensure a speedy and complete victory over the enemy. The news of the invasion, he says, is good and encouraging. Gromyko conveys the wishes of the Soviet people for all successes to our allies in this most important military undertaking, which is speeding up our common victory over the mortal enemy of mankind, Hitlerite Germany. And London war authorities have heard this morning that Russia herself is now about ready to strike the Germans in great strength from the east and will launch major offensives before this week is over. And President Roosevelt has just summoned the top leaders, the chiefs of his Army and the Navy and the Air Forces for a conference at the White House. And this afternoon he will meet the newsmen for his regular Tuesday afternoon news conference. And I understand that we are now to have a special broadcast from Rome, a special broadcast which will be heard from the city of London, from our headquarters in London. If London is ready, we will call them in. They will be ready in just a moment. We understand that one of our reporters is waiting over there, having just conferred with top leaders of the Allied armies. Go ahead, London.
This is W.W. Chaplin in London. The first post-invasion press conference has just been held in a long, narrow, bowling alley sort of room in the Ministry of Information. And do you know one startling thing that has come out of that conference? Well, sir, the invasion of Europe from the West was originally planned for yesterday, not today. But the weather prophets came along and shook their fingers and wagged their heads, and they said, no, you can't have your invasion then because the weather is going to be just awful. So the generals took that dictum and they said, okay, they'd put off the invasion, the greatest amphibious operation in history, at least one day. And then what happened? Well, the next day, and that was yesterday, the weather was worse than ever. But those old weather prophets came barging out again and said, sure, it looks pretty terrible right now, but it's going to clear up fine.
So the generals decided to let her go for last night, or rather early this morning. And sure enough, the weather cleared up and over they went. At this first press conference, sponsored by SHAEF, which means Supreme Headquarters Allied Expeditionary Force, there were representatives of air, sea, and land forces. Nationality didn't count, as it doesn't count in the actual military operations. Some of the men talking today were American and some were British, just as some of the men doing the fighting are American and some are British. And now, back to the newsroom in New York.
Thank you, Bill Chaplin. That was Bill Chaplin from our headquarters in London telling us the latest invasion news in London. As he told you, the Allied landings in France were postponed 24 hours due to bad weather. That was learned today at Allied headquarters, and Bill has just been up there talking with the Supreme Commanders. And back here in this country, from every city and town in America today, the news is almost the same. There is relief that the tension is over, that D-Day has come at last, and the first reports are almost unbelievably favorable. But that relief is a sober relief, and if any joy is felt, it's tempered by the knowledge that American boys must die to liberate Europe in this greatest invasion which the world has ever seen. That's the temper and the spirit of America today as we feel it here in the newsroom, as we get it from the dispatches which are pouring in by the thousands of words here at NBC, describing the reaction in all communities, big and little, of the United States and of the world. But at least the waiting is over, and Americans have looked at each other and said, yes, this is it. And they could take some comfort from the words of Winston Churchill, that grand old phrase-maker this morning, who told the House of Commons this morning that things were going according to plan, and he added, what a plan that is. Said Churchill, citing the 4,000 ships and 11,000 planes, and our beachheads already driven into the Normandy Peninsula of France. Yes, what a plan. And we could take comfort, too, from the knowledge that President Roosevelt sat up all night behind blacked-out windows of the White House, in constant touch with the situation, knowing when every naval vessel was launched, when every amphibious landing barge sheered onto the beaches of France. The Americans could take comfort in the fact that the President was praying along with them, and that he was composing a prayer, too, as soon as he finished his radio address last night, which he will ask Americans to intone with him when he speaks again tonight on the radio at 10 o'clock Eastern Wartime. The President's Secretary, Stephen Early, told this story to reporters in Washington this morning. He knew when the first barges started across the channel, and he knew when they landed. He knew of other operations in just as great detail. And that prayer which President Roosevelt has composed has been released for publication this afternoon in order that the public may be familiar with it and be able to join in with the President. And in part, it goes like this. My fellow Americans, in this poignant hour, I ask you to join me in prayer. Almighty God, our sons, pride of the nation, this day have set up a mighty endeavor, a struggle to preserve our republic, our religion, and our civilization, and to set free a suffering humanity. Lead them straight and true. Give strength to their arms, stoutness to their hearts, steadfastness to their faith. They will need thy blessings. Their road will be long and hard. And that is the NBC newsroom in New York. This is Don Goddard speaking for NBC.
We pause briefly for station identification.
WEAF, New York.
He now continues its full and complete coverage of the invasion. Here is Caesar Searchinger with his report on the news behind the news of the invasion to the moment. Mr. Searchinger.
Good afternoon. I've got a new bulletin in just now which says, Supreme Headquarters, Allied Expeditionary Force, German opposition in all quarters was less than expected. It was learned at headquarters tonight, and an optimistic tone was evident. There's another bulletin which says that American warships, particularly one battleship, moved close in to the French shore and with the help of the air forces virtually silenced the coastal guns of the landing beaches. Now, that's a very interesting story, because one of the things that we always wondered about was what the coastal batteries would do to warships going in close to shore. The Germans have long told us about their terrific batteries, their terrific Atlantic wall that nothing could approach. Well, as a matter of fact, we did know that the guns which manned that Atlantic war were largely guns taken from the French and from the Belgians. A good many of them came from the Maginot Line. And the largest guns, stationary guns on the coast there, were 11 inches, from 6 to 11 inches. Now, you can see, of course, that they do not stack up against the 11 to 16-inch guns of battleships and cruisers. And the concentration on one of our cruisers is much greater than the Germans can put on, say, several miles of coast, unless they covered the whole down coast from for 1,000 miles with guns which simply do not exist. So that the prognostications which we made some time ago about the strength of the German coastal batteries have come pretty well true. What, of course, we do not know yet is what really happened on the beaches. And many things did happen, undoubtedly. We won't go into details now. We do know that, as from the reports we have, that the Allies did crash the beaches, that they did get through the mines, that they did get through the mortars and the machine gun nests, and they must have got past a good many of the pillboxes, and they are well inland. Then, of course, we also know that our paratroopers went behind the lines and are attacking the fortifications from the other side. The big show, of course, will come further inland, may not come for some time, because it will come in the area which is the fortifications in depth which provide for a large area for maneuvering and for an army of considerable size to be brought there over the railway lines that may be left. But we do know that not much is left of the railway net behind Havre or any of the Channel coasts. And that is, of course, the real secret of our success, such as it is so far. Now, when the Allies invaded this morning, if we cast our eyes back a little bit over recent history, it is the last of a string of events that really ought to fill our hearts with pride. We go back to Pearl Harbor, 1941, December 7th. That was the beginning of it for us. For a year, nothing very much happened so far as we are concerned. But in October 23rd, 1942, there was that Battle of El Alamein that broke the line, that broke the Rommel's defense in Africa. And it was followed by this tremendous 1,000-mile retreat across North Africa. In November 8th, the Allies invaded North Africa with the greatest armada ever seen. On January 26th of 1943, the British took Tripoli, and in February 2nd, there was the victory at Stalingrad, the real turning point of the war, when the siege of Stalingrad was lifted. Well, the Battle of Europe proper, so far as we are concerned, began in July. On July 10th, the largest invasion force in history landed at Sicily. On July 25th, Mussolini fell, and on September 3rd, we invaded Italy. On September 8th, Italy surrendered, and then came that terrible Battle of Salerno, which was our first real experience in landing on a defended coast in Europe. It was a success, and Salerno proved the forerunner of what has happened this morning, the invasion of Western Europe. Well, to go a little further, on October 31, the leaders met at Moscow and planned the whole campaign, and at Tehran it was confirmed in November 26th. General Eisenhower already was in London taking charge, and since then the organization of the greatest invasion of all history has taken place. Then, of course, I should mention that 6 weeks ago the Casino offensive opened, and on June 4th, 2 days ago, came the fall of Rome. Who would have thought on that day that only a day later, 2 days later, would come the great news that we've all been waiting for. You may remember that on Saturday there was some false news. By some mistake, we were told that the invasion had already started, and then it had to be denied. I happened to be on the air just after that, and I called your attention to the fact that it happened to be the anniversary of Dunkirk, of that terrific battle on the beaches of Dunkirk when the British evacuated their army of 300,000 men, which in a way was also a turning point of the war, and perhaps the day that saved civilization more than any other one day. Well, now I'd like to talk a little bit about the invasion coast. We don't know officially from the Allies where we have landed. The Germans say we have landed at Le Havre, and I've heard as many as 11 other points mentioned. Well, anywhere from Holland down to the end of Normandy is invasion coast. Calais, as you know, is the part of the coast that was most hardly hit by the invasion bombardment, the air bombardment, which went on continuously for months and months. Well, Calais is also the only place where Europe was invaded across the Channel before. In 1347, over 5 centuries ago, the British landed near Calais and fought the Battle of Crécy, and then held Calais for 200 years. Europe was not invaded again from the west until 1809, when the British landed near Flushing on the Dutch coast against Napoleon. But that invasion was decidedly not a success. The British couldn't even take Antwerp, and they had to leave again. Indeed, this is a historic day, for Europe has never been invaded in force from the west, or for that matter, from any part against a really defended coast. So this is really something that has never happened in history before. Now, as I said before, the crisis will not come immediately. The crisis will come inland. That is what the generals have warned us about for some time. It will come after the Germans have discovered the main centers of our attack and have moved into their reserves and are ready to counterattack us in force. To delay and interfere with the assembling of a counterattacking army is therefore the next problem we have to deal with. The constant bombing of railroad centers along the western coast during the past weeks and months was, in fact, the first stage of tackling that problem. This will be followed by intensive tactical bombing of the transportation system as we go along. Of course, one of the remarkable things is that we did not meet more opposition from fighters in the air. We had a tremendous cover, we can be sure of that, an umbrella of fighters the whole time. But apparently the Germans did not come up, and that seems to confirm the suspicion that the German fighter force has been very badly depleted. And, of course, that, in fact, gave us the cue as to when the invasion should take place. Then, of course, there is the employment of paratroops. That probably is taking place to an extent that has never taken place before. The Germans themselves reported that we had 80,000 of these troops in England ready for the invasion jump. This parachute corps will have the most difficult job of all. They'll be expected not only to dynamite road bridges and take railroad junctions, but attack Nazi fortifications from the rear. If we have mastery in the air, and it seems that we will have from now on, the number of these troops can be increased almost at will. They'll have no heavy artillery, but the Germans themselves have shown how fortifications can be taken by sappers armed with hand grenades and dynamite. In 1940, you may remember, they took the famous Fort Emael in Belgium, and that was supposed to be impregnable with a loss of only 7 men. Now, the first real test of the invasion will come when we are perhaps 20 or more miles inland, that is, beyond the range of our naval guns. Assuming that Rommel will have had time to assemble his field army, it will be a test that we have not met before, either in Sicily or at Salerno. And, of course, the nearest test was at Salerno and at the Anzio beachhead, which now is no longer a beachhead, but part of the triumphant army that has entered Rome. Now, there doesn't seem to be anything later than I've already told you, because the Allies are keeping mum on what's happened. All that we know is what the Germans tell us. But we might tell you a little bit about what the Germans' prospects are of holding back our invasion. The Germans have made a great deal of the theory of the interior lines. They say that they have the advantage in the fortress Europe because they have the interior lines. He who operates on interior lines, of course, has an important asset. But consequently, the idea that Germany's central position in relation to her opponents will be an intrinsic advantage in the coming struggle seems to be general. Well, it's obvious that in most cases a military machine which can radiate its power from a central reservoir to the circumference, switching its principal concentration to given points at will, is in a superior position to its opponents. The latter must diffuse their resources along, so to say, a ring of reservoirs. Instead of using a radius, they can only swing their power from one point to another by following the long curve of the circumference. Allied aid to Russia goes all the way around by the Arctic or through Persia. It's a matter of elementary geometry. But this proposition is not always true and under all conditions. If a centrally situated antagonist enjoys overall superiority in weight, he can bring power to bear wherever he chooses, and so demolish his opponents piecemeal. If he is approximately equal to them in weight, interior lines are still a substantial advantage, because he can effect any necessary concentration more rapidly. But what if he is inferior in numbers, in air and sea power? In that situation, the fact that he is inside a circumference, which he must maintain, is a deadly disadvantage, because he is pinned down at every point on the circle, whereas his opponents are free to exploit the latest advantages of exterior lines by hitting everywhere at once, if they so choose. That is the position of Germany and the Allies, respectively, today. A bulletin has just been handed to me to the effect that General William Hanstein, Commander-in-Chief of the Norwegian Underground, broadcast an order to all organized fighting groups inside Norway today to be prepared to take part in the great settlement. Hanstein told his countrymen that they would receive orders on what to do. You must not act openly except in conjunction with the Allied military plan and not before orders have been issued from here. That would seem to indicate that we might have an invasion in Norway as well as in France. It also opens the question of all the other undergrounds along the invasion coast, and particularly the French underground. What is the French underground doing? And what have the Allies done to encourage the French underground and to, beyond the instructions given by Eisenhower, to organize themselves and go to bat? Now, there's one little fly in the ointment. So far as we know as yet, there has been no agreement made with General de Gaulle about the underground, the disposition of the underground, and what is to be done about the government of France in the rear of the invasion. However, it is reported that General de Gaulle is in London now, and we hope that this problem may also be solved before long. Good afternoon.
We announce a special feature of the NBC coverage of the invasion. Tonight at 8:30 over station WNBT, NBC Television will bring you a program featuring H.V. Kaltenborn and a special Signal Corps pre-invasion film. WEAF, New York.
From our NBC newsroom in New York, we take you now to NBC in Washington.
This is Morgan Beatty speaking to you from the radio gallery of the United States Senate in Washington, where it's not exactly business as usual today, although there is a familiar routine in the air. A few moments ago, the presidential buzzer rang, denoting a list of nominations to public office, nominations that are not news on a day like D-Day. The House convened first at 11 o'clock. Instead of the usual prayer, the members themselves stood with heads bowed in silent prayer. Out in the House corridor, they carefully prepared maps of Colonel Lawrence Martin of the Library of Congress for the center of attention. Groups of representatives discussed the invasion, even as you and I. And one representative noticed the direct route to Paris ahead of our forces and said, wouldn't it be fine if they could move right into the capital of France? Speaker Rayburn stopped me on the way over to the Senate gallery to say he couldn't be with us as he had hoped. He has a luncheon date with the president today. Here in the Senate, the session opened at noon, just about a half hour ago, but most senators were in committee meetings. Not more than a handful were on the floor. And for the first time in many a moon, the Senate chaplain, Dr. Frederick Brown Harris, did not have his opening prayer all typed out in advance for the reporters. He spent much more time than the regular period preparing today's message. Here is part of his prayer. We pray today, he said, this day of days for our enemies, with calloused hearts and warped minds and poisoned conceptions. Forgive them. They know not what they do. Bring them to last with purged spirits in the united family of nations. And now, ladies and gentlemen, there's several senators and representatives with us today, and the first of them is Senator Bennett Clark of Missouri, a veteran of the last war, you may remember. He spends most of his time these days working on veterans' legislation for the men who today are going ashore in Europe on the greatest invasion effort of all time. Senator Clark, you know, is author of the GI Bill of Rights, now in the Senate, and while a soldier, incidentally, you may remember that he and Teddy Roosevelt, Jr. organized the American Legion. Won't you tell us something about that, Senator Clark, and give us some message for today?
Mr. Beatty, in this moment of destiny, when our boys are jumping off in the greatest military adventure of all time, the American people may have the satisfaction of knowing that our Army comprises the best trained, the best equipped, best armed, best fed, and the best clothed Army that the United States has ever sent into action.
I know we're all glad of that, Senator. Thank you very much, sir. And now I see Congresswoman Claire Booth Luce of Connecticut. She's wearing that new hairdo, by the way, the one with the braids. Mrs. Luce, would you say something for us today?
This is the hour that marks the beginning of the battle for the world. We know that this is the true name for the battle, for if we were to lose it, we'd lose our supreme chance to lead in the councils of peace and to guide our nations towards a brighter destiny. We will win this battle for the world. There's no one in our nation who doubts it, because we know that our arms are strong and our hearts are firm, and there is faith in our souls. In this moment of faith and victory for our arms, I find myself thinking not so much of our men who have crossed the Channel, or who are still to cross. I'm thinking of the mothers and fathers and wives who wait and listen and wait at home. How heavy and cold is the fear in each heart for the dear one. How time drags and crawls and creeps, and yet will not stand still until some news of him, of that one boy, of that one man, comes to you. A mother or a father or a woman in love dies 1,000 deaths a day, waiting and listening. The other women have known the cruel pain of that long vigil that now faces you. They can only tell you this: believe in God, accept His will with love. Your man's fighting well for his country. His weapons are of the best. His leaders in the field are tough and wise. And the one thing that he would want is for you at home to be of good cheer, so that you, in your courage, may set as fine an example as he is setting among his own comrades today in arms.
Thank you, Mrs. Luce. Yours is the honor of interpreting for all of us the reactions of mothers throughout the United States. Now I wanted to Senator Alban Barkley of Kentucky, who has sons in this war, would speak a word to you today.
I'm sure that everybody in the United States, if not everybody in the world, has been thrilled this morning by the news of our invasion of Europe. I feel sure that all of the impatience which may have been exhibited prior to this date will fade when we consider that it has been the duty of our government and of our allied governments to prepare for this invasion to the last man, the last tank, the last airplane, the last round of ammunition, in order that when we made the adventure, we should go forward in it. I can only say as I feel the same suspense that must be felt by millions of parents all over the United States. We should fervently and devoutly pray deep down in our hearts that the God of justice and of peace may bring victory to our troops and to those of our allies at the earliest possible moment. And I might conclude this brief comment by quoting from an old church hymnal which I learned when I was a boy. This is the hour I long have sought and mourned because I found it not.
Thank you, Senator Barkley. I myself, a veteran of many years on the Hill, not as many as you, of course, have seen this spirit of prayer among the representatives and senators of our nation. It's one of the most inspiring hours of my career on the Hill at any rate. And now, Senator White of Maine, the minority leader, the leader for the Republicans, the opposition on Capitol Hill on the Senate side. Senator, would you say a word for us today?
Mr. Beatty, this is one of the momentous days in the world's history. It is shadowed with a possibility of disaster, but it has within it the substantial promise of a glorious ending. Wherever the men and the women of our country may be this day, they fight, they work, and they pray for victory, for justice, for peace, with all the blessings which these will bring to the peoples of the earth. We have abiding faith that in his appointed time, God of battles and the God of peace will give triumphant victory to the right and will worst the forces of evil.
Thank you, Senator White of Maine. Ladies and gentlemen, you may be interested to know that our guests here today, most of them are speaking to you right out of their hearts and minds. They haven't prepared anything. They've just come by the Senate Radio Gallery to speak a word at our request. And now, Senator Lester Hill of Alabama, who you may know is a war veteran and has long been head of the House Military Committee in years gone by. Senator Hill.
Our invasion constitutes the most stupendous military task ever undertaken in all the history of the world. It's not possible for us today to know the infinite preparation, the careful and detailed plans that have been made for this invasion.
Senator, may I interrupt with a bulletin at this time?
Certainly. Go ahead, Mr.
We have a bulletin from Supreme Allied Headquarters, Expeditionary Force. It says, our forces have, by evening of this day, gotten over the first 5 or 6 hurdles in the greatest amphibious assault of all time. Now, Senator Hill again.
This is good news that we've made such progress. We can be thankful that we have made such progress, but we must all be prepared for terrific counterattacks that will be made by the Germans. I was speaking of the plans that have been made, the infinite preparation for this invasion. We can't know these plans now, but I think as a member of the Senate Committee on Military Affairs, I can say to the mothers and fathers of our young men and young women who are struggling on the beaches today that our military and naval commanders have taken every possible precaution, have done everything humanly possible to protect and save every life they can, to keep whole every body that they can. Today we salute these heroic young men and young women. And for us, it should be an hour of dedication, an hour in which we dedicate ourselves to the one thought and the one purpose, that we here at home will do that which will best support, best sustain, and best back up these heroic young men and young women, and that we will also resolve that we will play our part in the building of a peace, so that the sacrifices that our young men and young women are making today will not be made in vain.
Thank you, Senator Hill of Alabama. We've now heard from several of our representatives on the Hill and our senators. The important message, I think, that all of them gave us, the main thing they stressed, is the fact that America goes into this war prepared. I think all of them, pardonably, must be thanked for the effort they made to be sure that the armed services got everything they asked for in the war effort in the last 2 years. Never before in history has so much money been given to the Army and the Navy. Never has so much cooperation and unified spirit moved the efforts of Congress despite many, many arguments on the sidelines as time went on. Today we've heard Congresswoman Claire Booth Luce speaking for the mothers of the nation, speaking the message that they would have, most of them, if they were here with us today. And now we have a bulletin from London. It says that Hermann Goering has issued an order of the day to the German air forces that the invasion of Western Europe must be fought off, even if it means the death of the Luftwaffe. Ladies and gentlemen, that would seem to be the beginning of preparations for the German counterattack. As Senator Hill told us a few moments ago, we must be prepared for terrific counterattacks by the Germans. They have not yet launched any such attacks. As a matter of fact, most of the congressmen and the senators I've talked to this morning have said, oh, how well it would be if we could only expect them to move right on in there. But we all know it can't be that way. The counterattack is the thing that's coming, and the counterattack in this particular zone of Europe, where the Germans are much closer to supply lines than we are, have not the hurdle of water to cross. That counterattack must be expected. That's why most of the men who spoke to you this morning, who know their map of Europe, who studied specially the strategy of this situation in the European area, they know that great losses are ahead of us in the next few moments. That's all for now from the Capitol in Washington. We return you just a moment. We have a bulletin from London. Kenneth Banghart with a new bulletin.
A bulletin from the NBC newsroom in Washington. It's just been announced in London by Prime Minister Winston Churchill that Allied troops have penetrated several miles inland at some points after landings on the French coast. And now we return you to the NBC newsroom in New York.
Back in the NBC newsroom in New York, and here is Don Goddard with more news flashes.
Winston Churchill has just made a second appearance before the House of Commons in London, and he has had this to say about the events of the day's invasion. He says, I can state that this operation is proceeding in a thoroughly satisfactory manner. He says this also, the members of the House of Commons. Many dangers and difficulties which this time last night appeared extremely formidable are now behind us. The passage of the sea has been made with far less loss than we apprehended. Those are the words of Winston Churchill speaking before the House of Commons in London at a second meeting today. Mr. Churchill had gone before the House of Commons earlier today and had told of the great armada of ships, the great fleets of airplanes, which we were sending over to secure our beachhead. He told us then, you remember, that the astronomical figure of 11,000 planes had been used, that 4,000 ships were standing in the channel, great warships bombarding the coast where our men were landing. And he said today, later on, coast artillery, that is, the Germans' coast artillery in defense, was far less effective than anticipated. And our headquarters are saying that the invasion was made possible only through the excellent work of minesweepers. Rough weather marked the start of the undertaking, and several landing barges were swamped. The German forces resisting the Allies are believed to be under the command of Nazi Field Marshal Erwin Rommel. The spokesman at headquarters said he expressed the belief that the Germans have between 1,500 and 2,000 fighter planes available when they want to use them against our fleet of 11,000 planes. The Allied High Command revealed today that the invasion of Western Europe originally was scheduled to take place yesterday, but had to be postponed for 24 hours because of the bad weather. This is Don Goddard speaking from the NBC newsroom in New York.
We pause briefly now for station identification.
This is WEAF, New York.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, the National Broadcasting Company takes you across country with stop-offs at other key NBC news points for a roundup of the domestic reaction on this greatest military story of all time. NBC newsmen are now at their microphones in Cleveland, Chicago, Denver, Hollywood, and San Francisco. We shall hear from them in that order. And so, for a close-up of what the nation is thinking and feeling this very momentous day, NBC in New York switches you across the continent for our first report we take you to NBC in Cleveland.
This is Edward Wallace in Cleveland. Here in the nation's fifth largest city, the people met the news of invasion with a spirit of quiet determination. Like the rest of the nation, most Clevelanders were asleep when the first word came. But in Cleveland's war plants, the news reached the war workers at the moment it was first announced. Radio loudspeakers brought the first bulletins to them. Work halted briefly. Only a few cheered, but most of them just stood quietly by their laths, offering a short prayer for the safety and victory of their loved ones. Then back to their vital war jobs with fresh vigor. The same spirit pervades the crowds on Cleveland streets. No cheers or any similar outburst. Here outside the NBC building, for instance, a crowd of men and women has been growing ever since the first word of the invasion came from Europe early this morning. They've been standing there for hours, listening to each bulletin as it comes through the NBC loudspeakers. Their faces are somber, and they are following each development with serious intentness. One woman spoke the mood of most Clevelanders. She's got a boy over in England, a signal corpsman, and it's probable that he was part of the invasion force that stormed ashore on the coast of Normandy. Her reaction to invasion? It's this. I've asked God to give us victory and take care of my son, and I know he will. All over Cleveland and in other parts of Ohio, too, church doors have swung open, and the people are taking time out of their day-to-day duties for prayer and meditation. Mayor Lauschie of Cleveland was one of the public officials with a special message for the people. Said Lauschie, "The command to us is to stand forth and stay at our civilian posts with increased vigor and devotion. We must humbly and solemnly pray for our youth. They are in a gigantic and perilous task and need every bit of help that we can give." And then he attended an early church service before he, too, went to work. Ohio's Governor, John Bricker, calls today the beginning of the end for the forces of evil. And in the little towns around Cleveland and elsewhere in Ohio, special prayers are being offered up to hasten that end. And in the schools also, the children bowed their heads in special prayers. High up on top of Ohio's tallest building, the railroad terminal tower in Cleveland, a symbol was hoisted today. It's a 30-foot banner of black and gold, flying briskly under the stars and stripes. It was designed by the Cleveland Civilian Defense as a herald of the invasion. It will stay there until the invasion has succeeded. This is Edward Wallace in Cleveland. I switch you now to NBC in Chicago.
This is Alex Dreyer speaking. Chicago's usually noisy loop was calm today. There were no excited groups on street corners, no newsboys shouting the advent of D-Day. Hotel lobbies were strangely silent, and everywhere Chicagoans received the momentous news soberly and with a prayer on their lips. Governor Green of Illinois and Mayor Kelly of Chicago both have proclaimed this a day of prayer. And churches of all denominations are holding special services throughout the day. As early as 5 a.m. Central Time, the bells began pealing their summons for early masses in the Roman Catholic churches. And as dawn was breaking, many men and women in overalls, returning from their work on the night shifts, entered their churches to pray. Brief special prayer services were arranged quickly in many of the larger defense plants, and it was the same throughout the Middle West. The bells of the old cathedral at Vincennes, Indiana, the first church in the Northwest Territory, rang out early this morning. Chicago's spirit of prayerful determination was reflected in other ways, too. Absenteeism in war plants, large and small, fell to a new low, and everywhere workers followed the news of the invasion eagerly, speeding up their work as they did. At the huge Dodge Chrysler plant, largest airplane motor plant in the world, NBC's latest invasion bulletins were posted on the bulletin boards for passing employees to read. To the military in the Chicago area, however, today was just another day in the war, to be devoted, as always, to ordinary duty. At Fort Sheridan, only the gods knew of the attack. The rest of the post slept, and the thousands of sailors at Great Lakes, Illinois, awakened with the usual grumbling of the bugler's call. But they gave forth with cheers and shouting when the mess hall loudspeaker blared out Eisenhower's official announcement that the invasion was finally on. Chicago and the Middle West have taken the news calmly, but the little city of Linton, Indiana, could only sit and wait, because shortly after the invasion flash last night, the power generator in Linton blew out, cutting off all teletypes and radios in the community. The hope of many throughout the Midwest was probably expressed best by a little incident in an all-night Chicago restaurant. Upon hearing the invasion flash, a blonde in a sweeping pale blue formal gown, bowed her head in a moment of prayer. And at the next table, a woman said, "Now, Sammy will be back home pretty soon." We take you now to NBC in Denver.
This is Ivan Schooley in Denver. The news of the Allied invasion of Western Europe was taken calmly and quietly in Denver and other sections of the Rocky Mountain region. Since the news came when most people had retired for the night, many were not informed of the invasion until this morning, although sirens were blown in many cities as soon as the Allied command officially confirmed the landings. The siren served as a signal to many churches throughout the area to open church doors for prayers for the success of the Allied operations. Radio stations gave night-long reports on bulletins detailing the early announcements, and many newspapers put out special editions. Switchboards at radio stations were swamped with callers asking if the news was true. In Denver, when the official announcement came, only a few midnight stragglers were on the streets. However, in most hotels, the news electrified guests, although there were no demonstrations. Larry Martin, editor of the Denver Post, in analyzing the importance of this new action, pointed out that the magnitude of the Allied invasion staggers the imagination. He emphasized the fact that United Nations armies had successfully negotiated their first hurdle. However, he warned that the most difficult days are coming. A Denver street cleaner, weighed down by knee-high boots, stopped his work long enough to tell how he felt about the invasion. He said one of his sons is probably in it. He's been in England for months. And the cleaner added, "I'll keep sweeping the streets and let him sweep into Berlin." At Lowry Field, an Army base near Denver, Air Force ground school trainees stopped on their way to mess to pray for buddies who might be in the invasion vanguard. Special D-Day services were held. Then, the soldiers continued with their regular duties, as did military personnel at other camps. Across the Continental Divide in Salt Lake City, the invasion news was received calmly, and the man on the street seemed little surprised. Everyone apparently has just been waiting for the big push to start. Persons interviewed were unanimous in predicting success for the Allied expeditionary forces. Response to the word of the satisfactory progress of the landings in France was highlighted in war plans by comments in the Denver factories making landing craft. Workers expressed the hope that landing boats they had a part in making were in on the big event. Although there was tremendous interest in news of the invasion, war workers stuck to their jobs and worked with increased enthusiasm. And those are the highlights in the Rocky Mountain region of the response to announcement of the invasion of Europe. This is Ivan Schooley in Denver. Now to NBC in Hollywood.
First, we have a late bulletin from the Berlin radio. Berlin has just admitted that the beachhead on the European shores has been further widened. Local reaction in Southern California was what you'd expect of any American community. No hysterical rejoicing, pretty calm and quiet on the whole. No apathy, certainly not that, but a dignified and solemn acceptance of news awaited a long time. The impulse is definitely toward prayer, the general feeling, anxiety for the men who have history's toughest job. The three questions on everybody's lips are, how are we doing, where are we doing it, and what about casualties? Quite a few people went to church this morning who haven't been to church in a long time, and special services are scheduled throughout the day. Grown-ups, pretty solemn about it all, are hanging close to their radios wherever possible. When the first news broke at war plants in Los Angeles, including Lockheed and Douglas, the workers cocked an ear to the announcement and then redoubled their efforts to turn out planes. Their feeling is one of tremendous responsibility. They've got a personal interest in those 11,000 planes which are covering the invasion attack. And in the back of most everybody's mind in this area is the thought, every mile closer to Berlin means we're another mile closer to Tokyo, too. Even the children have that idea. One little girl woke to the blare of neighborhood loudspeakers and asked, "What's all the noise about, Mother? Have we got those Japs where they belong?" A number of Southern Californians slept through the whole thing. There weren't many reports of sirens and ringing of bells. Most Hollywood streets show either people with bloodshot eyes, the ones who've had their ears glued to a loudspeaker all night, or those with a quicker step who received the momentous news upon awakening this morning. All faces, tired and rested, show relief from tension. In studio language, the typical Hollywood reaction was a double take. People heard the news, and then about 2 minutes later came up with startled faces and shouted, "Huh? What?" Here in Hollywood, one Marine who had just won a nightclub jitterbug contest. And all he said when he heard of the invasion announcement was, "I feel kind of silly." Most folks seem to feel that way who didn't have some kind of part to play, such as aircraft workers have in this community. We're all thinking about those planes which have come off Southern California's assembly lines and which now are darkening the skies over Hitler's Europe. The prayers of this part of the coast are riding the wings of the planes our workers built. The planes our sons are flying into that inferno over there. All we can say is, Godspeed and God bless our boys. This is NBC in Hollywood. We take you now to NBC in San Francisco.
This is Larry Smith speaking from San Francisco. I have just returned from a tour of the restaurants, the streets, and a short ride on a trolley car taking war workers to their jobs. To most San Franciscans, the invasion of the European continent was several hours old when they received the first word, because we're 3 hours late getting up than New Yorkers and the East Coast residents. But now, everywhere in this great port of embarkation, the funnel through which the tools of war and the men to work them flow into the far reaches of the Pacific, there seems to be one calm but understandable reaction. That is, that this is the first step toward the day when the full might of the Allies can be hurled against our other mutual enemy, Japan. It's an understandable reaction because the men in uniform here are headed for New Guinea, for the Philippines, at least someplace across the Pacific where they will face the Japanese. A leathery-faced Marine, campaign ribbons filling 3 rows above his breast pocket, turned to me and said, "Well, it had to happen, so what's all the shooting about? Didn't General Eisenhower say that it would be over in 1944? A young girl aboard the car, a girl in the metal hat of a shipyard worker, started to sob. Her husband is a paratrooper somewhere in England. That's where his last letter came from. Today, he's perhaps somewhere in France. A Chinese smiled. He saw in the defeat of Hitler the transfer of Allied power to help his staggering homeland. And Chinatown leaders started early this morning to build up a record sale of invasion bonds next week to speed the day of liberation for their country. An elderly woman stood up in the streetcar to announce proudly, "My boy is with General Eisenhower's forces. He'll be in the fight." Almost everyone saw the invasion of Hitler's European fortress as a forerunner of a stepped-up war against the Japanese. And that, too, is understandable, because the Pacific coast faces the enemy to the west rather than to the east. There is a general feeling that Russia will now enter the war against the Japs, that Stalin will grant the United States air bases, that we will invade the Kurils. Wild rumors run rampant, but beneath the surface the reaction was simply, "Let's go, General Eisenhower, because the quicker the defeat of Hitler, the quicker we can get at Hirohito." Yes, San Franciscans this morning feel they can hear the sizzling of that rising sun of Japan as it sinks into the torrent of racist justice and retribution. They see the day when the Pacific will again be the Pacific.
We return you to the NBC newsroom in New York.
This is Don Goddard back in the NBC newsroom in New York. And New York, the nation's metropolis, the news of the invasion was greeted here with calmness, too, with a spirit of prayer and with a full awareness of the meaning of this momentous occasion in history. Typical, perhaps, was the reaction of some 500 men and women at work in war production at their benches at the Bendix Aviation Corporation's plant over in Brooklyn. There, in the dark hours of this morning, they heard that news with a lusty cheer, and then they returned to their task to turn out more implements of war to carry on the great offensive. And the New York stock market reflected the confidence of American business in these parts. The market was quiet, and U.S. Treasury bonds held steady as a rock. And New York's racetracks were closed today, along with others throughout the country. And in the Times Square district, where soldiers and sailors on furlough were still entertaining themselves and their girlfriends, there the servicemen stood in front of loudspeakers, hearing the news over the radio. And one sailor said, "I wish I'd been there myself." Ladies and gentlemen, you have just heard the story of how the news of the invasion came to the United States of America, the reaction on the home front from stations in Cleveland, Chicago, Denver, Hollywood, San Francisco, and here from Don Goddard in the NBC newsroom in New York.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
some of the dangers and the difficulties which appeared at this time last night extremely formidable are already behind us. Passage of the sea was made with far less loss than was anticipated. The resistance of coastal batteries was greatly weakened by our bombing. In fact, it was weakened more than we had expected. And then the superior bombardment of our warships, which lent such valiant aid to our invading forces, quickly reduced the power of these batteries to such small dimensions that they did not effect our landing problem. The Allied landing forces have already penetrated several miles inland from several points on the French coast. Our airborne troops have captured several strategic bridges intact and are holding them pending the arrival of our mechanized forces. Fighting is proceeding for the possession of the city of Caen, one of the most important of Normandy, its chief rail center. The Allied invasion forces everywhere met less resistance than expected, and this is true in the approaches to the beachheads as well as in the air. The Germans told us in a bulletin just a few minutes ago that our invasion beachheads have been further widened. And an observer at Allied headquarters summed up the situation in these words: "We have gotten over the first 5 or 6 hurdles." Supreme Headquarters of the Allied Expeditionary Force tells us that the Allied landings in France were postponed 24 hours due to bad weather. They were originally scheduled for yesterday morning, which might suggest that they were intended to be timed with the capture of Rome, for that would have started the invasion within 24 hours of the capture by Allied forces of the Eternal City. Our bombing effort reached a new climax yesterday and today. Some 2,300 United States and British bombers dropped 11,200 tons of bombs in 8½ hours. They were dropped on gun emplacements guarding the invasion coast. You must look to that air bombardment for a part of the explanation of our unexpectedly rapid progress in these first invasion stages. Despite this effort, the Allied air forces maintained effective air cover for our troops and for our naval forces. Remember, we have 11,000 first-line planes in Britain, and every one of them is swinging into action today. The first German fighter plane opposition to the invasion forces was reported this afternoon. There were many dogfights. It came at the very moment when Marshal Goering told his Luftforces, "This invasion must be fought off, even if it means the death of the Luftwaffe." That's not an optimistic statement to present to a defensive fighter force at this stage of the invasion. The British Prime Minister also announced this afternoon that the Allies had captured a number of important bridges, and he also said that the airborne landings were on a scale far larger than anything seen so far in the world. The Germans told us that we had landed 4 divisions of airborne troops. Yank, the paper published, Stars and Stripes, not Yank, the paper published in Naples tells us that we landed 30,000 paratroopers. Well, that would be the better part of the fighting force of 4 divisions. That, of course, is by far the largest number of troops ever landed from the air. The great invasion of Crete, which was a classic in paratroop landings, included only 1 division. And so here, our initial effort, 4 times as great and more to come. Admiral Ingersoll revealed in Washington that United States battleships, cruisers, and destroyers are participating in the invasion. It is their bombardment, theirs and that of the British warships, that has helped to silence many of these coastal batteries on which the Germans relied to hold off the invasion ships. The Germans claim that one cruiser was sunk, which is a mighty small claim when you consider the tremendous naval force that is involved in this action. Some may ask, why France instead of Belgium or Holland or Norway or Denmark? France is the beginning. France is nearest. France has been softened up. France has a strong underground. These are reasons enough for us to make our beginning in France. It's curious that in this invasion, some of the best news comes to us from the Nazis. The Paris radio said tonight, a vicious battle is raging north of Rouen between powerful Allied paratroop formations and German anti-invasion forces. These paratroops, the Paris radio says, landed behind the Atlantic Wall defenses. That is the encouraging thing, that our invasion technique has sufficed to put us behind that great Atlantic defense wall on which Hitler relied. This battle in Rouen is something that we have had no word of from Allied sources, but it's quite possible, for remember that we have landed in the estuary of the Seine. That was announced early today, and Rouen is somewhat farther inland, 100 miles down the Seine, and is, of course, a tremendously important point. No, not 100 miles. Rouen must be something like 40 miles down the Seine from the harbor where we landed early this morning. 31,000 Allied airmen were over France from midnight to 8 a.m., and that does not count parachute and glider troops. The conference of the High Command in Washington with President Roosevelt has ended. Admiral King, commander of the United States fleet, said after the conference with the President that the invasion of Europe is doing all right so far. And Admiral King is a conservative commentator. And so, as you look at the picture, you see everywhere initial Allied success. You see the result of the careful preparation of these past 2-3 years. You see the result of our experience in Sicily, in Africa, in Italy. We have learned, and what we have learned, we are putting into practice today. We have accumulated the necessary force. We have developed the necessary technique. Yes, there may be setbacks. There may be delays. But the story of these first hours of invasion tells us what we know in our hearts, that we are sure of victory and that it may come sooner than many of us had supposed. Good afternoon.
The National Broadcasting Company now presents Lieutenant Colonel James Stevenson, United States Army retired, a military analyst who looks upon our invasion operation from a background of personal experiences. For before his retirement, he was a member of the staff of that command which helped train our troops for the amphibious operations which they've undertaken today across the Channel, the direct assault on France. We present Colonel Stevenson.
Well, now that the invasion has actually started, and action seems to be moving rapidly, it is rather difficult to make out exactly where the spearhead is striking. But that is unimportant. The latest reports indicate that the landing at Le Havre was a major stroke. Our troops are moving in quickly and fanning out. It appears that we have made a serious threat to the German right flank in the defense of the long French Atlantic coastline. As this action proceeds, I believe you will see more landings along this coastline. For here are the huge harbors and docking facilities that we must have to maintain a great force of men in Europe. Great West Coast ports with docking and railroad facilities that we need to supply a great army. We used those facilities in the last war, and we need them again. Without them, we are pinched for room to operate. With them, we have breathing space and a chance to organize our great land forces for the push toward the east. As the great beachhead at Le Havre develops and we push further inland, we offer more and more a threat to the Nazi defenses along the coastline. there will be only one way for the Germans to save themselves, and that will be to draw back. Otherwise, they will take the chance of being pocketed along that west coast. And as they draw back toward their inner defenses, they will find the roads difficult because they do not run parallel to each other, as in Germany. Oh, no. The French roads radiate from central points, which is natural to France's terrain. The country is laid out as in layers, something like saucers, one on top of the other, the bigger saucers on the bottom. And each rim is a natural obstacle to get over. And it is because of the natural terrain that the Allied command must have those West Coast ports. Now, there's been some speculation that there might be an invasion from the south, from the Mediterranean. I do not believe it is necessary, for as our forces drive down from Normandy, where they landed today, and as they move into the West Coast ports, the Nazis will be compelled to pull out of the south to save themselves. Their only other alternative is to be trapped against the Alps mountains in the east, where the few roads will not be sufficient to allow escape. So in all probability, the action within the next few days will develop south from Le Havre in fast, bold strokes, with new landings to be made on the Atlantic or Bay of Biscay coast. There is the possibility that we will try to move down to Paris, about 110 miles away, as quickly as possible for its psychological effect, just as we drove up the long, rocky Italian coast to take Rome. The prestige and the happy effect it would have upon all the shackled people of Europe would be invaluable, because we must remember that part of our strategy is to get these people actively working for and supporting our forces. But the important thing now is getting those West Coast ports, squeezing the Nazis out of that part of France. And the action seems to indicate that that is exactly what we're doing. We must remember that armies need tremendous amounts of supplies, and that everything which is being done now is based on that fact. We must get the docks, we must get the harbors, and our forces are driving down from Le Havre to ensure that we do get them. The Nazi-operated Paris radio, quoting a last-minute flash from the battlefield, says that a vicious battle is raging north of Rouen between powerful Allied paratroop formations and German anti-invasion forces. The Paris radio says these paratroops landed behind the Atlantic wall defenses. And further indicating tougher going, here's a bulletin which says, a bulletin from London, Reichsmarshal Hermann Goering, in an order of the day, told Nazi airmen that the invasion must be fought off, even if it means the death of the Luftwaffe. Earlier, though, Prime Minister Winston Churchill, in his second report to Commons today on the Allied invasion of Western Europe, said that on the basis of the latest information from the front, and I'm quoting him now, I can state to the House that this operation is proceeding in a thoroughly satisfactory manner. And even the German DNB agency said at 6:30 p.m. London time that the invasion has further widened. According to the German version this morning, then, several landings were made both east and west of Le Havre. They are expecting more landings to the west, and well they may. The action will develop to the south and west until the Germans are driven east toward Paris and the Belgian frontier from which they came.
Thank you, Colonel Stevenson. The National Broadcasting Company has just brought you a military analysis of our invasion operations by Lieutenant Colonel Stevenson, USA retired, an expert on amphibious operations.
On this historic D-Day, the day of invasion, the news comes thick and fast in the early hours of this morning, at a time when most of the nation slept. It was then, for instance, that we got the exciting report from Merrill Muller, NBC's correspondent at General Eisenhower's headquarters, of how the correspondents themselves were brought up to date on the operation. And for the benefit of those who did not hear that broadcast, NBC now presents a transcription of the historic report.
If I never attend another press conference in my life, I shall certainly remember this one. Perhaps because its outstanding factor was that it was more like a staff conference than a general talk to newspapermen. Here's the picture. Remember that all around us, hundreds and hundreds of thousands of men were readying themselves for the outbreak of the battle that all the world had waited for 4 long, dark years. Men from the far corners of the world ready to erase the stain of Dunkirk, to lift the shrouds of Nazi tyranny, to crush the Axis, in the growth of the United Nations. Airplanes growled overhead. Ships were gathering and steaming off into the channel, and final road convoys rumbled into the embarkation areas. We all sprawled around the general's private field office and were given the picture. In a tiny tent, some 15 feet square, we sat and listened to the most amazing delivery of dynamic facts I have ever heard. We overcrowded and spilled half out of the tent onto its backyard concrete terrace. It is a modest office. The inner wall of the tent is half lined from the ground up with slats from packing cases. And some ingenious sergeant has stained those slats into imitation fine paneling. The floor is concrete with a couple of rope rugs. There's one desk, a telephone, 2 chairs, and a moderate wall mat. Otherwise, the tent's show is the tree-shaded terrace and 3 pieces of deck chair furniture. You have to tear your eyes from the general to note these things because he holds your interest completely. When you appreciate his tremendous command of facts and figures, duplicated, I think, only by General Marshall, you understand why he was picked for this assignment. It is not opportune to release the details of our briefing on behalf of the general, except in 3 general ways. 1, he wanted all the credit for this campaign to go to the common soldiers of the Allied armies, and he emphasized the lower ranks and the word Allied. His order of the day takes that vein. 2, he had nothing but praise for the untiring efforts and inexhaustible research of his various staffs and his various commanders for air, sea, armies, and supplies. 3, as to the actual plan itself, perhaps I can best put it this way. I have been in on all of General Eisenhower's amphibious assaults, but none was as involved or as mammoth as this one. Last-minute headaches? Yes, the general had a last-minute headache, and he expressed it beautifully when he suddenly jumped from his chair and said, "Good heavens, there's some sunshine." Otherwise, the invasion of Europe had already been pat for days. We came out of the tent and strolled toward his proudest, newest possession, just the general and myself. He praised his new mobile office, a super deluxe job built into a 10-ton truck and trailer and presented to him by the Lockheed workers here. And then I asked him about his own nerves. He stopped, hatless in the sun. He is supposed to be phlegmatic, but he said quietly, "I'm so gall-darn nervous I boil over." He's not supposed to show it. He didn't either. I caught him only twice, wringing his hands or jiggling his English change. But I like reporting that he is human enough to feel what the lowliest of his troops feel. We went to a parachute space just before their takeoff for France. For this invasion, the general honors his vast airborne forces that are now employed in battle. We went from airfield to airfield, talking to the airborne troops and to the Air Force crews that flew them to their targets. The general's car would roll up, and always the procedure was the same. The men would snap to attention, sneaking a final chew on their gum as they did so. Their faces were smeared with cocoa and linseed oil. It gave a Halloween twist to their grins. When the general ordered them to stand easy, he would move among them. "Where are you from?" General Ike would ask one boy. "What did you do in civilian life? How old are you? Are you a good shot with that rifle? What do you weigh? Who's the toughest man in the battalion?" And so it went down the line. And invariably, off in another corner of the field, the men would start shouting for Ike. Yes, just Ike. And over he'd go, repeating the questions all over again, verbally sparring with them, giving them the impression that this general was just one of the guys who thought they were the best soldiers in the world. One boy said he was an expert rifleman. "Good," said the general. "That's what will win for you tonight." From one quick-witted youngster, the general was told that the toughest man in the battalion would be selected after they jumped in France. "Good," said the general. "Send him back to me, and I'll have something for him." But the visit was brief. The yell went down the line to load plane 1, and the men started trooping off. General Ike yelled good luck and saluted them time after time. This outfit had been assigned the toughest mission of all. They knew it, and the general knew it. And both are part of a winning team. Soon, hundreds of planes were circling overhead in the gathering gloom, their warm yellow lights making them look like huge, horizontal Christmas trees rushing into the night. They took formation and disappeared toward the channel, extinguishing their lights to make their approach as the first wave to strike on the second front. His face raised to their thundering black shapes, General Eisenhower watched the planes disappear toward France. Nothing to do now but sweat it out back at the camp. Try to read a cheap murder mystery or a wild westerner. Refrain from calling any of the commanders for news. Just hang on and wait. A stroll down the path with slippers and robe and another cigarette. A pause to hear the faint passage of a fleet of bombers. A game of checkers or gin rummy with Commander Butcher. Will the night never end? Phlegmatic? But when his men have left him behind, he's with them always, just the same. The battle has been joined until his men appeal to him for his renewed assistance. As the campaign takes more definite shape from its crew at beachhead, the general will take his chance and wait.
That was how it started. Then our troops launched the great assault. That assault, too, was officially announced in an historic broadcast at 3:32 o'clock this morning, Eastern War Time. Communique number 1 from the Supreme Allied Headquarters. Here is the recording of that dramatic message.
Under the command of General Eisenhower, Allied naval forces, supported by strong air forces, began landing Allied armies this morning on the northern coast of France. The communique will be repeated. Under the command of General Eisenhower, Allied naval forces, supported by strong air forces, began landing Allied armies this morning on the northern coast of France. This ends the reading of communique number 1 from Supreme Headquarters, Allied Expeditionary Force.
NBC has just brought you on transcription 2 historic broadcasts, reports by which the nation first heard of the Allied invasion of the continent in the early hours of this morning.
This is the NBC newsroom in New York. We now continue with a program of music.
And now we bring you Tommy Taylor and tailor-made songs with Irving Miller and his orchestra. This program of music will be interrupted immediately on receiving news of the invasion front.
This lovely day will lengthen into evening. We'll sigh goodbye to all we've ever had. Alone, where we have walked together, I'll remember April and be glad. I'll be content. You love me once in April. Your lips were warm, and love and spring were new. But I'm not afraid of autumn and her sorrow, for I'll remember April and you. The fire will dwindle into glowing ashes, or flames and love live such a little while. I won't forget, but I won't be lonely. I'll remember April and I'll smile. I'll be content. You love me once in April. Your lips were warm, and love and spring were new. But I'm not afraid of autumn and her sorrow, for I'll remember April and you. The fire will dwindle into glowing ashes, or flames and love live such a little while. saw me standing alone, without a dream in my heart, without a love of my own. Blue moon, you knew just what I was there for. You heard me sing a prayer for someone I really could care for. And then there suddenly appeared before me the only one my arms will ever hold. I heard somebody whisper, please adore me. And when I looked, the moon had turned to gold. Blue moon, now I'm no longer alone, without a dream in my heart, without a love of my own. And then there suddenly appeared before me the only one my arms will ever hold. I heard somebody whisper, please adore me. And when I looked, the moon had turned to gold. Blue moon, now I'm no longer alone, without a dream in my heart, without a love of my own.
You have been listening to songs by Tommy Taylor, music by Irving Miller and his orchestra, coming to you from New York. This is the National Broadcasting Company. .1:30 Eastern Wartime, your station, WEAF, New York.
Continuing its up-to-the-minute coverage of the Allied invasion of northern France, the National Broadcasting Company now presents Don Hollenbeck. Mr. Hollenbeck is heard regularly from the New York studios of NBC and has seen lengthy foreign service. He was formerly heard from Italy, where he covered that campaign, notably the Allied landing at Salerno. Mr. Hollenbeck.
First, a reminder to listen to the broadcast from NBC of King George, 3 p.m. Eastern Wartime over your NBC station. Guinea pigs used for experimental purposes seldom live to talk about the experiment. As one of the guinea pigs for this invasion of Europe today, I'm lucky enough to be alive to give a guinea pig's reaction to the real thing. Africa, Sicily, and Italy were the laboratories. At Salerno, we got the final tests. The lessons learned by the Fifth Army at Salerno are in a large part responsible for these initial successes today. The battles aren't won yet by any means, but some of the failures and shortcomings at Salerno are being turned to good account as the Allies pour into Western Europe. Lesson number 1, you've got to have air power, plenty of air power to cover the landing operations. We didn't have it, and at that time it was simply impossible to get it. Our fighter planes had to make round trips from Sicily. We had no landing strips any closer than that, and there weren't any carrier-based craft to cover us up. The long round trips meant the Air Forces had very little time to spend protecting us. Half an hour, 45 minutes at the most. Consequently, for a good part of the time, the only planes over us were Ju-88s, Me-109s, FW-190s. We were never sure from one moment to the next that our narrow hole in the Salerno beach wouldn't be blasted loose for the dive bombers. How different today. Under that tremendous umbrella of 11,000 aircraft of all types, the Allies have absolute mastery of the air over the invasion beaches. And I know how much better the earthbound soldiers in Normandy must be feeling this afternoon because they know that air umbrella is over their heads. No chance of it leaking to let death and destruction through. Lesson number 2, sea power. We rolled up the Mediterranean from various points in Africa and Sicily, under escort, of course, but the escort was the barest minimum, no more than could absolutely be spared to protect the invading force. The navies had other jobs to do, other points at which to stand guard. As we hit the beach, there were a few destroyers, a few cruisers at our backs, the Dido and Mauritius, I remember, blasting away behind us at the German shore positions. It was several days before the really big stuff could get up. Those were the bad days when the German armored divisions were smashing down the Sealy River, and it looked as if our visit to Italy might be a short and a bitter one. Finally they came, our own Pennsylvania, the British Warspite and Valiant, stood at our backs and sent tons of metal screaming over our heads and into the well-concealed German gun positions that were themselves battering a path for the German armored divisions and striking out to sea to hold up our landing of the reinforcements and supplies that were so badly needed. Looking back, it seems to me to be a draw whether it was air cover we finally got or the sea power that finally pulled up to back us up and take care of the German positions. It was impossible for the land forces to get at. Impossible for our little force of bombers to locate in those wild hills that end so abruptly in the Gulf of Salerno with only a little beach between them and the sea. Again, how different today. The mightiest sea force ever assembled. 4,000 ships to stand offshore and cover the landing forces. Undoubtedly, some of those ships that backed us up at Salerno and in Africa and Sicily are standing off the coast of Normandy today. As one of the guinea pigs who came back, I can speak with feeling about what a difference this makes to men who must do the grubby, dirty, bloody job of war. The infantrymen, the airborne troops, the paratroopers who must come to close grips with a savage enemy. You get as near a feeling of confidence as you can get when you know that there's air power to keep off the enemy planes, sea power to silence the big guns lying hidden in front of you. We used to grumble at the sound of our 16-inchers, our own 3.7 slugging at the Germans. It was the kind of comfortable grumbling you do when you're comparatively safe. Men in panic, men in momentary fear of their lives have no time to grumble. There's probably some of that same kind of grousing going on in Normandy at this very moment. Veterans of other campaigns can get a little long-winded comparing and second-guessing. At the risk of that, I believe the men of the Fifth Army in that little arc of the beaches of Salerno contributed a great deal to these landings today. Those who didn't come back from the beaches of Salerno, those who came back maimed but alive, to them is owing a great debt that every one of us, every soldier going into France today, every airman and every sailor must not forget.
Thank you, Don Hollenbeck. This is the NBC newsroom in New York, ladies and gentlemen, and in just 10 seconds we're going to take you to London for a special broadcast. Stand by, if you will, and then again we'll hear from Don Hollenbeck. Go ahead, London. Just one moment, please. We're trying to establish contact with London. Go ahead, London. NBC Newsroom in New York. We're sorry that we can't establish contact there with London at this time. Just as soon as we're able to overcome the technical difficulties, we'll take you there. But in the meantime, here is Don Hollenbeck once again.
And here's some more detail on Prime Minister Churchill's second statement of the day. The Prime Minister said tonight Allied troops had penetrated in some cases several miles inland after effective landings on the French coast on a broad front. The Prime Minister said he had visited the various centers where the latest information was received and could state that this operation is proceeding in a thoroughly satisfactory manner. Many dangers and difficulties which appeared at this time last night extremely formidable are behind us, the war leader reported. Passage of the sea has been made with far less loss than we apprehended, Mr. Churchill said. The resistance of batteries has been greatly weakened by bombing by the Air Force, and the superior bombardment of our ships quickly reduced their power to dimensions which did not affect the problem. And here's still more on Churchill's statement. The Prime Minister announces that Allied airborne troops had captured several strategic bridges in France before they could be blown up. And there is even fighting proceeding in the town of Caen. Churchill, addressing the House of Commons after a visit to General Dwight D. Eisenhower's headquarters in company with King George, described the landing of airborne troops on the European continent as an outstanding feat on a scale far larger than anything there has been seen so far in the world. And another reminder now, listen to King George at 3 p.m. over your NBC station, 3 p.m. King George. Continuing with the Prime Minister, these landings took place with extremely little loss and great accuracy. Earlier, the Prime Minister told the cheering House that the Allied liberating assault was proceeding according to plan, and what a plan. Just a year ago today, I was broadcasting from London for NBC. This story led the broadcast, and I quote, "When the great day of invasion comes, and it can't be far away, the British Navy is ready. Never before has the Navy been in a stronger position. The spirit of the crews has never been higher. They know that now they will go into action with an air umbrella sufficiently powerful to offset the efforts of the dive and torpedo bombers that have been their greatest worry since the war began. Britain has built 1,000 warships since 1939. Units of this great fleet are already at battle stations, ready for the signal. Well, that was 1 year ago today. That broadcast might have been given moments before this great news came today. And if it was the situation 1 year ago, it isn't difficult to know with what spirit the men of the Allies went into France today. 1 year has seen the growth of those navies and air forces to proportions probably not dreamed of then. If ever we were ready to strike, we were ready today. At Salerno, sometimes we wondered if it wasn't too little and too soon. We held on by the skin of our teeth, but we held on. Today the word must be enough and at the right moment. And here's a late bulletin. President Roosevelt's top military, naval, and air chieftains reported to him today that the massive Allied cross-channel assault is doing well up to now. The invasion is doing all right so far, Admiral Ernest J. King, Commander-in-Chief of the Navy, said as he left the White House after an hour-and-a-half's conference with the Chief Executive. And another late report, Supreme Headquarters of the Allied Expeditionary Forces, says more than 10,000 tons of explosives were showered on invasion coastal targets by an estimated 31,000 airmen in the 8-hour period between midnight yesterday and 8 a.m. today.
Now, once again, we'll try to establish contact with London. NBC Newsroom in New York, we take you now to London.
The time has come to deal the enemy a terrific blow in Western Europe. The blow will be struck by the combined sea, land, and air forces of the Allies, together constituting one great Allied team under the supreme command of General Eisenhower. On the eve of this great adventure, I send my best wishes to every soldier in the Allied team. To us is given the honor of striking a blow for freedom which will live in history. And in the better days that lie ahead, men will speak with pride of our doings. We have a great and a righteous cause. Let us pray that the Lord, mighty in battle, will go forth with our armies, and that his special providence will aid us in the struggle. I want every soldier to know that I have complete confidence in the successful outcome of the operations that we are now about to begin. With stout hearts and with enthusiasm for the contest, let us go forward to victory. And as we enter the battle, let us recall the words of a famous soldier spoken many years ago. These are the words he said. He either fears his fate too much, or his deserts are small, who dare not put it to the touch, to win or lose it all. Good luck to each one of you, and good hunting on the mainland of Europe.
This is the NBC Newsroom here in New York. And here is Don Hollenbach with further comment.
First, a bulletin from Folkestone. German guns across the English Channel opened fire at 5 p.m. today for the second time since the invasion began, but ceased as soon as Royal Air Force planes appeared over them. You remember Joan Ellis, the 22-year-old British teletype operator who sent that false flash 3 days ago reporting the European invasion. Well, Joan is happily remembered by newspaper editors now that D-Day has finally arrived. Newsmen found time to message expressions of agreement with James P. Roseman, managing editor of the Akron, Ohio Beacon Journal, who said, based on Joan Ellis' statement, asking America to forgive me, suggest AP editors cable message to her. Ours would be, no one in Ohio concerned about invasion flash. Good luck and carry on. And incidentally, that voice you just heard from London was General Montgomery. Good word and good cheer to his troops. More about Joan Ellis. Tell the British girl who flashed the invasion Saturday that we all love her and that she scooped the world. The South Bend, Indiana Tribune message, please cable Joan Ellis that Indiana thinks you knew it all the time. And now a moment for a look at other war theaters. There the news is not so good as it is from Europe. The Fourth Battle of Changsha opened yesterday as Japanese troops advancing along several routes reached the outer defenses of the key Hunan province stronghold the Chinese High Command announces tonight. 3 times in the past 6 years, the Chinese have hurled back the invaders from the gates of the city, barring enemy control of the Hankow-Canton Railroad, but the latest Japanese offensive appears the most determined of all. One Japanese column reached Changsha's outskirts after pushing down the roadbed of the Hankow-Canton Railway from captured Kuai, while another enemy spearhead advanced from Pingkayang, 50 miles northwest of Changsha. On the left bank of the Central China Front, the invaders broke into Yuanqiang on the south shore of Lake Tengting, 50 miles northwest of Changsha, the communique says, and were attacking Yiyang, Sioux River town, 48 miles northwest of the Hunan capital. And according to the OWI, a late bulletin, Radio France in Algiers has broadcast a statement by André Le Troquet, French commissioner for the administration of liberated territories in metropolitan France. He declares the liberation of France has started. And one more reminder, 3 p.m. Eastern Wartime, King George over your NBC station. Don't fail to hear King George, 3 p.m. over your NBC station. And now a brief roundup. Allied invasion armies landed in northwestern France today, drove at least 9.5 miles into the German West Wall to the town of Caen. After 12 hours of fighting, they held beachheads on a broad front along the coast of Normandy.
Ladies and gentlemen, you have just heard a news report by Don Hollenbeck of the National Broadcasting Company's news staff. We suggest that you stay dialed to NBC for the latest details and for each development of this invasion operation. We're making every effort to bring you this story just as it unfolds, or rather as it is unfolded to us here in the NBC newsroom in New York, the crossroads of the news. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
WEAF, New York.
The National Broadcasting Company continues its invasion coverage from Washington as we bring you now Morgan Beatty from the NBC newsroom in Washington. Mr. Beatty.
General Eisenhower's Supreme Allied Headquarters in London tonight reflects the air of optimism that pervades the regular news report. A headquarters spokesman said this: at about 7 p.m. London time, opposition in all quarters was less than expected. Allied naval losses were very, very small. Casualties in the first attacks were less than expected. Coastal gunfire was sporadic. Only 50 German planes were sighted over the invasion coast area in the first 8 hours of assault. Allied planes, for their part, dumped 10,000 tons of bombs out of 7,500 planes, and still the air armadas take off from Britain. There's divided opinion as to why the Germans failed to meet the first wave of Allied forces, the wave that pierced the invasion coast, up to 12 miles on the original thrust. Prime Minister Winston Churchill himself made a careful inspection of all reports tonight, and in London, he said, you remember, he says that the Allies did not achieve tactical surprise, or rather did achieve tactical surprise. This, however, does not mean strategic surprise. There's a difference. For those of us who don't know our military terms, there's a difference between tactical and strategic surprise. What the Prime Minister was saying was this: the Germans knew, because of its nature, our general plan to assault the coasts of Europe. They did not know the time and the place, so they were surprised in a given area, but not in a general way. That's the difference between tactical and strategic surprise in military assault. The Germans, we can now report, had no opportunity to guess the timing of invasion, because General Dwight Eisenhower was the man who set that time. He had it set for Monday, yesterday, and because of bad weather, he changed his mind and put the great assault off for 24 hours. A few minutes ago, here in Washington, Admiral Ernest King of the Navy and General George Marshall and General Henry H. Arnold visited the White House. General Arnold, of course, is with the Air Forces. They discussed war reports with the President. They had nothing to say about their conference with the Chief Executive when they came out. Only one of the three had anything to say about the invasion itself. Quite fittingly, it was Admiral King of the Navy, the service that helped the Royal Navy put the invasion troops ashore in France. Admiral King shares the cautious optimism of Mr. Churchill. Invasion, he told reporters, is doing all right so far. The others smiled as if in complete agreement. It seems, therefore, at the moment, that cautious optimism is warranted. The Germans did not have the coastal defense system at the point of attack that they should have had, and for reasons that do not appear in the news report at this time. But optimism must be tempered with the realization that the enemy has not yet committed his skilled Air Force, what's left of it, nor his veteran reserves in Western Europe. He's counting on those reserves for counterattack. But let's go to the Pentagon building across the river from Washington for a military interview that will cover this and other points. Go ahead, NBC Pentagon.
Here in our NBC broadcasting booth in the Pentagon building are two American Army officers who've recently returned from the European theater of operations. Both were on hand to witness the final preparatory stages for D-Day. They are Colonel Robert O. Montgomery of the Field Artillery, whose present assignment is at Fort Bragg, North Carolina, and Lieutenant Colonel John R. Ulmer of the Infantry, who is stationed in Washington as assistant editor of the Infantry Journal. Both Colonel Montgomery and Colonel Ulmer went to England as observers for the Army Ground Forces. Colonel Montgomery, I believe the people at home would very much like to know the extent of the training of our troops for this invasion. You saw many of these troops in England. Can you tell us something about them?
The troops of the Army Ground Forces in England were either veterans of combat in other theaters or troops that had undergone complete basic unit training in the United States. The troops who had seen combat in other theaters showed extreme confidence in their ability to carry out their missions. They were all anxious to get it over with, to go into combat as soon as possible. Their physical condition was excellent, their morale of the highest.
Now, what about the troops that hadn't seen combat, Colonel? The men fresh from the States?
The troops who hadn't been in combat also had a high order of morale, and their physical condition appeared to be excellent, too. They appeared to be well trained, insofar as men could be well trained without actually engaging in battle. I saw at no time any evidence of lack of confidence in their own individual ability or in their leaders.
Colonel Montgomery, how much training did these men have that approximated the conditions they are now facing as they land on the European continent?
All the tactical divisions went through the excellent course of training at the United States Army Assault Training Center in England. There they practiced making landings on hostile beaches. The beaches were mined with reduced charges of landmines. They also learned how to move forward to capture objectives several miles from the beach. They worked with full-scale models of concrete seawalls, exact duplicates of the German Atlantic coast defenses which they're up against now.
Colonel Ulmer, it's about time we heard from you. What about the weapons used by our assault forces?
Many types of weapons were probably used. Infantry mortars, chemical mortars, filtratory fire, probably from landing craft, flamethrowers. And in the initial stages, naval gunfire is effective against concrete fortifications.
Colonel Montgomery, do you have anything to add on that score?
Well, concrete emplacements may be attacked in various ways. By rocket fire from launchers mounted on medium tanks, by point-blank artillery fire from 155-millimeter guns and those of higher caliber, and by engineering methods, by pushing explosives up against the wall, by tanks, or placing them there by hand.
And, of course, by bombing operations from the air. Planes can hurt concrete fortifications if they hit them at a crucial point, but I think aviation will be used to harass enemy supply lines and to strafe enemy troops.
Well, what about the possibility of an early German counterattack? Colonel Montgomery?
We can expect local German counterattacks at any time. But a concentrated, coordinated German counterattack will probably not take place until the German High Command feels sure they know where the principal Allied effort is being made.
Colonel Ulmer, how about a word for your special field of interest, the infantry, the humble doughboy?
Thousands of tons of equipment and gear were shipped to England. Hundreds of specialists had to do many small tasks. But their only purpose was and is to get the man with the rifle forward, the infantryman. He's the guy who's going to win this operation. From General Eisenhower on down, the idea is to get the man with the rifle forward. He may travel by air or on a boat, but when he wins this thing, he'll do it on his own 2 feet.
Well, there's more to an infantryman these days than just a man with a rifle. Isn't that right, Colonel Ulmer?
Yes, today's infantryman fights not only with a rifle and bayonet, but with mortars, cannon, carbines, automatic rifles, light and heavy machine guns, and grenades. An infantry regiment has at least 15 different weapons, but all of them are only to get that doughboy with the rifle in his hand forward.
And how about a last word from you, Colonel Montgomery?
I believe, and I know Colonel Ulmer agrees, that the American Army taking part in the invasion today is the best equipped and best trained American Army that has ever entered the initial stages of combat.
Thank you, Colonel Robert Montgomery and Lieutenant Colonel John Ulmer. Now back to Morgan Beatty.
Thank you, Holly Wright, Colonel Montgomery, and Colonel Ulmer. There are 2 points there that I think will bear repeating. The point of the fact that this army that's attacking the coast of Europe today is the most experienced army of its kind in history. That sounds strange, coming as it does from a nation that has not been at war and has not planned for war for many years. But you must remember that this is amphibious attack in a modern way, and we are more experienced in amphibious attack in all parts of the world, the British and ourselves, than any other armed forces. And then that other point about the infantrymen. The other day, Admiral Cochrane came to this studio and with me pointed out the very important thing, that infantrymen must take real estate before anything can happen in the way of victory in warfare. A couple of hours ago, I sat in the Senate with a group of our lawmakers discussing invasion. Some of them went on the air to express their feelings to you and what they were thinking. I've never seen the lawmakers of the nation in quite the mood they expressed today. Senator Alvin Barkley sat silent in his chair. The majority leader, the leather-lunged orator, was not in an oratorical mood. But he came to the microphone and said just about what any boy's father would say, and then his mind went back to the hymns of childhood in old Kentucky. Like all of the rest of us, Senator Barkley seemed to sense that this is a supreme moment in history. The men and women who must carry us through now are at their battle stations. They've already begun to take part in the greatest military effort of all time. The combined effort more nations than you can count on your fingers and toes are making. All of us share hopes and fears for these brave men. But there are people in the background, millions of them, who've done more than just hope, more than fear. They represent the spirit of people generally in the Allied world, civilians in the rear rank, you might say. There are people like Mary Galasso, whom I met in England more than a year ago, a second-generation British girl of Italian descent, a girl from Liverpool. And in a short year's time, Mary Galasso won her way from complete obscurity to a place on the envied 1,000 crew of girls who aimed the deep-throated anti-aircraft guns in the darkness at Hitler's blitzing planes over England. Mary was a poor toy factory girl who wanted to do something big for Britain, so she got a job in the ATS, the Women's Auxiliary Army, the British version of the WACS over here, and Mary mastered the radar control system, and when I saw her in Britain, she was the champion calculator of her gun emplacement in the London zone. Mary is 33, unmarried, and she wants to make a career out of Britain's guns. And she's tending one of those guns today on Invasion Day. Another great woman in Britain is Grandma Peg. Mrs. Mary Peg is her real name, who's turning out airplanes or helping to in her 79th year. I get up, she says, at 6 o'clock and come home at 7 in the evening, but it's worth it to smash Hitler. And I almost left out the telephone operator in London who lost both arms in the original Blitz. She's 18, and after she had lost her arms, she had the burning ambition to return to work. So officials of the Ministry of Pensions sent a limb manufacturing mechanic around to her hospital, and he spent months on the job. There's a special gadget now on her right arm, a sort of extension, and a billiard cue rest for the other arm. Mechanical bits and pieces, as they say in Britain, enable this girl to dial phones and plug in cords. And she's on the job today for invasion, freeing another worker for more vital war work. Here in America, the pressure for woman power to fill out the gaps, piece out the manpower, is not so great. Even so, Fritz Reiner of the Pittsburgh Symphony Orchestra has taken on 18 women. 2 of these women played the stringed bass, usually reserved for men. Few of us realize how important it is to carry on with the regular affairs of everyday life in wartime, especially in these critical hours, so long as we do not impair the tempo of the battle. These 18 women in Pittsburgh are doing their part. Then there's George Wolkemer, Jr. of Chicago, and his neighborhood gang. They set out a few weeks ago to collect waste paper to help win the war. George's 3 little sisters, between 6 and 10, were the advance agents. They scouted out new sources of supply through the neighborhood. George and his brother, George Cortellette, they're 12 and 13, were the heavy men with the wagon, the Wolkemer's little red wagon. And in 4 days, working after school and evenings, these children collected 4,622 pounds of waste paper. Mrs. Wolkemer was surprised and curious about all this sudden industry. What inspired the campaign, and when would it end, she asked. And sure enough, there was a plan. George and his gang wanted money. Yes, money for model plane kits, George's favorite hobby. But the kits were going to wounded soldiers in a hospital in the nearby neighborhood. And then there's the tragic side of civilian work in war. In Silver Spring, Maryland, near Washington the other day, a funeral procession drove slowly away from the mortuary. It was just like any other funeral, you'd think. They were burying Mrs. Lorraine B. Chandler, a 21-year-old Navy bride of 8 months. Nobody would have known that Mrs. Chandler was a war hero. Nobody fired any salutes. Nobody played taps. But she was a war hero. For Lorraine Chandler died in the Bureau of Standards in Washington. She was blown through a second-story window in an explosion. The details cannot be told until after this war has passed us by. All they'll say over at the Bureau of Standards is that Lorraine was working with 4 other scientists, most of them youngsters like herself, on an urgent war project to make our aviation gasoline better, the very gasoline that is propelling the planes on invasion day. And we're told they did make aviation gasoline better. But Lorraine Chandler might as well have died on the battlefield or in an airplane like the Colin Kellys and all the others who've won the Congressional Medal of Honor. Because, after all, it takes 120 civilians to make a war, as well as 10 million brave fighting men. And some of these civilians, a few, give their lives too. That's all for now, and thank you. I'll be back tomorrow at this same time.
You've heard Morgan Beatty from the NBC newsroom in Washington and his analysis of the invasion news. We also heard from Colonel Robert Montgomery and Colonel Ulmer speaking from the huge Army Pentagon building across the Potomac River from the nation's capital. Morgan Beatty is heard over most of these same stations every weekday, Monday through Friday, from the NBC newsroom in Washington. Tomorrow, at this same time, keep up with the news with Morgan Beatty. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
It's 2 o'clock Eastern Wartime. This is WEAF, New York.
Next in its complete coverage of invasion news, NBC presents war reporter and news analyst Elmer Peterson. Mr. Peterson was in Warsaw, Poland, when the Germans invaded that country. He then moved on to Scandinavia. He was there when the Nazis stormed into North Europe. He will give you a military and political picture of events leading up to today's great thrust. Mr. Peterson.
Hour by hour, the story of the invasion is being filled in. We're getting a better idea of what's involved, not only in equipment and preparation, but in what we are expending in human effort and courage. But these are hours also when we have reason to reflect with pride on what we have achieved to gain the present moment. For this is a moment of great and effective contrasts, if we consider how far we've traveled since the start of the war in Europe. Now we're using some 11,000 planes in this invasion. We're using 4,000 ships. We are using all sorts of new and modern equipment. But we can think back to that September day in 1939 when the Germans struck at Poland. The Germans had things their own way then. They moved with precision and deliberation. Their bombers swept over Warsaw against little or no resistance. I was in Warsaw at that time. I watched the citizens of Warsaw parading with enthusiasm through the streets when they learned that Britain and France had declared war on Germany. Now, shouted the Poles, the Germans will pay their price. But a week later, the Polish government was fleeing from Warsaw. Berlin had not been bombed.
the Germans had not been punished. Britain and France were unprepared. There was nothing they could really do. They had relied on sea power, on blockade, on that pompous and outworn defense idea known as the Maginot Line. And again in April 1940, I watched the Germans strike with the advantage of thorough preparation, this time into Denmark and Norway. Today, the expeditionary force sent by the British and French to Norway at that time seems like something out of the days of ancient warfare. What a contrast in preparation, in efficiency, between the fighting in Norway in the spring of 1940 and what we are seeing now in France. Those British territorials who went to Norway were badly equipped, badly clothed. They had no air support. They had no modern weapons by present standards. They provided evidence, shocking evidence, of how the democracies had failed to appreciate what the Germans had created in the way of an army. The Germans had the advantage in surprise attack, in methodical preparation, just as we now have that advantage. What they profited by in Poland, in Norway, were their years of patient study, their scheming, and their developed use of fifth columnists. Think, too, of how easily the Germans took Denmark, how by merely demonstrating their power, they forced the Danes to yield with hardly a shot being fired. I remember talking to Copenhagen on the first day of the German invasion of that country with a German officer I had known in Berlin. "We'll win, don't you think?" he said to me. "No," I said, out of some stubborn conviction, "you won't win in the end. You can't win." He looked at me with surprise. "But you see what we have," he replied. "You were in Poland. You've worked in Germany. What can the British and French put up against us?" I had to agree that he had some justification for his own confidence. For it was difficult to watch the manner in which the Germans went into Scandinavia without wondering how the democracies would retrieve their position. Even though the lesson is learned, one thought, how can we catch up with all this enormous German concentration of striking power, their well-laid strategy? And the events that followed, the advance of the Germans through the Low Countries, those tragic days of Dunkirk, those fateful days in North Africa before the tide of battle turned, all these things gave good cause to wonder. Yes, it's when we think of these things that we realize the enormity of Allied achievement in war production, in winning the Battle of the Atlantic, in patiently devising a strategy of victory, that strategy which now sees our soldiers, our planes, our ships beating hard against the continent of Europe. Every few minutes now, there's a new report which shows how magnificently this present invasion has been planned, how much attention there has been to the smallest detail. Yes, the Germans have had their day of outmaneuvering, outsmarting the Allies. Now the tables have been turned. The American soldiers who have gone ashore in France, those 30,000 American paratroopers now fighting somewhere behind the German lines, are equipped with the best weapons that can be devised. In fact, the British Ministry of Supply has just announced that many secret weapons were used for the first time by the Allies in their invasion of Western France today. Moreover, these soldiers of ours are fighting under efficient leadership. They play their part in plans that have been worked out over a period of years. What a contrast that presents to those soldiers who 4 years ago tried to beat back the Germans in Norway. What great forward strides we have made since those days when the people of Poland fled before the German attack. What we are seeing now is a vindication of what was once considered unwarranted delay in opening the second front. For we have, after all, had to wait until we could strike with full effect, until we could build up from those days when, out of failure to appreciate German intentions, we were not fully prepared. Among other things, we are striking now with full and complete information. Our intelligence service, which failed so badly during those early days of the war, now is functioning efficiently. And the Germans already are claiming that they've arrested and captured many so-called, what they consider enemy agents during the invasion so far. And there are remarkable contrasts to consider also as regards the people of Europe. In fact, this is a day to consider the confidence that once prevailed in Germany during those days when the German radio reported nothing but victory, when the German people were flushed with their thoughts of mastering Europe completely, and Russia as well, to say nothing of their hopes of dominating the world. Goering, you'll recall, once boasted that no planes would ever reach Berlin. Today, the Germans face an estimated 11,000 planes available to support the invasion alone. And we have yet to see the full evidence of what our air power will do now to further a victorious advance toward Berlin. We don't, of course, as yet know how freely the Nazis have revealed to the German people the full details of the present invasion. we do know that the news is bound to affect the German people. I find myself thinking now of a day in Berlin in 1940. In a German motion picture theater, I watched a newsreel showing the Nazi version of their triumph at Dunkirk. Strangely enough, there was only a smattering of applause, and the reason was apparent. Many of the Germans in that theater had memories of the last war, and in the back of their minds, there was even then the disturbing thought that the last war might repeat itself. In fact, I heard one German say, "Yes, it's all very fine, but we had marvelous victories up to the last day of the First War also." So we can only reflect on what will be the effect on such thinking of today's news that Allied armies are back on the continent at a time when Rome has been captured in a great symbolic victory, at a time when the German armies have been driven out of Russia, with the Red armies poised for new offensives. In fact, the Allied invasion of France has touched off considerable speculation concerning Russia. In London, military observers, according to a report just in, say that probably within 24 to 48 hours, and almost certainly before the end of this week, Soviet armies will swing their vast power into a synchronized offensive with the Anglo-American Western Front. The German radio itself indicates that Germans have a strong fear of this. In any event, the fact that we appreciate the importance of the invasion on the German mind is evident in the reports of how thoroughly our own propaganda organization is now at work, how we are making every effort to take the most advantage of the great attack now underway in the field of psychological warfare, in the field of nerve warfare against the enemy. What we need now is to actually see Allied troops on German soil, to offer another convincing proof to the German people that they cannot in the end win, that they can only hope to avoid some destruction of war by surrendering. And we must consider, too, that the Germans from now on are going to pay increasing attention to their hopes and plans of getting some advantage out of the surrender they must make in the end. The Germans, we can be sure, are going to fight on as long as they can, and they may be able to delay their surrender for many weeks, perhaps months to come. We mustn't make the mistake of assuming that merely because we've established some successful beachheads, victory is assured. These landings today are by no means synonymous with complete and thorough victory, although we have every reason to hope that our plans have been so well laid and that our attacking force is so great that we are bound to sweep on very quickly, perhaps, toward final victory. But we have had ample evidence that the Germans want, if possible, to fight still another war. They want, if possible, to surrender, while millions of German soldiers are still not aware of defeat, while Germany is still intact in many respects as an economic unit, and with German soil not turned into a battleground. Rather, with the countries around Germany torn and suffering by the impact of war. One thing is certain, the Germans will do a good and thorough job of destruction as they now retreat before the invasion forces. For the invasion now underway is not only intended to bring Allied troops into Berlin, it's also designed to destroy the German armies, to administer the same sort of beating that General Alexander is inflicting on the Reichswehr in Italy. It's all the more reason why we may, at any moment now, hear of new Allied offensives designed to trap and encircle and destroy German fighting men. There's been a belief that the German High Command will in the end try to use the very fact of surrender as a weapon against the Allies, to create as much confusion as possible, to save something of the German war machine. And from now on, this belief is going to come into further prominence. For we have set in motion by the invasion weapons which may bring deep and profound political complications in a decision as to when and how we are going to accept German surrender. From now on, it's going to be a question not only of obtaining German surrender, but of deciding also under what conditions, under what circumstances we want to accept that surrender, and from whom. There's another contrast to be considered now. As our troops have moved onto the continent, there have been appeals to the patriots of the occupied countries to help. We have just received, for example, the text of the appeal made by General Charles de Gaulle to his people of France from London. General de Gaulle broadcast to his own people that the Allies were certain of victory over the Nazis in the now Second Battle of France. He exhorted the French to fight with all means at their disposal to destroy the Germans in this battle for liberation. All those who can take action, said de Gaulle, with the Allied armies or engage in demolition work must not let themselves be made prisoners by the Germans, he said. And here de Gaulle emphasized something which is very obvious, namely that now as the invasion proceeds, we will see a greater flurry of mass arrest by the Germans as they seek to divert all possible adult citizens out of the war zone and keep the underground movement from giving assistance to the Allies. Certainly the story of what will now happen in these occupied countries is going to make a brilliant chapter in the final victory. We have yet to see how much the German armies will suffer now from sabotage, from wrecked railways and bridges, from direct attacks, for that matter, from the underground armies. For hope in these occupied countries now has become a vital and living thing. The people of these countries have suffered and endured, but they have come a long ways from those days when, in France, in Norway, in the Netherlands, there was a feeling of deep despair. As a correspondent who saw the first reaction in such countries as Poland and Denmark, I can appreciate what this day must mean to the people of Europe. People like the Danes once were bewildered and confused. People like the Norwegians, for all their courage, had their moments of wondering if the future held any promise whatsoever. I saw their tears, their anguish at the beginning. Now, backed by years of preparations, they are ready to do their share. I predict that the very extent of organized underground resistance now to be revealed, aided by Allied equipment, will be more than amazing. And finally, there are the German satellite nations, those people who once were confident that Hitler would win, who staked their future on that victory. Up until now, they've been sustained by their final hope that somehow the Germans might manage to block the invasion. But there has been the lesson of Rome, and now a so far successful landing in France, a landing which we have every reason to believe will continue successful. And so the next few days may see great political upheavals in those satellite countries, especially when the Red Armies add their power to that now being thrown against the Germans from the West. In any event, we are on the threshold of great and important political advantages as well as military advantage. And here is a new bulletin just in. The Berlin radio, in a German language broadcast monitored by NBC, states that new Allied landings have been made on the French coast in the area of Carentan, roughly opposite the Channel Island of Jersey. No details are given, but it is an indication that Allied strategy goes beyond the main landings we have already reported.
Ladies and gentlemen, you have just heard Mr. Elmer Peterson, NBC war reporter and news analyst. We suggest that you stay dialed to NBC for the latest details and for each development of this invasion operation. We're bringing you this story just as it is unfolded here in the NBC newsroom in New York.
We now present music from New York.
Just one moment, please. This is the NBC Newsroom in New York. This has been a day of momentous news, and not the least of the spectacular reports we've broadcast here from the NBC Newsroom in New York was the eyewitness account of our Stanley Richardson, the first reporter to bring back a first-hand report from one of the naval ships which took part in the invasion. His report was first broadcast early this morning. Now, for the benefit of NBC's listeners, we bring you a transcription of this historic broadcast by Stanley Richardson.
Not a recognizable enemy plane appeared overhead. At least no bombs were dropped at or on any of the ships in our area. No low-flying fighters came over to strafe us with machine gun fire. And no enemy vessel, not even one of their vaunted E-boats, came out to the attack. The officers and men with whom I rode wondered searchingly about this. They had been keyed up with some real German opposition, both from the air and the sea. Their trigger fingers were itching for a scrap, and they were a very disappointed lot at not getting it. If the Germans weren't just too timid to come out, the only other ready explanation that could be advanced was that they were too busily engaged in coping with the Allied air attacks made on their shore establishments as a prelude to the actual landing of troops. In the area we covered, we could see hundreds of bombers and fighters shuttling back and forth, dropping their bomb loads and returning to England for more explosives to blast the enemy. We could see the big two-engined American transport planes, also in the hundreds, returning to their bases in the United Kingdom after dropping their airborne troops in France. Yes, Terry had a lot to keep him busy last night and early today, but as far as the naval phase of our activity was concerned, not a shot was exchanged with the enemy while I was on the scene. For that preliminary phase of the show, at any rate, it was all too incredibly easy. We left our patrol torpedo boat base at daylight to accompany the slower-moving light advance guard of ships which had to pave the way for the actual landing. One of our missions was to protect the Allied minesweepers, which cleared a wide channel straight to the enemy shore for our troop transports and supply ships. Long lines of ships of every description were discernible on the skyline. Literally miles of craft in even columns converging upon the area in the channel marked for the concentration point for the actual invasion. Huge transports, tank landing ships, smaller troop landing craft, tankers and supply vessels of every kind plodded doggedly along under lowering skies, vapouring over heavy seas. You people at home would have been thrilled to the bone to have seen all these American men, American ships, and American supplies sailing calmly into the action for which they had been prepared and trained for so many months. It was estimated that there were more than 4,000 ships of all kinds in the channel for this combined operation. By nightfall, we were nearing the French coast, and our watch tightened. But nothing happened. Even when a full near moon, appearing fitfully from behind the clouds, gave our position away clearly to any enemy who may have been lying in wait for us. Then the fast and heavy combat ships moved up into position. All aligned themselves in the bombardment area to loose a hail of high explosives to protect the troops moving into the beaches on their landing craft. The warships started laying their smoke screens preparatory to shooting their guns. It was within only a few minutes of each hour of the long-awaited D-Day. And right there was where I got the biggest disappointment of my life. We turned around and headed back at high speed for the English coast. Our PT squadron was under orders to return to base and refuel for another mission as soon as its first operation was completed. So I didn't even hear the bombardment begin. But I can tell you that if things are going as well now as they looked to be going at the time I left the scene, it won't be long before our troops have a firm foothold.
That was a direct report from London, a rebroadcast by transcription, of the first eyewitness account from a reporter who covered the invasion aboard an Allied invasion. The report of NBC's Stanley Richardson, somewhere in England. And now NBC continues its special invasion coverage, and for more late news reports, here is NBC's Don Goddard.
Here's a bulletin just through. Transocean, in a Berlin broadcast, says the Allies have established a 15-mile front from a mile to a half a mile deep between Villers-sur-Mer and Trouville. This area is about 7 miles south of the big port of Le Havre, where transatlantic liners docked in pre-war days, and it takes in the beach resort area of Deauville. And here's another bulletin. The British radio, just heard by NBC, by our monitors here, says that the Allied invasion line in France was sufficiently broad by evening to be more than a bridgehead. Then we have established more than a bridgehead on the northern coast of France. And a dispatch has just come through giving the location of one of our bridgeheads, or what is more than a bridgehead along the French coast now. Reporter Desmond Tagg stood on the deck of a British destroyer off the French village of Bernier-sur-Mer. From that point, he watched the first wave of Allied troops storm on the beaches. Bernier-sur-Mer lies southeast of Le Havre. The reporter says the assault went on those smoking beaches, and cordite smoke still curled skyward from a terrific bombardment by Allied warships. Wave after wave of khaki-clad figures stormed up the beach, overcame whatever opposition they found, won the immediate beachhead in a very short period of time, that beachhead that they have now expanded and are continuing to expand against German opposition. And soon after, the beachmasters had their organizations in order. Vehicles, guns, more troops, equipment of all descriptions were sorted out. They were dispatched to their proper units. And shortly after that first wave of troops went ashore, one more division of Allied troops stormed in, bringing their equipment and battle supplies into Western Europe. And there on the beaches at Bernier-sur-Mer, the Allies have established one of their ever-widening beachheads. But I think the most encouraging note that's come from General Eisenhower's headquarters in London is that statement that Allied losses have been much lighter than expected. Came in earlier this afternoon. Fewer American, British, and Canadian lives lost. Fewer French lives lost. Fewer Belgian and Dutch lives in the initial stages of invasion than was expected. It's not told officially just where along the French coast our troops have landed, just how many beachheads we have established. But the indications are that we have at least 2 large ones, and one Swedish report says we have at least a dozen smaller ones. Perhaps many more points have been invaded by Allied invasion forces by this time. The landings have occurred in a 100-mile stretch of coastline between the cities of Le Havre and Cherbourg, as you know. General Eisenhower hit that portion of the French coast that is lowest and that has the widest beaches. He avoided, or he thus far has avoided, the heavily fortified cliffs opposite Dover, where the Germans have set up their heavy naval guns, and miles upon miles of fortifications and defenses in depth. There are several versions of progress made by our invasion units to this hour. The official version from London states that Allied forces have thrust several miles inland. The Germans say that Allied spearheads have pushed to a point about 15 miles from the coast now. Later, they said the front had been widened. It is evident now that the great military thrust of Western Europe caught the Germans by surprise. That's been agreed upon now thoroughly. Only a day or so ago, radios in Berlin were saying the hour for invasion had come and had gone, that there would be no invasion in the near future. And I'm afraid that a great many people in this country thought the same thing. The reports coming back from London say that only very light enemy opposition, much lighter than expected, has been met so far. Great fleets of the RAF and American planes laid a carpet of bombs over the invasion area. From midnight to 8 o'clock this morning, 7,500 sorties were flown from England. 7,500 sorties from 8 o'clock to now. And the invasion fleet of 4,000 vehicles, several thousand auxiliary craft, took part in landing the troops. 4,000 vessels, naval units, including heavy battleships, sailed in to within a mile of the shore, and they pounded away at German coastal positions so effectively that those guns, when they opened up in reply, showed that many of them had been hit. But London says our losses in invasion craft is very light. Either the German aim was poor or their guns were knocked out before the main force of invasion craft came within firing range. And Berlin does admit that many thousands of paratroops and airborne soldiers spearheaded the great thrust in the hours of darkness last night, and they came on. The big Dakota transport planes flew over the channel with navigation lights showing so that they could keep formation. The airborne troops were dropped behind the German coastal defenses. There was very little loss among planes and personnel in the air prior to that landing. And the initial reports coming back from those isolated paratroopers say that they're holding their own. A German report says that Nazi tanks have been thrown into the fray to meet American tanks and British tanks. As yet, the Volthead Luftwaffe has not put in an appearance. Only about 50 German planes had been sighted over the entire invasion area up until 8 o'clock this morning. 50 German planes against a total of some 7,500 Allied warplanes and more, 11,000 altogether flying there in the skies above that beachhead. But Allied airmen have warned that a violent reaction by American air forces is expected very soon. Reich Marshal Hermann Goering has issued an order of the day stating the invasion must be beaten off if the Luftwaffe has to perish. The grand assault was scheduled for yesterday, postponed for 24 hours because of bad weather. It was still heavy weather in the Channel early this morning. Perhaps anxious moments in Allied headquarters until those small craft had made the coast of France and disgorged their invasion cargo. Perhaps some of our soldiers became seasick in the crossings, who knows? But the result of the fighting thus far do not show it. Prime Minister Churchill announced the invasion in the House of Commons 6 hours after the first seaborne troops had landed. He said the landings were the first of a series. He disclosed that 11,000 Allied planes were available for the fight. The Germans are said to have about one-fifth that number with which to combat the great offensive. Later on, Churchill made another speech to the House of Commons, reporting that things had gone better than our fondest hopes. And this is from your NBC newsroom in New York. This is Don Goddard speaking.
NBC has cleared its schedule of all regular programs so that all day and all night you'll be able to hear the latest news of the invasion as it happens. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
It's 2:30 p.m. Eastern Wartime. This is WEAF, New York.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is NBC's privilege at this time to present the Most Reverend Francis J. Spellman, Archbishop of New York, who will read a prayer offered by him at the noon Mass in St. Patrick's Cathedral today. Archbishop Spellman.
God of wisdom, comfort, and strength, we come to Thee with humble, contrite, and suppliant hearts. On the battlefields of the world, our America fights for faith and freedom. Like brilliantly burning lights, our ideals march with our armed forces. Our soldiers do not pray and fight for a selfish, cruel victory. They struggle, suffer, and die for a victory that is lasting peace. We suffer with them, and we pray that justice may give to them strength and courage. In our loneliness, sorrow, and pain, we beg Thee, Almighty God, to have mercy on those whom life and death have separated from their loved ones. We beg Thee to help those who now have fear. We beg Thee to have pity on all who suffer, on all who are weak, on all who are tempted to despair. Faith is the master of faith, is also the mother of freedom. And in this fateful hour, we plead with Thee, O God, to be our solace, our strength, and our divine support. We pray that the lamp of our faith may light the road to victory and guide peoples of the world to freedom and peace. God bless America with faith to preserve her freedom. God bless her fighting men in this critical hour of our nation's life. God strengthen our valiant wives, mothers, and fathers. God guard our children and preserve to them the fruits of faith in freedom. Prayer for America. O God, Father of America, Thou hast formed this union of states, sealing it with high destiny, that our nation be light to all peoples in their dark despair, life to all peoples in their fear of death, love to all peoples under their yoke of hate. For this destiny, thou dost teach us to fly as the eagle, girding us with lightning and thunder, enriching us with treasures in fields and fold. O God, bless America with thy shielding graces, lest we become a nation without light, our eyes turned from thee. A nation without light, our souls sundered from thee. A nation without love, our hearts forgetting thee. O God, give us victory that is just, merciful, and wise. For thou hast chosen America to be the soul of thy justice, the medium of thy mercy, the instrument of thy wisdom. Let all nations know that our justice comes from thy Spirit, our mercy from thy heart, our wisdom from thy mind, our victory from thy strength. Bless us, O Lord, with manifold graces, to give freely of what we have, to give fully of what we are, and in victory to give ourselves alone to thee. O God, the Father of all nations, hear our prayer for our united peoples. Grant guidance to our leaders, protection to our sons, and teach all of us thy way of life in goodwill and peace.
Ladies and gentlemen, you have just heard the Most Reverend Archbishop Francis J. Spellman of New York reading a prayer he offered today at the noon Mass in St. Patrick's Cathedral, and also his prayer for America.
organ music, ladies and gentlemen, has concluded the prayer as offered by Archbishop Spellman. We have here a bulletin from London. The German Transocean News Agency now says the Allied offensive area has been extended to the entire Norman Peninsula. And the British radio says that 3 hours after troops first hit the French coast, bulldozers were hard at work on the job of preparing a landing strip for our planes. The London staff of NBC's invasion reporters have been standing by since the first official flash was transmitted from General Eisenhower's headquarters at 3:32 this morning. Some of the men have been out with the assault units, so we're now going to switch you to NBC in London for another broadcast from the focal point.
While we are waiting for London to come in, I should like to comment for a moment on the development of this beach strip that the bulletin has just spoken of. The Normandy Peninsula has a large, flat area which extends down to the coast, and evidently our plans contemplated using that flat strip on the coast. In other words, we're doing something rather unusual. Instead of relying on airfields farther inland, we are now relying on an airfield that we are going to construct directly on the landing strip which we have taken on the Normandy shoreline. The fact that we brought in bulldozers, that they are now at work, indicates that.
We take you now to London.
This is London at 8:45 p.m. In a moment, we hope to establish contact with the American radio reporter, Merrill Muller, covering General Eisenhower's headquarters, somewhere in England. Go ahead, Merrill Muller. This is Robert Barr speaking from Advanced Allied Command Post on the 6th of June. This is dispatch. This is London again. There's been a slight delay in getting the broadcast tested out. One moment, please. By Duncan.
It is evident, then, from all recent dispatches, that we now have much more than a beachhead, because at one point our troops have extended their holdings to a width of more than 15 miles at one point, and we have that on the authority of the Germans themselves. Their latest estimate as to the size of our most important beachhead on the Normandy coast is 16.5 miles in width, and the extension to a depth of several miles. That means, of course, that we can construct an airstrip right there on the beach, an airstrip that will be of great importance in the further development of our offensive operations. That would explain also the occupation of some of the Channel Islands, Guernsey and Jersey. Those islands are just off the coast of Normandy, and any effort to operate from Normandy would necessitate our eliminating the Germans who have been holding these Channel Islands. And so now, if you will look at your map, you'll see how this whole invasion picture ties up into a logical operation whose first objective is to secure complete control of the Normandy Peninsula. That peninsula is 80 miles from Britain, and yet, for our purpose of invasion, it has many obvious advantages. And, of course, it had the particular advantage that the Germans were not expecting us to attack at that particular point. It's something like 120 miles from Paris. Once we hold it securely, and we can establish ourselves there more effectively in a short time because it is a peninsula. That means that we have access to it from 3 sides, from the sea. The Germans have access to it only across a narrow strip of land. And so even with inferior forces, if we succeed in gaining time, we would be ready to meet the German assault, which will undoubtedly develop against that peninsula. Obviously, what is happening now is that the Germans, having decided what our plan of campaign is on the basis of the events which they themselves have reported for us during the last 12 hours, obviously they are now concentrating their forces for the counterattack. We must expect that that will be a heavy attack. It is the first German major effort to answer the invasion. Their preliminary efforts, their preparations against invasion have largely failed. The passage of the sea across that 80 miles from the South British coast to Normandy was accomplished with much greater ease than we had expected. Our losses were far lower than we had anticipated. The bombings of our air forces and the superior bombardment developed by those tremendous naval guns ranging from 4-inch to 16-inch on a great host of warships which have been assailing the French coast now for the last 16 hours, that too was more effective than we had expected it to be. And as a result, when our invasion forces came in, they found that the defenses were much less effective than we had expected them to be. Obviously, this invasion effort which we are making is far larger than anything in history. These landings have taken place with extreme accuracy, as Mr. Churchill put it to the House of Commons. They have taken place with very little loss. Risk, of course, was involved. We did not want to take the greater risk that was involved in the bad weather which we had yesterday. And so the whole operation was postponed for 24 hours. And the obvious result, as is evidenced by what has happened today, was a decided reduction in the risk. Our airborne troops, therefore, are now well established. And we are following up. Because remember that only the first invasion waves have landed. We are now following up with other waves. We will continue to follow up with one wave after another. For obviously, this short distance of sea can be traversed in a very short time by all our craft, by our landing craft to go back for new loads, by our warships to get fresh supplies. And so, one wave of invasion will follow another. Now, it's also very possible that our plan contemplates at least 2 or 3 major invasions at as many different points. It is even possible that this Normandy invasion is a minor one compared with those that will follow. Remember what Mr. Churchill said some months ago when he said that there would be rehearsals and false landings. There would be attempts to deceive the enemy. We don't know which is going to be our major drive. And this is also possible, that we have 2 or 3 places in mind, any one of which could serve as a point of major attack. And we will permit developments to dictate whether or not this Normandy attack, or the one at the mouth of the Seine at Havre, which is also being developed at this time, that should be the one on which we base our major drive. Obviously, if we can get control of so fine a port as Le Havre, which is undoubtedly the finest on that part of the French coast, we would be foolish not to use it to its full capacity. Yes, some of its installations will be destroyed, but we learned at Naples how quickly, with our modern facilities, a harbor that seems completely unusable can be restored to use. And with all the experience that we have had in Africa and Italy to back us up, surely we are prepared to deal with whatever situation we may find in almost any French port. And so, we are just coming now to the beginning of the invasion story. Let us remember that this is only an initial move. It does not yet reveal the whole picture of our tactics. We are underway definitely in Normandy. We are underway definitely in the area of Havre. The fighting is going on heavily for the city of Caen, which is the most important railroad center of the Normandy Peninsula. it is already evident that our troops have penetrated from 10 to 15 miles, and it is quite possible that by this time junctions have been effected between those troops that debarked from the landing barges and those that were flown anywhere from 10 to 15 miles inland to cooperate in the invasion. The completeness of the surprise which we succeeded in effecting is evidenced by the fact that the Germans were unable to destroy a number of important bridges which had a key position in connection with the invasion. We had marked them on our maps. We had landed paratroopers with a specific function of controlling those bridges, and word has come back from the French continent that they were successful, that these bridges are in our control. And that means that all these tanks which have landed, these tanks, some of which have already been in battle, are now going to be able to utilize those bridges in order to reach the key points connected with invasion. You have a picture of 250 miles of French coast, landings certainly at two important points. A beachhead expanded in one case to 16.5 miles. Landings possibly at anywhere from 7 to 9 to 12 other points. Landings that are even now being developed. And within the next few hours, as the bulletins come in, you will see that the invasion operation, as we have reported it to you thus far, has only begun.
We take you now to London for Merrill Muller.
Somewhere in England. Unfortunately,
NBC in New York calling London.
Contact Merrill Muller at General Eisenhower's headquarters somewhere in England. So this terminates the broadcast in London. Standby network, please.
Once again, here's H.V. Kaltenborn.
Well, I'm sorry that you didn't get Merrill Muller's broadcast, but such is Invasion Day with its peripatetic maneuvers. I wish that you who are out there could be in here with us in the newsroom and see the remarkable calisthenics, verbal and physical, and also physiological, that have been going on between the engineering department and this particular booth in which I find myself. You see, we have channels open to London. We are so eager not to miss any of Merrill Muller's broadcast for you that we are constantly monitoring the channel. And the purpose of that is that the instant that we know that he is coming through, that I can stop my verbal peregrinations and that you can be transferred to the real front line to get the first-hand reports. So I hope that you listeners will bear with us in our efforts to do the best we can under circumstances that, as you can well understand, are sometimes a little difficult. Let me summarize in these next 2 minutes just about what the situation is. Beachheads firmly established at least 2 points. Greater success than we had anticipated in the original landing operations. Losses thus far remarkably light. Our preliminary bombardment very definitely successful in eliminating German air power, in eliminating German artillery power along the coast. Here is a bulletin from Naples. Premier Marshal Pietro Badoglio dissolved his Italian government today and was charged by Crown Prince Umberto with forming a new government to include political leaders in liberated Rome. The purpose, as you see, to broaden the Italian government to include those prominent men who have been isolated from the Italian political situation through being in Rome itself, a further step in the democratization of Italy. We are, because of the capture of Rome, developing a new situation in Italy itself. And even as we succeed in Italy, our landings are succeeding on the coast of France.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kaltenborn. Ladies and gentlemen, we're still attempting to contact Merrill Miller in his position with General Eisenhower's headquarters, so if you stay tuned to your present NBC station, as soon as we can, we'll bring it to you. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Bulletin from another theater, and nearly 1,000 employees were idle in the Timken Roller Bearing Company in Canton, Ohio. The brighter side of that picture came with the return to work of 1,000 employees at the Hussey Steel Company in Pittsburgh. Other labor settlements were reached at Lockport, New York, and at Danville, Virginia. And here in New York, members of the National Maritime Union voted to cut short their vacations to man our invasion ships. The union requests all merchant seamen anywhere in the country to report for duty at once. I'll repeat that. The union, the National Maritime Union, requests all merchant seamen anywhere in the country to report for duty at once. You are needed. Bulletin from another theater, this time Italy. The entire government of Marshal Pietro Badoglio resigned today, and Prince Umberto, the new ruler of Italy, immediately requested the aged marshal to form a new cabinet. This cabinet is expected to include political leaders now residing in Rome and liberated by the advancing Allied armies. Until the new ministry is formed, however, the present government will remain in office to deal with current problems. This is Don Goddard speaking from the NBC newsroom in New York.
Ladies and gentlemen, throughout today and tonight, the National Broadcasting Company has cleared its schedule of all regular programs in order to bring you up-to-the-minute news of the invasion. And now NBC will continue its complete invasion coverage. And while we await further news, here is a short musical interlude. NBC has brought you a brief musical interlude.
At this time, it is our great privilege to present to NBC listeners the Right Reverend William T. Manning, Bishop of New York of the Episcopal Church, who has just come from the cathedral where he is holding services of prayer all day. Bishop Manning will now offer a special prayer in which he hopes all listeners will join.
O God, our Father, the God of justice, truth, and righteousness, we ask thy help and support in this great day of crisis. Uphold, strengthen, and protect those who are serving in the armed forces of our country and of the United Nations, on land, on the sea, and in the air. Be with them now in this great crusade for the overthrow of evil and for the liberation of the enslaved. Give them speedy victory for the sake of all mankind, and bring them safe home to us, if it be thy will. Receive into thy gracious care and keeping those who lay down their lives for us and for their fellow men, and to us at home give faithfulness to do our part without faltering, and strength to bear whatever loss and sorrow may come to us. We ask this in the name of Christ, thy Son, our Lord. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, you have just heard the Right Reverend William T. Manning, Bishop of the New York Episcopal Church, who offered a special prayer on this day of national destiny.
We interrupt this program to bring you a special broadcast. In just a moment, ladies and gentlemen, we hope to take you to London to bring you an eyewitness account of a reporter who's just returned from the beachhead. We're awaiting his entry into a studio. In just a moment, we'll take you to the BBC in London. Just for a moment, stand by, please.
In 3 minutes' time, we will give a special program of 2 war reports from war correspondents. The first will be from John McAdam and the second from Howard Marshall.
This is the NBC newsroom in New York. As you heard, our man over in London, the BBC, said that we'd bring you a special broadcast here in just about 3 minutes, an eyewitness account of one of our reporters who just returned from the beachhead. In the meantime, we have a bulletin here from London. The Vichy radio said tonight, it must be admitted that the Allied beachhead area has been considerably widened and that Allied reinforcements are pouring in. The National Broadcasting Company and its affiliated stations will bring you all the news of the invasion as rapidly as it is received. And here is news from another war theater. American bombers carrying out a half-dozen weekend raids against Japanese positions in the Central Pacific battered airfield runways and gun positions at Truk, Ponape, Nauru, and in the eastern Marshalls. The attacks hitting islands in the atolls have just been announced by Admiral Chester W. Nimitz, Commander-in-Chief of the Pacific Fleet. And here is the text. Truk Atoll was bombed during the night of June 3rd and 4th by liberators of the 7th Army Air Force. The airfields at Moyen and Paran Islands were hit. 4 enemy fighters were airbound but did not attack our force. Now I believe we're ready for our broadcast from the BBC in London for the special eyewitness account of a reporter just returned from the beachhead.
Report will follow after 1 minute break, duration 5 minutes 40 seconds.
As you heard, the man of the BBC, it'll be in 1 minute. In the meantime,
here is Allied War Correspondent John McAdam.
I was in at the start of the invasion in the second dicky seat of a glider tug. As we gathered around the leading aircraft on the runway just after midnight, the Americans were going out in close formation. Somebody, he must have been a navigator, said, "Why don't they give us pretty lights like these to steer by?" We saw plenty of pretty lights a little later, but not to steer by. Takeoff was fine until the second. Visibility was good, and the wake of the odd naval craft we spotted shone like silk in the clear moon. The Popeye voice on the intercom croaked, "This is going to be a piece of cake." And so it looked until just short of the enemy coast, we began to run into dense cloud. We went through that and came out facing the coastline. And there were the pretty lights. Hundreds of thousands of them, and all of them tracer. The enemy seems to go in for fancy tracer. Maybe it's to keep his gunners amused. There it was ahead of us like the Blackpool illuminations, and when it seemed obvious to us that we should call it a day and go back, the pilot put the nose of the aircraft into it as if it were confetti. Every now and then he called on the intercom, "Okay, glider pilot." The voice always came back, "Okay, skipper." These youngsters took it all in their stride. They chatted away to each other on the intercom as if the flak was directed at some other aircraft with nobody in it. "He's got his sights on us," the skipper would say. And somebody would come back, "He might hit us this time." As for me, I never said a word. The big test came on the run-in. We had to skirt belt after belt of this flaming stuff to bring the glider exactly over the zone it was to land on. It was a trying time for any aircraft, but for a tug and a glider linked by a strand of rope, it looked to me like suicide. But I was glad to be there, if only to see the pitch of mutual trust and regard these RAF air crews and the glider boys of the Army have reached. There was no question of casting off and getting out of it. The skipper said, "Glider pilot, are you all right?" "Okay, great. Well, hold on, son. There's a lot of stuff around here, but we'll get through it."
You've been listening to Allied War Correspondent John McAdam. In 1 minute's time, we will broadcast a report from BBC War Correspondent Howard Marshall.
And in the meantime, back here at the NBC newsroom in New York, we've just received a late report from Barcelona in Spain. German reports received here today say Allied forces are in full possession of Honfleur, and that is at the mouth of the Seine. Honfleur is just across the river mouth from Le Havre, and the harbor was enlarged shortly before the war. From Honfleur, the Allied forces were said to be fanning out to the east and south toward Point Audemer, 14 miles to the east. I'll repeat what this German report said, that Allied forces are in full possession of Honfleur at the mouth of the Seine River. Now, in just a moment, we'll take you over to London for a report by Howard Marshall. Just one moment, please. This is the NBC newsroom in New York. Just a moment, we'll bring you this report by Howard Marshall.
Stand by for Howard Marshall. BBC war correspondent Howard Marshall saw the Allied forces landing on the French beaches, and he has returned now to tell you his experiences. Howard Marshall.
I've just come back from the beaches, and as I've been in the sea twice, I'm sitting in my soaked-through clothes with no notes at all. All my notes are sodden and at the bottom of the sea. So, as it's literally a matter of minutes since I stepped off a craft, I'm just going to try to tell you very briefly the story of what our boys had to do on the beaches today as I saw it myself. I was in a barge which was due to pick up the brigadier of an assault group, and we were going in with the first assault wave. So we circled round with the various types of vessels, opening fire on the beach, which we could see quite plainly in the dim morning light, opening fire on the beach in their own manners and at the appointed time. First of all, the cruisers started with a rather loudly bang. And soon the air grew heavy with the smell of cordite and loud with the sound of explosions. And looking along the beach, we could see the explosions of our artillery creating a great cloud and fog of smoke. Well, we, in my particular craft, picked up our brigadier, not easily, because, as I say, the sea was very rough, and we headed straight for our appointed portion of the beach. We could see, as we went in, that that particular portion of the beach wasn't altogether healthy, and as we drove towards it with our planes overhead giving us the sort of cover we'd been hoping for and which we'd been expecting, as we drove in, we could see shell bursts in the water along the beach and just behind the beach, and we could see craft in a certain amount of difficulty because the wind was driving the sea in with long rollers, and the enemy had prepared anti-invasion, anti-barge obstacles sticking out from the water. Formidable prongs, many of them tipped with mines, so that as your landing barge swung and swayed in the rollers, and they're not particularly manageable craft, it would come into contact with one of these mines and be sunk. Well, that was the prospect which faced us on this very lowering and difficult morning as we drove into the beach. I tell you this, as I say, because it was the experience of so many other men at just this same time. We drove into the beach, swinging rather broadside on in the wind and the waves, seeing the jets of smoke from bursting shells near us in the water and slightly further away on the beach itself. And suddenly, as we tried to get between two of these tripod defense systems of the Germans, our craft swung, we touched a mine, there was a very loud explosion, a sudden shudder in the whole craft, and water began pouring in. Well, we were some way out from the beach at that point. The ramp was lowered at once, and out of the barge drove the Bren gun carrier into about 5 feet of water, with the barge settling heavily.
As usual, by newspaper, who is unfortunately detained, it will be read by myself. Hello, WLW. If you would like the name of the speaker tonight, I will spell out the name for you in 10 seconds. This is TAP Ankara with a service message to WLW. Hello, WLW. I'm going to spell out for you now the name.
This is the NBC newsroom in New York, ladies and gentlemen. You've just heard a report, an eyewitness account by Howard Marshall of the BBC, who has just returned from a beachhead with our armed forces there. It might be of interest to you to know exactly why the talk by Mr. Marshall had so many blank spaces. It sounded at times as though he'd been cut off. That's exactly what happened. Those blank spaces in Mr. Marshall's talk were caused by the censors. I have here a bulletin. OWI reports that the head of the German military authorities in France has issued strict orders to the people in certain departments of France, forbidding them to evacuate without permission under threat of being shot, or to go out of doors even in the daytime in the zone of actual military operations. The German radio is quoted. Throughout the day and night, the broadcast said, all doors must be kept closed, though not bolted, and the people in localities which may be included in the zone of operations must keep indoors, or, if necessary, in their cellars. Following is the text of the instructions as broadcast and reported by the Federal Communications Commission. From dusk to dawn, the population is forbidden to circulate in the streets. Until further notice, it is forbidden to circulate in vehicles and on bicycles, to form gatherings of more than 3 persons in the streets, and to gather either inside or outside of closed premises, except in homes and working premises. Local military authorities may grant exceptions regarding paragraphs 1 and 2. And to follow on with a quote, places of entertainment, public places, and restaurants must be closed. The sale of alcohol is forbidden until further notice. Throughout the day and night, doors and doorways of all buildings must not be locked or bolted. Windows must be closed from sunset to sunrise. No one must stand by doors or windows. Without the order of the military authorities, no evacuation must take place. And here is another bulletin, just handed us here. London, the Vichy radio said tonight, it must be admitted that the Allied beachhead area has been considerably widened. Further, Radio Vichy says it must be admitted that Allied reinforcements are pouring in on the beachheads. Now, in just a few seconds that remain, we'd like to call your attention to a broadcast which follows in just about 30 seconds. The NBC International Division. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Roswell P. Barnes, Associate General Secretary of the Federal Council of Churches of Christ in America. Dr. Barnes.
I have combined the texts of a prayer issued for use on Invasion Day by the Right Reverend Henry St. George Tucker, President of the Federal Council of the Churches of Christ in America, and a prayer issued by the Archbishop of Canterbury for use in Great Britain. Let us pray. Almighty and most merciful God, Father of all mankind, lover of every life, hear, we beseech thee, the cry of thy children in this dark hour of conflict and danger. Thou hast been the refuge and strength in all generations of those who put their trust in thee. May it please thee this day to draw to thyself the hearts of those who struggle and endure to the uttermost. Have mercy on them, and suffer not their faith in thee to fail. Guide and protect them by thy light and strength, that they may be kept from evil. May thy comfort be sufficient for all who suffer pain, or who wait in the agony of uncertainty. O righteous and omnipotent God, who in their tragedies and conflicts judgest the hearts of men and the purposes of nations, enter into this struggle with thy transforming power, that out of its anguish there may come a victory of righteousness. May there arise a new order which shall endure, because in it thy will shall be done in earth as it is in heaven. Forgive us and cleanse us, as well as those who strive against us,
that we may be fit instruments of thy purposes. O Lord God, we humbly dedicate to thee ourselves, our nation, and our cause. Place in thy hands all we have, and all we are, and all we desire. And unto thy most gracious keeping, we commend our loved ones and ourselves, ascribing unto thee all praise and glory, through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen.
Thank you, Dr. Barnes. The International Division of the National Broadcasting Company, working in close cooperation with the Office of War Information and the Coordinator of Inter-American Affairs, plays its daily and nightly part in the shortwaving of truth to listeners outside the United States. Throughout the weary years of oppression, the messages which have told us of progress and of growing power have been told to the peoples of every country in their own languages. Throughout the long, early hours of this morning, we waited for the official announcement that would tell the oppressed of Europe that the concluding phases of their liberation had begun. What you who were listening heard, the people of the occupied countries heard, and so did listeners in every country hear whatever was broadcast to you. The question is often asked, but does anyone really hear your shortwave programs? Yes, they hear the shortwave programs from the United States, and by every means open to them, they try to let us know. Letters reach the shortwave broadcasters in the United States. Messages come through other channels. Someday, those thousands whose only light has been shed by broadcasting will be able to tell their stories. Here is one letter received a few weeks ago from a Frenchman. He is today a chief petty officer in the French Navy and on active service.
It may be of some interest to you to know that your international program is heard quite regularly in France. In 1940 and in 1941 on the West Coast, and in 1942 on the South Coast of France, I was a daily listener to your shortwave transmissions. Besides, they were not jammed like the medium waves by Vichy France and the Germans. Listening to your announcer in French yesterday afternoon brought me back memories. It was through your station that I heard that the German Lieutenant Colonel Hultz had been executed by 2 French patriots, Place Saint-Pierre, at 8 a.m. at Nantes in October 1941. I heard that important news at 6 p.m. on a Monday, and it made quite a change in the course of my life. This timely information was given by your announcer, Victor McCausland, whose voice I so well remember was clear and friendly. Yours very truly. You will understand, I'm sure, why I do not read the signature of this letter. The writer's wife is still in France.
This man had made 11 unsuccessful attempts to escape from occupied France. He was a marked man. The shooting of the German colonel by 2 French patriots was sure to be followed by mass reprisals. The writer of this letter knew that he'd be at the top of this list of hostages. It was through an NBC shortwave broadcast that he learned of Colonel Holtz's death, and this changed the course of his life. He fled, and this 12th attempt at escape succeeded. He's been to see our French section many times. That is simply one of a great many letters and messages that find their way through to this country. Since the early hours of this morning, the news which you have heard here has been told to other countries by the powerful shortwave transmitters of the United States. NBC's International Division has had its share in this work. In the hours that have passed since the news came, which galvanized the whole world, its members have told the thrilling story. Throughout the hours of tonight and the nights to come, these same people will continue to recount the unfolding of the story of liberation in 8 languages. To give you some idea of the work done here, members of each language section will, between them and in 8 languages, read General Eisenhower's thrilling message of this morning. First, in French.
Un débarquement a été effectué ce matin sur la côte française par des troupes du corps expéditionnaire allié. Ce débarquement fait partie intégrante du plan concerté des Nations Unies pour la libération de l'Europe, plan élaboré en conjonction avec nos grands alliés, les Russes. J'ai le message suivant à vous communiquer. Quoique le premier assaut n'ait pas été déclenché dans votre pays, le moment de votre libération approche.
Now in Italian.
Tutti i patrioti, uomini e donne, vecchi e giovani, hanno un compito da assolvere nel raggiungimento della vittoria finale. Ai membri dei gruppi di resistenza, guidati sia da condottieri nazionali che da capi alleati, io dico seguite le istruzioni che avete ricevuto. Ai patrioti che non sono membri di gruppi organizzati di resistenza, io dico continuate la vostra resistenza passiva, ma non mettete inutilmente in pericolo la vostra vita. Aspettate fino al momento in cui vi darò il segnale di insorgere e di colpire il nemico.
In Spanish.
Esperad hasta que yo os dé la señal de levantarse y golpear al enemigo. Llegará el día en que necesitaré de vuestras fuerzas unidas. Mientras tanto, os pido vuestra colaboración observando una estricta disciplina y un absoluto retraimiento. Ciudadanos de Francia, me enorgullezco de tener otra vez bajo mi mando a las aguerridas fuerzas francesas. Peleando al lado de vuestros aliados, desempeñaréis un papel de suma importancia en la liberación de vuestra patria.
To Scandinavia in Danish.
Da den første landgang er blevet foretaget på Frankrigs jord, gentager jeg med endnu større eftertryk mit budskab til folkene i de andre okkuperede lande i Vesteuropa. Følg jeres lederes instrukser. Et forhastet oprør af alle franskmænd kan forhindre jer i at blive til den størst mulige hjælp for jeres land i denne kritiske stund. Ha' tålmodighed. Vær beredt.
Portuguese.
Como comandante supremo da Força Expedicionária Aliada, cabe-me o dever e a responsabilidade de tomar todas as medidas necessárias para a prossecução da guerra. A obediência pronta e voluntária às ordens que eu der é essencial. A administração civil eficiente na França será entregue em mãos de cidadãos franceses.
In Swedish.
Alla personer måste fortsätta på sina nuvarande poster såvida de inte får andra instruktioner. De som gjort gemensam sak med fienden och därigenom förrått sitt land kommer att avlägsnas från sina poster. När Frankrike befriats från sina förtryckare kommer ni att själva få välja era representanter och den styrelseform ni önskar.
In German.
Im Laufe dieser Kampagne zur vollständigen Niederringung des Feindes mögt ihr zu weiteren Verlusten und Schäden kommen. Sie mögen tragisch sein, aber sie sind ein Teil des Preises, den wir für den Sieg zahlen müssen. Ich kann euch die Versicherung geben, dass ich alles tun werde, was in meiner Kraft steht, um eure Opfer zu mildern. Ich weiß, dass ich jetzt auf eure Standhaftigkeit genauso rechnen kann wie bisher. Die heroischen Taten von Franzosen, ihren Kampf gegen die Nazis und die Vichy-Satelliten in Frankreich und im französischen Weltreich fortgesetzt haben, waren ein Beispiel und eine Ermutigung für uns.
And in English. The heroic deeds of Frenchmen who have continued their struggle against the Nazis and their Vichy satellites in France and through the French Empire have been an example and an inspiration to all of us. This landing is but the opening phase of the campaign in Western Europe. Great battles lie ahead. I call upon all who love freedom to stand with us. Keep your faith staunch. Our arms are resolute. Together we shall achieve victory. This, if you like, is a composite language picture of General Eisenhower's message. It will serve to give you a slight suggestion of the shortwave broadcasting from the United States to the whole world on a round-the-clock schedule. We return you now to NBC's invasion programs.
And here in the NBC newsroom, a bulletin has come to our attention which points to another theater of war. NBC monitors in San Francisco have just reported that the Tokyo radio has just left the air suddenly and without explanation. I'll repeat, NBC monitors in San Francisco have just reported that the Tokyo radio has just left the air suddenly and without explanation. Now back to the European theater with this bulletin. The secret German Radio Atlantic has just broadcast that the Germans, fearing an uprising of the millions of slave workers inside the Reich, have ordered all work camp and Stalag guards to be on the alert for weapons dropped from the air by Allied planes. Guards have been reinforced and stockades strengthened around the workers' barracks. The NBC monitors heard this broadcast. And at approximately 4:15, ladies and gentlemen, we'll bring you another eyewitness account, a special broadcast from London, a reporter who has just come back from the beachheads. In the meantime, we bring you some music.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, for another eyewitness account of the invasion, we take you to London. NBC in New York calling London.
The first wasn't talked about very much, except from a purely technical point of view. It was something beyond our control, something desperately important, but altogether too big for us, something men only discussed in their prayers. But the second, we hoped, was very much under our control. In spite of the fact that the whole invasion force had to be trained and embarked within only a few miles of enemy aerodromes, every precaution had been taken to ensure that he didn't find out. A little Yorkshireman, looking round as he stepped out of a lorry and marched down to his landing craft, summed it up in 3 words. What? No bands? Yes, that was it. Here were thousands and thousands of men going off on what might well prove the greatest battle in history, with no bands, no cheering crowds to wave them on their way, but on the contrary, slinking off and taking every possible precaution to get away unnoticed. From the point of view of enemy action, last night was one of the dullest pre-assault nights I've ever known, and I've known most of them. As far as our own force was concerned, there was no interference by enemy aircraft, U-boats, or E-boats. And our only concern was the high, choppy sea which was playing havoc with some of the smaller craft. The sailors and marines who got those craft across worked miracles. By dawn, the sea still showed no signs of abating. And as the wind was from the northwest, it meant that the surf would be very, very dangerous in the shallow bay of the Seine. As the assault craft grouped into position, there was a terrific bombardment by cruisers and destroyers, combined with an intensive bombing on the enemy coastal batteries. Almost immediately, the coastal batteries answered back. And although I didn't see any actual damage done, some of their shells fell unpleasantly close to us. Those batteries were soon put out of action. The other main problem was, of course, that of the minefields. Minesweepers, the spearhead of the invasion force, were sweeping ahead of us during the night, and were now clearing the approaches inshore. And beyond the minefields, we knew that we must expect a large number of underwater obstructions, which must be cleared before the landing craft could have any chance of reaching the beaches. Specially trained volunteers, dressed in tight-fitting rubber sea-green suits and helmets, and looking rather like gnomes, leapt into the shallows to place charges and to blow up those obstructions. Believe me, they worked wonders. Meanwhile, the assault craft were creeping in. While over their heads, cruisers and destroyers and army guns on their way in put up a terrific barrage, while the Hun did his best to have it back. But in spite of the obstructions, the heavy surf and the minefields and the beaches, all the beaches in our sector were soon gained. And then started that mad rush to get the follow-up supplies ashore at greater speed than the enemy could muster his forces to his counterattack. When I left this afternoon, that mad rush against time and weather was at its height. As I came back across the 100-odd miles of English Channel to these shores, I shall never forget what I saw. There was no need for any navigation. It was just as easy as walking down Fifth Avenue. The whole way across the channel, there were continuous lines of craft approaching the Bay of the Seine. And not only continuous lines, but rows and rows of lines stretching out on either side as far as the eye could see. Our navies at this moment are undertaking the greatest task in their histories. May God allow those men fair weather to help them in this great adventure.
That was Commander Anthony Kimmons speaking from London. We return you now to the United States.
You've been listening to Commander Anthony Kimmons of the Royal Navy, one of Britain's smartest naval men. He's been through 2 wars, took part in the Allied landings in Africa, Sicily, and Salerno, and returned to England recently after taking part in the Allied invasion of the Marshall Islands in the Pacific. He had a front seat there as a British observer.
And now for another special broadcast, we take you to NBC in Washington.
This is the NBC newsroom in Washington. Just arrived in our studios is the ambassador to the United States from the Netherlands. As a representative of a country along the invasion coast, he brings a brief message to the people of America. Dr. Alexander Loudon, ambassador from the Netherlands.
We live through sacred moments. My personal reaction to the stirring news of the Allied landings on the European continent can best be expressed by referring to a beloved but very sick relative. When the early mornings has been put on the operation table, while the world's most skilled surgeons are doing their utmost to save his life. Naturally, all relatives and friends are impatiently telephoning to the hospital to hear the latest news about the patient's health. And the answer is, operation successfully performed and condition as satisfactory as can be expected under the circumstances. In other words, matters are in the hands of the military. Let them speak and strengthen us. Let no impatience on our part upset the patient's struggle to win. We must have faith in the military, aided by the fighting patriots. For the courage and devotion of all of them, we cannot but feel the deepest gratitude, love, and admiration. Our prayers follow them.
From the NBC newsroom in Washington, you have heard a few personal reactions to the invasion by Dr. Alexander Loudon, ambassador to the United States from the Netherlands. We return you now to the newsroom in New York.
Back once again in the NBC newsroom in New York. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we take pleasure in presenting that noted NBC commentator, Caesar Searchinger, who is also the analyst for the American Historical Association. Mr. Searchinger.
Good afternoon. First of all, let me tell you that General Eisenhower's headquarters in London will issue its second communique of the invasion at approximately 5:30 this afternoon, Eastern War time. This will be the first communication concerning the progress of the invasion. There has only been one before, and that was the bare announcement that the invasion had taken place. So, at 5:30 this afternoon, General Eisenhower will issue the first real communique on the progress of the invasion. The Vichy radio said tonight that it must be admitted that the Allied beachhead area has been considerably widened and that Allied reinforcements are pouring in. Yes, it looks as though the invasion were a success as far as we've gone. It's now from 14 to 16 hours since the first Allied troops landed on the coast of France. It is definitely established by now that the main landings were made in the Seine estuary, not far from the port of Havre, that is to say, across the wide estuary of the port of Havre. The landings were made, however, on the south shore, where the fashionable bathing beaches are, such as Honfleur, Deauville, and Trouville. This 60-mile stretch of Normandy coast between the two rivers, the Seine and the Orne, is mostly flat and hasn't the steep cliffs of the coast north of Havre. Thus far it looks as though we left Havre to one side, though it must be one of our objectives, being the second largest port of France and the nearest to Paris. It was Napoleon I, I think, who said that Paris, Rouen, and Havre were really one city, with the Seine as the main highway in between. Speaking of Rouen, it is stated that our parachute troops are fighting inside the historic city, that city where Joan of Arc was burned at the stake. Prime Minister Churchill, in his second speech in Parliament today, said that our troops, ground troops this time, are fighting in the streets of Caen, C-A-E-N, Caen, 9.5 miles from the shore. Caen is an ancient city near the little river Orne, which flows into the sea about 20 miles south of Havre, across the estuary. This seems to indicate that at present we are heading southward, away from Havre. Caen is extremely important as a road junction. One of the main roads going out of it cuts straight across the Cotentin Peninsula, the peninsula that juts out from Normandy towards England, pointing straight at the Isle of Wight. Near the end of that peninsula lies Cherbourg, another great port which would be a valuable bridgehead for us. If our troops were to cut off this peninsula from the rest of Nazi-held France, we would have a large and highly protected area, roughly a triangle 60 miles wide at its base and 60 miles from base to apex sticking out into the sea. There are also reports from enemy sources that we have landed on the Cotentin or Cherbourg Peninsula direct. It seems logical, if the peninsula is our objective, that we should land at both ends at once, though the coast near Cherbourg is much more difficult because of the sharply rising hills. It's certain, however, that we have landed paratroopers on the Channel Islands of Jersey and Guernsey, which lie between 20 and 30 miles off the west coast of the peninsula. These islands, as you know, are British territory, having been in English hands since the days of King John. This is the only British territory the Germans held in this war, and thus the first liberation of British territory has taken place. All this, the fighting in Caen and the landing of paratroops on the Channel Islands, does point in the direction of our aiming to use the Cherbourg Peninsula as a base of operations, possibly against Paris itself. Caen is a vitally important place both because it is on the railroad from Cherbourg to Paris and because it is the main communication point between western Normandy and the Seine, between Cherbourg and Havre. By the way, the city of Caen, where our soldiers are now fighting, has about 50,000 inhabitants and is a commercial town of some importance. It has close associations with English history, for it is where William the Conqueror came from and was originally buried. The castle, which is still used as a barracks, was built by the conqueror, and so were the famous Abbey Church, dating back from 1070, and other churches in the town. Later, Caen became the capital of Lower Normandy. It was besieged and taken by King Edward III of England during the previous English invasion of France in 1346, but it was lost again 4 years later. The University of Caen, curiously enough, was founded in the 15th century by Henry VI of England, who, I believe, also founded Eton College. Caen became one of the Huguenot towns at the time of the religious wars, and its medieval prosperity was shattered by the revocation of the Edict of Nantes under Richelieu. And now a word about Havre. Havre is the second seaport of France at the mouth of the Seine. It's 143 miles to Paris and 56 miles to Rouen. The name was originally Havre de Grace, after the chapel of Our Lady of Grace, which stood there when Havre was still a fighting village, which was until 1516. The defenses of the Havre are very strong. They were built by Richelieu and completed by Vauban, the greatest of all French engineers. It was bombarded by the English 5 times in the 17th and 18th centuries, but no landings were ever made. Napoleon raised Havre to a port of the first rank, and Napoleon III completed the works begun by Louis XVI. In the First World War, British and American troops used the harbor. We used it as a base for landing troops and supplies. It is obvious that we shall need it again for the same purpose. Well, the marvelous thing about this invasion is that we really seem to have achieved surprise, that most valuable thing in all warfare, especially in oversea invasion. Admiral Ramsey of the U.S. Navy says he wouldn't have thought it possible, and he himself was surprised to see no more opposition against our armada. And this, mind you, despite the fact that the operation had to be postponed for a day on account of weather conditions. Of course, against the 4,000 ships and smaller vessels we employed, the Germans had little in the way of ships, a few destroyers and submarines. And submarines aren't much good in the channel because they can't submerge deeply. So, some things were in our favor, and so far, as I said, it's been a success.
You have been listening to the noted NBC commentator, Caesar Searchinger, who is also the analyst for the American Historical Association. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
4:30 Eastern Wartime, your station, WEAF, New York.
This is Don Hollenbeck in the NBC newsroom in New York. First, 2 late bulletins from London. The German High Command says tonight that great enemy formations appeared at the coast of northern France between Calais and Dunkirk this morning. The great struggle on the northern coast of France has begun, a Nazi broadcast quotes the High Command. If true, this is a threatened landing on a new point of the French coast. The German DNB news agency reports tonight that Marshal Karl von Rundstedt and Marshal Erwin Rommel, Nazi commanders in Western Europe, are on the spot of the developments. Reports on invasion are pouring in, mostly from the enemy in recent minutes, and the enemy is busy making admissions. Admissions that our troops are pouring ashore at many places along the Normandy coast. A German broadcast says Allied parachutists have now taken over an airfield in the Boulogne-Calais area along the Dover Strait. That, of course, would be in an entirely new section of the French coast, more than 50 miles up from the earlier announced invasion area, which stretches all the way from Le Havre to Cherbourg. This new German report places the Allies in action directly across the strait from the cliffs of Dover, which, if true, would mean that the invasion is spreading out over a wide area. This unconfirmed news from the enemy says our parachute troops not only have occupied an aerodrome in the Calais area, but they have gained what is termed a foothold in that general area. Shortly before this report, NBC monitors here heard Berlin radio tell of a fierce naval engagement between Calais and Dunkirk. The British radio says that the Allied invasion line in France is now sufficiently broad to amount to more than just a beachhead. Of course, we know that additional landings are on the schedule, and from the flow of statements from the Germans, these landings are being carried out. Vichy radio has been heard saying that 200 Allied ships had been sighted off the coast above Caen, there where more men naturally would be expected to go ashore to reinforce those already landed and pushing inland. Vichy radio admits that the Allied beachhead area has been considerably widened and that those fresh troops are leaving landing craft. Fierce fighting is taking place in the islands of Guernsey and Jersey, which lie west of the Norman Peninsula. This is another enemy report. Another German broadcast speaks of new Allied landings in the area of Carentan, just opposite the island of Jersey. I must point out here that all these reports are emanating from the Germans and, of course, must be regarded with great caution. From our own sources, the latest is more or less of a general nature. General Montgomery, commanding the armies invading France, who sent his men into battle with the message bespeaking great confidence and ending traditionally with the Montgomery send-off, good luck and good hunting. Montgomery says he's pleased with the initial phase of the operation. In Washington, Admiral Ernest King said after a conference with President Roosevelt that the invasion is doing all right so far. And here's another German report. Allied troops are said to have won full possession of the town of Honfleur at the mouth of the Seine River. Honfleur is just across the river mouth from Le Havre. The German propaganda agency, in a late summary, says that the Allied forces hold the coast for 15 miles between Villers and Trouville, which is to the south, across the Seine estuary from Le Havre. Prime Minister Churchill earlier told Commons that our soldiers have penetrated France in some cases several miles inland, and that the first phases have been thoroughly satisfactory with losses far less than was expected. The Prime Minister told us that our airborne landings, the landing of the troops who bore the first front of battle, was an outstanding feat on a scale far larger than anything there has been so far in the world. The German report on this is at least 4 divisions of American parachute and airborne troops alone had been landed on the Normandy Peninsula. These troops from the sky created a major diversion, many demolitions. War-painted American Indians were among the first of these paratroops to land in France this morning. These Indians are a troop picturesquely self-termed the Filthy 13. They're well-trained demolition engineers, packing 180 pounds of equipment on their lean, hard bodies. As you no doubt have noted, any newscast at this time is well sprinkled with bulletins. That's how fast things are developing. And here's another one. 15 Allied cruisers and 50 to 60 destroyers are reported by the Nazi DNB agency to be operating west of Le Havre tonight. That's another enemy report. Every plane taking the troops this morning through the purple, cloudy skies of the dawn was painted with broad zebra stripes, blue and white stripes, and the planes carried colored lights. All this was to prevent a repetition of that Sicilian episode in which a number of our own transports were accidentally shot down by their own ack-ack fire. That brightly lighted armada, traveling only a few hundred feet above ground, stretched out, we're told, for 200 miles. Immediately following this broadcast at 4:45, NBC will broadcast at dictation speed the text of the prayer which President Roosevelt has asked the nation to repeat with him at 10 p.m. Eastern Wartime. The prayer is about 500 words long. If you haven't been able to get the text of it, this will be a good opportunity for you to copy it down in time to repeat it with the President tonight. The prayer will be given at dictation speed, 4:45 Eastern Wartime, immediately following this broadcast. The invasion, incidentally, was scheduled for yesterday, but was delayed because of the weather. The invasion overshadowed developments on other war fronts, but activity continues on these fronts. Russian armies are understood to be massing for blows against the Germans from the east. In Italy, remnants of the German army are fleeing in disorder toward some new sort of defense line in the northern mountains. The Fifth Army is pouring after the enemy across the Tiber River in many places. Allied communiques say the battle to destroy the enemy continues without pause. And as a footnote to this assault from the west, the south, and soon from the east, Premier Pietro Badoglio announces in Naples that he has dissolved his Italian government, is forming a new administration in liberated Rome. One more bulletin from Washington this time. Secretary of War Henry L. Stimson has just told newsmen that first reports of the Allied landings in France indicated the long-awaited invasion was going very nicely. And here's a story overheard by our NBC monitors. The Nazis are suppressing news of the progress of the invasion and withholding the facts from the German people. Radio Atlantic, the German secret transmitter, says in a broadcast monitored this afternoon by NBC. What scant news that is put out by the German home radio is very confused and depressing. The people of Berlin have gathered in the streets in whispering knots, wondering where the next blow will fall. They know that nightfall and the hours of darkness now ensuing will mean more landings. Their prime question is, where? The clandestine transmitter, located somewhere in Germany, often has accurate reports of what's going inside the country. It's significant, the anti-Nazi radio points out, that though broadcasts beamed to Germany from England repeat the German claims of successes in naval engagements in the Channel, the Reich home radio has made no such statements. In all the volumes of bulletins, communiques, announcements, and stories of the invasion today, one great factor hasn't been mentioned. It may be that it's too early to get any reports. That factor is the French underground, the silent, secret army of patriots that has dared so much, awaiting this day in which should at this very moment have flamed into action all over France. For days now, General Eisenhower's headquarters has been broadcasting instructions to this underground army, orders as definite and as important as any issued to the Allied troops waiting in England. Just today, General de Gaulle sent them orders from London. He declared that the Allied landings opened France's battle for liberation. Our NBC monitors heard de Gaulle urging Frenchmen to carry on the war behind the enemy's lines, to coordinate their work closely with the frontal attacks by the main Allied armies. And here in the NBC newsroom a few moments ago, we just heard Radio Brazzaville, the Free French radio in the Congo, broadcasting that the people of France, following the instructions of the Allied High Command, are prepared to take up arms in back of the German lines as one man. Vive la liberté, long live the United Nations, said Brazzaville. And that's France's reply to the orders of the Allied commanders. So far as we can learn now, no French fighting divisions have yet got into action. It may be, too, that this hasn't been announced, but we may be sure that French troops will be in the van of the march on Paris. Just now, it's up to that hidden army in France to strike where and how it can at the enemy, to follow the orders of their leader de Gaulle and of the Supreme Commander Eisenhower. I know something about this French underground army. In Algiers last winter, I used to meet some of its members who were reporting there for instructions, leaving France at great risk, using false names, crossing the Mediterranean, or sneaking through Spain any way they could, getting their orders and then going back at even greater risk. My French has a good deal of Nebraska about it, but I was able to get the idea of what this underground army was doing, just how important it was to the Allied cause. And I learned enough to wonder sometimes if people at home appreciated that, more if even the Allied leaders appreciated what these underground patriots were up against. It's one thing to be a soldier with the dignity of a soldier and the assurance that goes with the proud wearing of the uniform, to carry weapons, to march and sail and fly under one's own flag proudly displayed. It's another thing to be a soldier in the dead of night, in the rags and tatters of a charcoal burner in the forest of Compiègne or on the docks of Marseille. He must move silently and swiftly. He must know how to dissemble. He must be able to keep his patriotism, his love of his country under control. He must pretend to bow to the enemy and to his own countrymen who have chosen to side with the enemy. These men we used to see in Algiers had drawn, tight, old looks about their faces. Even in that bit of liberated France, they were never quite sure whom they could trust, and they did well to be wary. For Algiers and Constantine and Tunis and the other cities of North Africa were full of the enemy. We switch you now to Washington for a special broadcast, the President's News Conference. Now to Washington.
Started there. On the air. This is Morgan Beatty in the White House in Washington. A few moments ago, the President held his first post-invasion press radio conference. President Roosevelt said that as of 12 o'clock today, American naval losses were 2 destroyers and 1 LST, that's landing ship tank. Losses relative to air landings were light, about 1%. He didn't say whether this meant personnel or ships involved. There were 181 reporters at the President's conference. Mr. Roosevelt said he felt the invasion was up to schedule, and, as Prime Minister Churchill would say, that is a mouthful. The President said that very few people here in Washington knew the timing of D-Day. You know, Mr. Roosevelt was alone among the High Command, the only one that had stayed up most of last night to follow the voluminous reports of invasion. He studied each dispatch behind the White House blackout blinds. They were pulled down, apparently, to avoid even the rumors that a light in the White House at midnight last night might have started something. So when the chief executive faced the Washington press corps this afternoon, he was well abreast of the latest developments, but he gave us only an inkling of what these developments were, and anybody who asked any questions about them that he didn't think was proper, he promptly labeled improper. He said, however, that he was very happy, and all the anonymous and silent people around him, he meant the White House staff that he works with every day, were all smiles today. He said he had little war news, but it was all right to cover the part about the losses. He said, as a matter of fact, that we newsmen were getting things as fast as people in the White House. The invasion was definitely up to schedule. When he was asked about how closely held was the secret of invasion, he said he didn't know. He said many people here in Washington and elsewhere knew that we were sending large forces over to the other side, but you could almost number the people on your fingers of your hand who on this side knew exactly when
the date was going to be. The President was asked about when this date was set. Well, did he know about it in advance? And he said that he knew that the date would be approximately in May or in early June. As a matter of fact, he added, I knew last night as the boats loaded and started to cross. The date was chosen very largely, according to the President, because of the roughness of the English Channel. The weather factor was very important. He said that we needed what seamen call small boat weather to get people on the beaches in small boats. And then he was asked again if that was a major factor on the choice of the date, and he said definitely it was. Then some of the reporters wanted to know whether the invasion across the Channel was timed to gear up with the fall of Rome. You know, Rome only fell yesterday. No, he said, because we didn't know when Rome would fall. But he did say that you can now see why we did not institute a second front when the politicians and others started clamoring for it. Said we started planning for this thing, producing the arms in December of 1941, and today's action, or last night's, was the culmination of all that planning. He said that, obviously, the last 6 months gave us a tremendous chance to bring in many more divisions and landing craft. He was asked about the Paris radio, saying he was going to London the last of June, and he wanted to know if that was the summer or the spring. That was his way of evading an answer. And here's a very important point he made just before the closing. He said, the thing we should be warned against at this moment is overconfidence. It's dangerous to the war effort. He said the war isn't over by any means, and this operation itself isn't over by any means. This is Morgan Beatty. I'm returning you now to the newsroom in New York from the White House in Washington.
This is Don Hollenbeck in the NBC newsroom. A quick summary now of the events of the day. The Allied invasion is doing well. Secretary Stimson has just added his report to that news. Mostly German reports say that we've made new landings. Enemy is busy making admissions that our troops are pouring ashore at many places along the Normandy coast. The new German report places the Allies in action directly across the strait from the cliffs of Dover. That would mean the invasion is spreading out over a wide area. These are all enemy reports, unconfirmed by our sources, and should be taken with caution. Shortly before this report, we heard Berlin tell of a fierce naval engagement between Calais and Dunkirk. The British radio says the Allied invasion line is now sufficiently broad to amount to more than just a beachhead. Of course, we know that additional landings are on the schedule. From the flow of statements from the Germans, these landings are being carried out. This is Don Hollenbeck in the NBC newsroom, and that's all for now.
Also with us in the NBC newsroom is our good friend Don Goddard.
Ladies and gentlemen, at 10 o'clock Eastern Wartime tonight, President Roosevelt will go on the radio and will lead the nation in a prayer that he himself has composed in this poignant hour. The Chief Executive would like to have the people of the nation repeat with him the words of this supplication, whatever their creed, making with him a common prayer for a common cause. The National Broadcasting Company is presenting these words at this time, spoken at a speed that will enable you to set them down. After a 2-minute interlude of music, which will enable you to procure pencil and paper, I will read the President's prayer, the prayer of the President of the United States, the prayer for the cause and the armies of the United Nations. gentlemen, the prayer of the President of the United States. Almighty God, our sons, pride of our nation, this day hath set upon a mighty endeavor, a struggle to preserve our republic, our religion, and our civilization, and to set free a suffering humanity. Lead them straight and true. Give strength to their arms, stoutness to their hearts, steadfastness to their faith. They will need thy blessings. Their road will be long and hard. The enemy is strong. He may hurl back our forces. Success may not come with rushing speed. But we shall return again and again. And we know that by thy grace and by the righteousness of our cause, our sons will triumph. They will be sore tried by night and by day, without rest, till the victory is won. The darkness will be rent by noise and flame. Men's souls will be shaken with the violences of war. These are men lately drawn from the ways of peace. They fight not for the lust of conquest. They fight to end conquest. They fight to liberate. They fight to let justice arise, and tolerance and goodwill among all thy people. They yearn but for the end of battle, for their return to the haven of home. Some will never return. Embrace these, Father, and receive them, thy heroic servants, into thy kingdom. And for us at home, fathers, mothers, children, wives, sisters, and brothers of brave men overseas, whose thoughts and prayers are ever with them, help us, Almighty God, to rededicate ourselves in renewed faith in Thee in this hour of great sacrifice. Many people have urged that I call the nation into a single day of special prayer. But because the road is long and the desire is great, I ask that our people devote themselves in continuance of prayer. As we rise to each new day, and again, when each day is spent, let words of prayer be on our lips, invoking thy help to our efforts. Give us strength in our daily tasks, to redouble the contributions we make in the physical and material support of our armed forces. And let our hearts be stout to wait out the long travail, to bear sorrows that may come, to impart our courage unto our sons, wheresoever they may be. And, O Lord, give us faith. Give us faith in Thee, faith in our sons, faith in each other, faith in our united crusade. Let not the keenness of our spirit ever be dulled. Let not the impacts of temporary events, of temporal matters, of but fleeting moment, let not these deter us in our unconquerable purpose. With Thy blessing, we shall prevail over the unholy forces of our enemies. Help us to conquer the apostles of greed and racial arrogances. Lead us to the saving of our country, and with our sister nations into a world unity that will spell sure peace, a peace invulnerable to the schemings of unworthy men, and a peace that will let all men live in freedom, reaping the just rewards of their honest toil. Thy will be done, Almighty God. Amen. That is the prayer in which the President of the United States has asked us to join him as he leads us at 10 o'clock this evening over the radio. And now a few news bulletins that have just come in. A bulletin from London. The Nazi-operated Vichy radio reported tonight that compact masses, that's in quotation marks, compact masses of Allied planes are bombing the Calais and Dunkirk regions of the French invasion coast. That's some 125 miles to the east of the landings made at Le Havre this morning. It means that our beachheads are expanding, that we are going to different portions of the coast. Dunkirk, of course, and Calais are nearest to the English coast. The German radio reports that Allied paratroopers have landed just across the channel from England, there in the Boulogne-Calais area, that those paratroopers have occupied an enemy airdrome there. If that is true, and there is no reason to believe the Germans would put out a false report of that nature, it means an Allied invasion thrust directly across the Strait of Dover, 100 miles or more above that Allied beachhead area on the Norman coast. We have no confirmation of any invasion activity in this area from Allied headquarters as yet. But already we are expanding our beachhead there in Normandy. And in Stockholm they're saying that Denmark has said today that German troops in the protectorate there have been ordered on an invasion alert since early this morning. And General Sir Bernard Montgomery says he is pleased with the initial phases of the invasion operations. General Montgomery heads the Allied armies taking part in the landings, as you know. Montgomery was quite happy as he told newsmen today that he'd given his officers a 5-point recipe for victory just before the invasion began. The 5-point recipe for victory, Montgomery said, was this: 1, Allied solidarity; 2, offensive eagerness; 3, enthusiasm; 4, confidence; and 5, all-out effort. That's General Montgomery's 5-point recipe for victory. And in Washington, Secretary of War Stimson, with smiles on his face, told the newsmen that first reports of the Allied landings in France indicated the long-awaited invasion was going very nicely. He's the second Washington official today to say that. Admiral King, Chief of our Navies, and a member of President Roosevelt's Strategic Board said that when he left the President this morning. And we learn now that the Nazis are suppressing news of the progress of the invasion and withholding the facts from the German people. Radio Atlantic, which is a German secret transmitter, charged in a broadcast monitored this afternoon by NBC, that the German propaganda machine was letting only a trickle of news out to the German people. What scant news is put out by the German home radio is very confused and depressing, and the people of Berlin have gathered in the streets in whispering knots, wondering where the next blow will fall. They know that by nightfall and the hours of darkness now ensuing will mean more landings. Where, they ask. Their prime question is where. The clandestine transmitter, located somewhere in Germany, states all this today. It is significant, says this radio station, which is called Anti-Nazi, that though broadcasts beamed to Germany from England repeat the German claims of successes in naval engagements in the Channel, the Reich radio has made no such statements. It has not claimed that Allied ships were sunk in the Channel. The German radio people know only too well the deplorable state of their fleet. They recall the sober statement of a high Nazi naval official that they are up against the strongest fleets in the world. And in Washington, Henri Opinot, the delegate of the French Committee of National Liberation, says that French divisions soon will participate in the Battle of France and that French shock troops will help to open the road to Paris, the road from Le Havre, we suppose. Side by side with American and British divisions, French divisions armed with the magnificent material given to them by the United States soon will participate in the battle. French soldiers will fight tomorrow as they have fought in Africa and in Italy, where by the side of the Allies they opened the road to Rome. Tomorrow they will open the road to Paris. And Prime Minister Winston Churchill received today this congratulatory message from Premier Stalin of Russia of the Allied liberation of Rome. He said, "I congratulate you on the great victory of the Allied Anglo-American forces in the taking of Rome." This news has been greeted in the Soviet Union with great satisfaction. Those are the words of Premier Stalin. And the Berlin radio reports tonight that big air battles have developed over Romania today between Nazi fighters and bombers of the Allied Mediterranean Air Force. Soon we may expect the Russians to be on the push there. This news is brought to you from the NBC newsroom in New York by your commentator, Don Goddard.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Five o'clock Eastern Wartime, your station, WEAF, New York.
NBC again asks you to pause in prayer on this historic invasion day. Dr. Douglas Horton, Minister at Large of the Congregational Christian Churches, will lead us. Dr. Horton.
Let us pray. Almighty God, thou Lord of hosts, we humbly beseech thee for the men who on beach and in field, on the air and on the sea, now cast themselves into the battle for the liberation of the peoples of Europe and of all the world. Be to them, we humbly pray, a strong defense against the known and the unknown dangers of the onslaught, the soldiers' courage. Gird them with the armor of thine own Spirit. For those who suffer, we humbly pray that thou wilt be the good physician. Thou hast known the wounds of hand and of side. Sustain all those who are in pain, O Lord, as one who understands can sustain. We commend unto thee all those who will, for our sakes and freedom's sake, give up their lives. Grant to them the spirit of tranquility and trust. Give them to put their hope in thee. And having passed through the valley of the shadow in peace, we humbly pray that they may enter into the rest which thou hast promised. O God, thou art the protector of all nations. Into thy hands we commit the keeping of our own nation. We commend to thy fatherly care the President of the United States and all those in authority abroad, and give to us, O God, to do thy will as a nation. And this we ask through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen.
Thank you, Dr. Horton. Ladies and gentlemen, you have heard a brief prayer by Dr. Douglas Horton, Minister at Large of the Congregational Christian Churches.
The National Broadcasting regular programs so that all day and all night you'll be able to hear the latest news of the invasion as it happens. We're standing by now in the NBC newsroom. Any moment we'll get the communique from General Eisenhower's Allied headquarters somewhere in England, and also we expect to hear soon from our reporters in Washington. So now to continue our invasion program, we invite you to listen to the NBC Orchestra.
This is the NBC newsroom in New York, ladies and gentlemen. And now for a report on the President's press conference, we take you to Morgan Beatty, the NBC newsroom in Washington.
This is Morgan Beatty in the NBC newsroom in Washington. I've just returned here from the White House down the street, and I must say it's pretty hot in Washington today, and I'm just a little bit sleepy. As a matter of fact, the President's last question at his press conference was, "Mr. President, how do you feel?" Of course, the President's hair was neatly brushed, obviously, in reception of the press today, but he said, "I'm pretty sleepy," because the President was the only man among the high command here in Washington who stayed up all last night to receive the reports as they came in from General Eisenhower's headquarters in London. And these reports obviously were very voluminous because of the detail the President was able to give us today. But first, let's review a few of the major points at his press conference and then go into detail. The President said that as of 12 o'clock today, his reports from General Eisenhower showed that American naval losses were 2 destroyers and 1 LST, that's landing ship tank, one of these medium tank landing ships. The losses relative to air landing, he said, were light, about 1% of the forces involved. The President was asked in this connection whether or not 1% meant 1% of the men involved or 1% of the aircraft, and he said he was sorry he couldn't go any further than that. As a matter of fact, there were quite a number of questions at the conference today that the President smilingly, he was in a very good humor, the President smilingly characterized as entirely improper, and he said that the men who were asking them knew they were improper. As a matter of fact, they didn't think about whether they were improper. They were so curious to get at some of the secrecy and the things that have had to be secret in the past that might now be told. The President said that this much could be said. He felt the invasion was up to schedule as of this point. And as Prime Minister Churchill would say, that is a mouthful. And of course it is. The fact that we have achieved a beachhead or several beachheads in France at a very relatively small cost is one of the most amazing developments of this very long and amazing war. The President said that very few people knew of the timing of D-Day. He said, of course, a lot of people knew that we had tremendous forces going over on the other side, but that you could almost number the people on your hand in this country that knew exactly when D-Day was coming. Mr. Roosevelt opened his conference this afternoon by saying that he was very happy at his conference today. He said he and the anonymous and silent people all around him, that is, the White House staff, the men that helped him all the time, were all smiles. Then he said he had very little war news, but it was all right to cover the points that we've already given to you. Then one of the men asked the President how long he had known the date of invasion. And he was asked also whether or not it was geared to time up with the fall of Rome. The President said he had known the date of invasion, or the approximate date, that is, ever since the Tehran conference last December with Prime Minister Churchill and Joseph Stalin. And he said, no, the invasion of France was not timed to gear up with the fall of Rome for the simple reason that we didn't know when Rome would fall. Then Mr. Roosevelt took occasion to go back and review the long preparations for this landing in France. He wanted to impress on us newsmen, very evidently, so that we would relay it to you that you just can't have a war and a great fight at the drop of a hat. He recalled that old story, the speech of the politicians, that in the days gone by, millions of men would spring to arms overnight in defense of America. He indicated that he thought that was a very pretty speech, but a lot of people, or a few people at least, always ask the question after a speech like that, well, where are you going to get the arms for these men to spring to overnight? And he said you just can't do that sort of thing, especially in modern warfare. He said we started planning this thing, we in America and in Britain, and producing arms in December of 1940. He was referring to the joint war effort, of course, and particularly to the American effort. And he said that we have now selected the earliest possible date for the infliction of invasion on the enemy. He was asked then if the last 6 months had given us a chance to double the invasion force. The reporter that asked that apparently had been told or had the impression that we were given another 6 months on this thing because we could double our invasion force and be that much surer of victory. But the President wouldn't quite agree with that point of view. He said he wouldn't say that, but obviously the last 6 months did give us a chance to bring in many more divisions, and landing craft particularly. He said that as long ago as Tehran, he knew that the date would be approximately in May or early June. He said, I knew last night as the boats loaded and started to cross. As a matter of fact, you know, the president stayed up in his study or in his room in the White House behind the blackouts. That was because, apparently, the White House didn't want anybody to get any suspicion or rumor started that there was a light up late in the White House in the president's rooms and probably something was up in connection with the war. So they had the blackout blinds drawn, and the president pored over the reports coming in from General Eisenhower and all the other commanders and possibly from Prime Minister Churchill there in his White House room. He did that, and he worked also on the prayer that he's been composing for several days, a prayer that he will give to the people himself, read to the people of the nation himself at 10 p.m. tonight. But to get back to that date, he said the date was chosen very largely because of the roughness of the English Channel early in the year. He said that we needed small boat weather. That's what seamen call weather good enough for very small craft to beach in. He said we needed small boat weather to get people on the beaches across the channel. Then he was asked again, just to be sure on this point, whether weather was the major factor in the choice of the date for invasion, and he said definitely yes. The president had one point he wanted to make to us toward the end of his conference. It was this. He warned us against overconfidence. He said that overconfidence was dangerous to the war effort. Then he told the story about a man he knew. You know, the president's fond of telling stories about men he knew, and some of the men think sometimes these men he knew at various times might be characters, montage, people sort of drawn out of his imagination, but nevertheless people who are very real somewhere. Anyway, he said something about a man he knew that came back from Italy or Sicily after the operations there with the impression that the war was all over. He said this man just threw up a good job and a very necessary job because he thought the war was all over and no further effort was necessary. Now, of course, you and I and lots of other people know people who did that very thing. I mean, the war charts, the charts on production in this country show very clearly that every time the Allies have a victory, a great number of people do quit their jobs. This operation itself, meaning the invasion across the Channel, this operation itself isn't over by any means. He says you just don't land and walk on through to Berlin at a moment's notice. And then was when the last question came in the conference, and how do you feel, Mr. President? All right, he said, but I'm a little bit sleepy. Mr. President, so am I. This is Morgan Beatty in Washington, returning you to New York.
This is the NBC newsroom in New York. And for a continuation of our invasion coverage, we take you now to Louis Lochner at NBC in Hollywood.
From NBC's Hollywood newsroom, here is Louis Lochner, Pulitzer Prize-winning European correspondent who knows more about Germans and Germany than any other American.
Good afternoon. From Germany has come an item of news which, if borne out by subsequent developments, may have far greater significance than first meets the eye. It was reported last night that the great intuition corporal, Adolf Hitler himself, had moved his Führerhauptquartier, in other words, his GHQ, to Western Europe and had taken personal charge of the defense of the continent against the United Nations invasion. Of late, Adolf Hitler seemed to have been superseded by the old-line General Staff. More than that, Field Marshal General von Rundstedt, a holdover from the Imperial General Staff of World War I, was reported as placed ahead of the typical Nazi generals, especially Field Marshal Erwin Rommel, and was placed in supreme charge of the invasion area. If now Adolf Hitler has been put ahead of von Rundstedt, I cannot escape the conclusion that this is evidence that the General Staff, now as in 1918, sees far earlier than do the political leaders that the war is lost. Let me reveal a story today that, as far as I know, has not been told in this country. It is vouched for by one of my best and most trusted friends. This friend of mine knew well a former lady-in-waiting to the late German Empress Victoria Louisa, first wife of the deceased Kaiser Wilhelm II. Those of you whose memories go back far enough to recall some details of World War I will recall that during the first part of our struggle to make the world safe for democracy, the Kaiser was comparatively little heard of, at least comparatively little as regards managing the war. Publicity was spotlighted upon Field Marshal von Hindenburg, and especially upon that supposed super genius of strategy, General Erich Ludendorff. It was Ludendorff here and Ludendorff there. And as a symbol of Germany's will to win, General von Hindenburg was made just as popular as the propaganda facilities of that period permitted. For instance, a huge wooden, super life-sized statue of Hindenburg was placed on a prominent square, and anybody who contributed, I believe it was 1 mark, toward the German war chest, was permitted to hammer 1 iron nail into the statue. It was not long before the enormous statue no longer seemed to be of wood, but of iron, and was therefore dubbed der Eiserne Hindenburg, the Iron Hindenburg. When things began to go very badly for the Imperial German Army, however, the announcement was made one day that the Kaiser had taken over supreme command. Now then, the interesting revelation that this lady-in-waiting made to my friend was that in the bosom of the family, where only a few members were present, the Kaiser said to his wife and to such of his children as may have been there, such as the princess, "I am going to be the scapegoat in this war. The General Staff knows that the war is lost, and so it has decided that I must take the responsibility and head the armed forces. As sovereign of my people, I cannot shift responsibility. If a call of this kind comes to me, I must accept it. But I know that this is one way in which the General Staff wishes to escape the responsibility for defeat." Now, if these words are, as I take them to be, true, that the Kaiser said them on that evening, there are certain very interesting conclusions we can draw about the coming events in Germany. Even if, at the present time, the rumor should not prove correct that Hitler has taken supreme command, it will be interesting to watch and see when that moment arrives. And then you can be sure that the General Staff will try a repetition of what happened at the end of the last World War. Ludendorff was able to escape to Sweden. And just as soon as the young struggling republic got into difficulties and the Republican regime which followed the Imperial had to clean up a mess, General Ludendorff reappeared and became the backbone of the movement that finally built up Hitler and that is really responsible for bringing about the present war. So in conclusion, I would say, whether now or at a later time, Adolf Hitler assumes final responsibility, that is the moment when you can be sure that the General Staff knows the war is lost and is putting in a scapegoat.
You've been listening to Louis P. Lochner speaking from our newsroom in Hollywood. We return you now to NBC Newsroom in New York.
Back in the NBC Newsroom in New York, we now bring you some bulletins that have just been handed us here. London. 4 heavy bombers and 7 fighters were missing from 3 United States 8th Air Force heavy bomber missions against more than 100 targets in German coastal defenses today. This was announced tonight. A bulletin here from New York. The main transmitters of the Nazi DNB propaganda agency in Berlin went off the air for 48 minutes tonight without explanation, FCC monitors reported. The main transmitters of the Nazi DNB propaganda agency in Berlin went off the air for 48 minutes tonight without explanation. From Italy, this development.
Crown Prince Umberto, newly designated Lieutenant General of Italy, today instructed Marshal Pietro Badoglio to form a new government to include the political leaders now in Rome. Badoglio received this commission after having tendered his pro forma resignation to Umberto. The government now in exercise will continue its functions in its present form until the new cabinet has been constituted. It is understood in Naples today that Badoglio and several ministers will go to Rome in the very near future in order to consult there with the erstwhile underground leaders, most of whom are unknown to the Italian public, regarding the formation of a new cabinet. And meanwhile, the official seat of the Italian government will remain at Salerno, inasmuch as the present military exigencies will not permit Rome to be placed under Italian jurisdiction. Badoglio sent messages of thanks for the liberation of Rome to Mr. Roosevelt, Mr. Churchill, and Mr. Stalin. He told Stalin that the Italian people know the heroic defenders of Stalingrad were present in spirit at the liberation of Rome. Keep tuned to this NBC station. At 5:30 Eastern Time in just a few minutes, NBC expects to bring you an important broadcast from London. Here are additional bulletins. More news of how Moscow and all Russia reacted to the news of a Western front. Word spread through Russia like a wind-whipped fire today that Anglo-American armies had landed in France, and the people exploded with a spontaneous joy seldom even accorded their own great victories. The news came as Soviet armies themselves were poised to strike along a 2,000-mile front in fulfillment of the combined offensive from east, west, and south, worked out at the Tehran Conference. Instantly, the Soviets voiced a conviction that their Western allies would smash the Germans in record time. The swift capture of Rome convinced people here that the Allied armies carry a terrific punch. They expressed also a hope that the war will now be ended quickly. American correspondents were the first to announce the news to the Russians. It was not until later, at 1:45 p.m., that the Moscow radio quoted the number one Allied communique. Another bulletin just in. Tokyo held an emergency air raid drill today. The Japanese official news agency declared. Tokyo held an emergency air raid drill today. The explanation of the enemy action, usually taken only when Allied bombers are on the way, came later. And here's some late news on relief supplies for United States prisoners in Japan. The Soviet government has agreed to permit a Japanese ship to enter a specified Russian port near Vladivostok to pick up relief supplies for American prisoners in the Orient. In making this announcement today, the State Department at Washington says that stocks of supplies sent to Russia last year have been awaiting transportation. And another bulletin, Calcutta. Strong formations of Allied heavy bombers have given the Thailand capital of Bangkok its heaviest pounding of the war yesterday. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
WEAF, New York.
Just one moment, please, ladies and gentlemen. Stand by. We're expecting another special bulletin or a special broadcast in just a moment. We've just been advised to stand by for a broadcast from London that is apt to occur at most any moment. In the meantime, here in the NBC newsroom in New York, additional bulletins. Supreme Headquarters, Allied Expeditionary Force, June 6th. The American 9th Air Force flew more than 2,500 individual missions before 1 p.m. today. This was in the most violent 12 hours of aerial warfare in history, official spokesman announced tonight. And here's how the Moscow home radio broadcast the invasion news. British, American, and Canadian troops have landed this morning in France. The liberating forces are advancing, and no obstacle can halt them. The task before us is not easy. And no, the operation of transporting large armies over a changeable sea and their landing on a coast guarded by the enemy are the most complicated of all tasks known to military science. At the present time, our men are landing on a coast along which the enemy has created the most powerful defense zone that he could construct during 4 years of occupation. Our troops are already being subjected to counterattacks by specially trained enemy divisions that he has concentrated against us in France. This has been a day of momentous news, and not the least of the spectacular reports we have broadcast from here, the NBC newsroom in New York, was the eyewitness account of our Stanley Richardson, the first reporter to bring back a first-hand report from one of the naval ships which took part in the invasion. His report was first broadcast early this morning. Now, for the benefit of NBC's listeners, we bring you a transcription of this historic broadcast by Stanley Richardson.
People of Western Europe. A landing was made this morning on the coast of France by troops of the Allied Expeditionary Force. This landing is part of the concerted United Nations plan for the liberation of Europe, made in conjunction with our great Russian allies. I have this message for all of you. Although the initial assault may not have been made in your own country, the hour of your liberation is approaching. All patriots, men and women, young and old, have a part to play in the achievement of final victory. To members of resistance movements, whether led by nationals or by outside leaders, I say, follow the instructions you have received. To patriots who are not members of organized resistance groups, I'll say, continue your passive resistance, but do not needlessly endanger your lives. Wait until I give you the signal to rise and strike the enemy. The day will come when I shall need your united strength. Until that day, I call on you for the hard task of discipline and restraint. Citizens of France, I am proud to have again under my command the gallant forces of France. Fighting inside their allies, they will play a worthy part in the liberation of their homeland. Because the initial landing has been made on the soil of your country, I repeat to you with even greater emphasis my message to the peoples of other occupied countries in Western Europe. Follow the instructions of your leaders. A premature uprising of all Frenchmen may prevent you from being of maximum help to your countries in a critical hour. Be patient. Prepare. As Supreme Commander of the Allied Expeditionary Force, there is imposed on me the duty and responsibility of taking all measures necessary to the prosecution of the war. Prompt and willing obedience to the orders that I shall issue is essential. Effective civil administration of France must be provided by Frenchmen. All persons must continue in their present duties unless otherwise instructed. Those who have made common cause with the enemy and so betrayed their country will be removed. When France is liberated from her oppressors, you yourselves will choose your representatives and the government under which you wish to live. In the course of this campaign for the final defeat of the enemy, you may sustain further loss and damage. Tragic though they may be, they are part of the price of victory. I assure you that I shall do all in my power to mitigate your hardships. I know that I can count on your steadfastness now, no less than in the past. The heroic deeds of Frenchmen who have continued the struggle against the Nazis and their vicious satellites in France and throughout the French Empire have been an example and an inspiration to all of us. This landing is but the opening phase of the campaign in Western Europe. Great battles lie ahead. I call upon all who love freedom to stand with us now. Keep your faith staunch. Our arms are resolute. Together we shall achieve victory.
You have just heard the Supreme Commander, General Dwight D. Eisenhower.
It has just been announced that General de Gaulle has arrived in England. He will broadcast the message to the people of France later in the day.
Back in the NBC newsroom in New York. And ladies and gentlemen, as we announced an error, that it was NBC's Stanley Richardson who was about to broadcast to you. Of course, as you know, it was General Eisenhower's historic message to the peoples of occupied Europe. Stanley Richardson is a good man, too. Great credit to Richardson and his staff for helping us out in these moments. And now here in the newsroom, beside me at the microphone, is NBC's Elmer Peterson, who will take over for a moment.
We're waiting now, and we should receive it very shortly, for another communique from Allied headquarters somewhere in England. These communiques, these official communiques, as you know, are worded very carefully. And so far, you will have noted, there has been great caution in the wording of these communiques by the Allied leaders. Every effort is made to be sure that the communiques are exact, that the communiques avoid any over-optimism, and so far, there has been, in our own communiques, there has been nothing of the detail that we have received from sources in Germany and in neutral countries. Allied headquarters in Britain at this time, of course, is a very busy organization. It's composed of staff officers. Somewhere General Eisenhower is watching every development. Somewhere he's in constant touch with those exciting developments across the English Channel. And from these reports, brought back in every conceivable manner, brought back by plane, by courier, brought back by shortwave, the actual wording of the communique is evolved. This communique, which we should receive very shortly, should, of course, give us a better idea of just how far we have advanced. It should give us a better idea of how much progress we have made, and it certainly will give us something to use in balancing the Allied version of the fighting against